Truth be told, I've never been the sort for towns.
Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, back with the Minion Necro on Diablo 4 Season 8. I just cleared Pit 10 to unlock Torment 1, so now it's time to start pushing for Torment 4. In summary, my plan for Torment will go something like this. First, I have to prioritize the boss powers. I don't need boss mats to fight the bosses, only to unlock item rewards, meaning that I can go and pick out one of the bosses that I want the boss power from, go and hit them, and then take their boss power without even having any boss materials. Then I will need tempering recipes and an ancestral weapon second. Of course, I have missing aspects too, but I'll have to wait for them as a drop. And then I'll be going for uniques third, which would include the Ring of Mendelin and the new unique weapon that was released that works for minions, apparently. Master working fourth, so I'll be doing some Infernal Hordes to go and pick those up, or pick up Obdicite for masterworking. And then Glyphs last. Before I do any of what I just mentioned, I would like to limit test this build and see how far I can go with just the level of power I had going into Torment 1. So, I'll revisit the pit and start pushing. Considering that this is my third character now, I actually have a bunch of Artificer's Stones. If this were my very first character, I would have had to go and do some Whispers to try and fetch some more stones. So yeah, I have all these Artificer Stones, as you can see, from my previous characters. And yeah, with my Companion Druid, which was my actual first character of the season, I didn't have enough... I didn't have enough Artificer Stones to do all this limit testing, but for this Necro, I have access to all these stones, so I'm going to take advantage of it. So I'm going to start off by pushing the pit up to pit 20. And you can see here my setup is exactly the same as what it was before. I haven't changed anything. The number of Paragon points I have is still exactly the same. Skill tree is the same. Mercenaries are the same. Book of the Dead is the same. And all my equipment is still the same. Not a single upgrade whatsoever. And my boss powers, as I showed earlier, are still the exact same as what they were when I walked into Torment 1. So, yeah. I'm going to try to see how well we're able to do here. Already I can tell that there's a... Oh, you know what? I'm actually missing these. I have a survivability issue since I don't have my elixirs on hand. Or I didn't actually activate my elixirs in incense, of course. And you can see here, it is taking some time to kill these packs, but that's because there's the DR monsters. See, this is one of the biggest weaknesses of the build by far. Unfortunately, if there is a DR monster, I have to wait for the DR monster to die before everything else goes down with it. Right? Yeah, so I can tell that like the build is actually holding its own pretty decently. I just wish that there was a way to like target a specific thing on the field. Like I can use my golem to kill whatever packs show up, but it's not ideal. Yeah, I might have to amp up the damage on golem or something. Oh, Blastwave Shrine. Yeah, I'll use the Blastwave Shrine, why not? The Blastwave Shrine, it seems, does scale, or the damage on it does scale with my Paragon level, which is why you're seeing that I'm hitting for 24 million, like, crit overpower. But yeah, we'll just say that there's not really much I can do about that, but except for to avoid the Blastwave Shrine, and that would be the or a waste of a perfectly good Blast Wave Shrine, in my opinion. Oh, there we go. So I've activated my ult. I gotta walk into every pack and start off with Iron Maiden, although at some point I'm gonna want to switch out Iron Maiden for Decrepify. I think Decrepify would be a lot better, but I do need to make sure that, well, I mean, I do have... Here, let me take a look at something really quickly. Chance to randomly inflict Decrepify or Iron Maiden. Yeah, I was just thinking about it. It would be nice to have Decrepify instead of Iron Maiden. The only problem is I'm worried that I'm not going to have enough essence to keep it up. But considering that I'm perpetually at 100 essence anyway, it will regen on its own, unlike Druid Spirit. And I have Hemorrhage here, so I can always Hemorrhage too. Right. So I'll probably get Decrepify like after I'm done trying to do like my pit pushing and all that. Yeah, this build is definitely starting to struggle now. I am misplaying a bit of the build, right? Like some of my skills, I'm not using them at the right times, but there's definitely some struggle involved with hitting these monsters that have like damage reduction or suppressor. And so, even if the build itself is... it has roughly the same damage output as some of my other builds, maybe even more. One of the big problems is that, yeah, like, if I come across a damage reduction monster and suppressor, like, it takes me a lot longer to deal with these packs. So, like, look at this. This is easy. This part. Well, my ult hasn't come back up yet, unfortunately. And here's another good example of why I was saying earlier that I'm considering using Blood Mist in place of one of my skill slots. Because if I use Blood Mist, then I have a way to like get myself out of these sort of sticky situations.
That'll cover like any other.
So that's what I'm thinking, at least. All right. Okay. And I'm ending off this run with about 10 minutes left on the clock. Well, maybe a little bit less because I have the boss to fight still. I don't think anyone's watching this on stream right now, but in case anyone is watching this as a video, I also just released the Ice Shard Sorcerer build for Season 8 that I'm using. Like I did like a full video on it. I think that I could have done a little better on it. Oh, look at that. As soon as I activate Army of the Dead, it just disappears. But yeah, I did release a video. I did release a video kind of covering the equipment that I'm running on my Ice Shard Sorcerer and the build and the skills and all that. So that's something that some of you might be interested in checking out. But yeah, just wanted to kind of share. What is this? Death Speaker's Pendant. Wow, I could do like a hybrid Summoner and Minion Necro at the same time. Max life and crit strike damage. And I could replace a lucky hit for that too. And this one is int max life and movement speed. Again, another item that I could consider using in the future. Oh, and at this point, I'm gonna set the favorite spot for Karagar. It's about time that I do that. All right. Yeah, I think that Ice Shard Sorcerer video that I made could have been a fair bit better. I didn't do any gameplay on it. I think that's one of the big problems that I have with it. And the other one was there's something I was missing. Like, never mind the fact that I was like and ah for like the entirety of that video. but I can let that slide. But not having any gameplay feels kind of like sacrilege. Also, you know what? I know what I messed up on. I should have talked about gems and incense and elixir while I was going over my gear rather than like at the end of it or tail end of it. But I feel like the rest of it was a pretty solid setup, and it didn't really take me that long to put out. It was like a 2 hour. Like, it took me like 2 hours to put that together. Like, I mean, well, yeah, it was about 2 hours because it took me like 30 minutes to kind of write up my notes for what I wanted to do with the build. And then it took me another like 20 minutes, or sorry, it took me about a half hour to record, and it took me about a half hour to do to write up the notes for it. So, yeah, those two things together. Oh, ouch. Yeah. Those of you who are watching can see that I'll be able to clear this, but I won't have very much time left. And I just want to show one other thing out. You'll see that I have like almost maxed out resistances. Oh, shoot. I have almost maxed out resistances, and my armor stat is a little over 1,000. So yeah, this is one of the reasons why I overstacked resistances when I was going into Torment 1, because I knew that I would be trying to push for Torment 2 just for fun, and I wanted to actually have max res for that. Yeah, see. I've activated my raised skeleton, I've activated my army of the dead, and yet, or I've even cursed most of these monsters, and yet, it still takes a fair bit of time for my guys to kill them. This pack is a problem because of this DR monster right here. Similar well, I think Thorns is actually okay for dealing with DR. It's bosses that Thorns would struggle with. I still really dread Thorns to the point where I think that if I'm going to do Thorns, then I'm going to do it last after I do every other class, including Spiritborn. I've never done that before, where I actually do Spiritborn before any of the other classes, or rather even that I do Thorn's Barb second to or anywhere but second. Because usually I like to do Thorn's Barb because it's one of those builds that I feel like there are people who have a vested interest in a Thorn's Barb, but no one wants to really make it. And the reason why no one wants to make it is because Thorn's Barb, well, I think that most people think, rightfully so, that Thorn's Barb has quite a number of like weaknesses and all that. Hey, what's up, Nick Wetzler? Yeah, I have seen the new sword for the minion builds, and I absolutely am going to be going for it on this build. In fact, one of the reasons why I played Ice Shard Sorcerer was to try out the new unique they had just released, and it's a similar situation here with the Minion Necro. They have just released this new sword, and I wanted to have a chance to try it, and also showcase it, right? Like, because I don't think that there's that many people, many Necro content creators that are playing anything other than Bloodwave right now. I think most people are just spamming Bloodwave or Shadowwave or whatever it is, which is fine. But I'm sure that there are some people who want to play as a Minion-mancer, and if they're going to play as a Minion-mancer, then yeah, they want to see gameplay with that sword that you're talking about. So yeah, I have seen the sword. The only question I have is where I would find it. I didn't actually... I was going to look it up after I made it into Torment 2. Because usually like when I'm in Torment 1, I try to grab the boss powers first. And then in Torment 2, then I try to worry about grabbing like farming boss mats and then getting the corresponding uniques, right? You just got it to draw. Oh, wow. It made you super excited to try Minion again, huh? Okay, well, that's amazing. Yeah. I want to try that sword for sure. I haven't gotten it yet. Like, I just made it into Torment, right? And I'm running the pit right now, but the whole reason why I'm running the pit is to kind of show how far I can go with the same level of power as what I had when I first got into Torment 1. Does that make sense? So that's why I'm like, that's why I'm playing this the way I am right now. If that. Because otherwise I'd be farming boss powers and I would have like dumped a bunch of Paragon points. You see, like I have 157 Paragon. Oh no. Yeah, see, I'm like frozen. And my golem was on cooldown. When I was frozen too. It dropped from Beast in the Ice. Okay, thanks for letting me know. That's really important information. Actually, you know something? It's kind of funny that you mentioned Beast in the Ice, because if you're saying that Beast in the Ice is who drops this new unique, then that means that I need to run Beast in the Ice to get both that sword and Ring of Mendelin, which is that's a little scary. Because like if you know, like I get like a whole bunch of boss mats to drop, right? I don't have any on hand here, but I'll have a whole bunch of boss materials later. And what you're basically telling me is that none of the other boss materials that I have like matter. It's really just about how many distilled fears I have so that I can run Beast in the Ice as many times as possible to get the sword. So yeah, I really appreciate the info. So at least there's at least one other person, that being you, that has actually gotten it to drop, and there's a specific location you've gotten it to drop from. When I played my last character, the Ice Shard Sorcerer, I couldn't get Hail of Varglas. That was the new item to drop from like anywhere, and I had no clue where it was supposed to drop from. And most of the websites didn't have up-to-date information. There was one website finally that I found that said that it drops from Urivar, and Grigwar. So I tried running Urivar, and then it did drop from Urivar. But in this case, yeah, you're telling me from as first-hand experience that it has dropped from Beast in the Ice. So you can bet that I will prioritize Beast in the Ice for where to farm. But the next problem will be I have to like get a whole bunch of boss mats. I think that... Oh no, this explosion. Yeah, so Beast in the Ice is going to be dropping it. So I need to get a whole bunch of Beast in the Ice boss mats to drop, is what you're telling me. And so that might be a little troublesome. Which... I just need my ult. It's always about how... I may have to make my build the same way as I did last time. Even without the massive... Like, even though they capped my ult, it still probably does an immense amount of damage. Like, I need it for dealing with those DR monsters specifically. Never mind the fact that I also get 150% more damage on my... Wait, no, what is it? 129% more damage when I have that active. Okay, there we go. At least I don't have to stick around for any longer.
Well done.
Fighting a second DR monster.
Farewell.
Okay, there we go. I feel like the boss is significantly easier than pretty much everything. Oh, shoot. Almost died there. Yeah, I had Army of the Dead up. That was kind of nice. Oh. Ow. Yeah, as Bone Prison comes in hand, never mind, you can teleport right out of it. Oh. There we go. Alright. I gotta make some notes for myself. Here is a boss loot table that is up to date for future reference. Oh, you know what? I'm guessing that you tried to post something, right? You probably tried to post a link, but it didn't. Hold on a second. I'll add you as a moderator for move chat messages. Sure, yeah. Let me, I added you as a moderator for a second, so that maybe you can post the link. Also, one other thing I wanted to say really quickly, you... Oh, you said, sorry, it drops from 0, so I guess I got lucky with Beast in the Ice. Yeah, right, because I think they made it this season so that now some bosses can drop from other bosses' drop tables, right? Okay, thanks. So it's a... Okay. You're giving me the max roll one. I could have sworn that I pulled this... Maybe I missed this one because I had Googled like max roll first, but I couldn't find this one. Okay. Anyway, so I'm just gonna post this here real quick because if I know that YouTube has like a delay on how long it takes for um like there's gonna be a delay for when you hear me respond to the things you're writing, right? If you talk to me, if you come over on Twitch, then you'll be able to talk to me in real time. You're more than welcome to stay on YouTube, of course. I don't, it doesn't make too much of a difference to me either way, YouTube or Twitch. It's not like I'm trying to really massively grow my Twitch channel or anything, but I just wanted to give you the option so that you don't have to wait like a minute between replies from me. So I'm just throwing that out there. Okay, so I just finished a Pit 25 clear. This was 22 minutes in, and that was 630 remaining. Same gear as in Torment 1. So I don't relish the idea of going and... Oh, I got a Ancestral Legendary. That's pretty nice. I don't really relish the idea of trying a Pit 30. You're saying your Twitch, you were searching, I couldn't find me? Oh, seriously? Oh, okay, my bad, my bad. Welcome, and double. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay, I see why. Because when I restream from YouTube to Twitch, or when I do a restream for YouTube and Twitch, the description gets eaten up on YouTube, so I guess, that's probably why it doesn't show up. I mean, maybe I can put it... Maybe you can actually write in the description again and try to see if it'll actually show up properly, because the stream title does work. But anyway, that's for me to figure out. Yeah. Good to know that. That's something I'll have to make a note of for myself, because yeah, I didn't realize, like, if you're having this problem where you were trying to look for me on Twitch, then maybe other people have a similar issue when they find me on YouTube. By the way, I meant to ask. Oh, I just realized your name is N007. That's a James Bond reference. I get that one. Yeah, I was gonna say, how did you find my channel? Was it the Ice Shard stuff that I put out recently, or was it one of the other videos? Because yeah, I think I own, like, you said that you just found the sword, which means you're playing Necro. And I only just started putting out the Necro stuff yesterday, and that was just gameplay. And I did upload the gameplay, but I don't know if you found me some other way. Nice catch. Yeah, Bond ref. Well, yeah, I see we have a Bond fan. Yeah, a Bond fan in our midst. I actually enjoy the James Bond series a lot too. I want to call myself like a closet nerd for 007, but I don't want to like start talking about James Bond and it turns out that, oh, you know, actually I'm not as well versed in that, well, knowledgeable about that universe as I might think. You're playing Bloodspear, Necro. Ah, I see. Yeah, I remember hearing that this season that Bloodspear is supposed to be really strong, so that makes sense. Okay, now that I have cleared Pit 25, I've unlocked Torment 2. Found you see a couple seasons ago when you're doing Thorn stuff for Bar, because Thorns is some of my favorite gameplay in RPGs. Oh, right. Oh, okay. I see. Sorry, I might be mistaken. Maybe we've already talked once before, but I wasn't sure. I haven't seen, I don't think I've seen you on YouTube specifically in a while, though. Unless, my memory is failing me and I'm truly going senile, but... Okay, so that was, Torment 1 to Torment 2. Right out the gate, I can already hit Torment 2, so that part is, pretty easy. Now, the next part of this is going to be unlocking my boss power, right? So I gotta figure out which of these boss powers I want. I could use the one for healing whenever I cast a skill attack enemies with a wave of spikes. So I could do this one potentially. 50% increased damage from Wind of Hate. Yeah, I could do Lilith's Wind of Hate. That's one option. Damaging a vulnerable enemy. I could do Harbinger of Hatred's Volley, but I've already leveled that one. Trying to see if I can kind of switch things up a bit. 3 skills. Yeah, no, I don't need that one. This doesn't stagger or apply CC, right? After I damage an enemy, spawn a pool that deals bleeding damage per second. Oh, okay, I could do that one. Leeching Beam, ultimate skill. Oh, I gain 15% cooldown reduction on this, but this only works with Army of the Dead specifically. I could also do the Avarice's Explosive Ore, but damage over time. Well, I don't do damage over time. So I think that for me personally, the most interesting ones to use of this bunch would be Lilith's Wind of Hate and Lord Zir's Blood Pool, because I'm trying out the different boss powers rather than using the ones that I already have from the other classes or the other characters I played. So I want to actually try with either Lord Zir's Blood Pool or Lilith's Wind of Hate. I feel like I'll cast a skill. I might end up using Lord Zir's Blood Pool for my next character. For my Dance of Knives rogue. So I might have, or yeah, I feel like I could use this for one of the other ones, but kind of want to try Lilith's Wind of Hate. After I cast a skill, after I damage an enemy, you can only have up to 3 active pools. I just wish that there was a way to like, I wish there was a power that works really nicely with minions, because like, yeah, I can use Lilith's Wind of Hate and combo that with like Hemorrhage and Raise Skeleton, but I wonder if there's something that would allow me to do damage or to have my minions do something. Oh, it was on YouTube some months ago. Oh yeah, okay, right, yeah, it was a while ago. You never found me on Twitch till today. Okay, got it. Well, okay, now you have me on Twitch. This is amazing. And once again, thank you for filling me in on the max roll source. Okay, I'll talk more about that thorn stuff in a second, but I do need to make a decision as to which of these powers I want to use. So, are you playing right now? I'm guessing you probably are, right? Nice to see that you got your sword, and you said you're playing Blood Spear. So, I'm guessing you're going to probably try to switch to Minion Necro at some point. I mean, thankfully we have armory, so you can just switch back and forth as you feel like. Either way, I'm okay. Nice. I don't know if you're gonna be making your minion necro right out the gate, like right now. So tonight, right? I'm gonna be playing. I'm basically gonna be doing I'm gonna be grinding this minion necro all the way to Torment 4 tonight, unless it takes like a ludicrously long amount of time, which it might. So I'll be here for a while, and by the time I'm done, you'll see my journey all the way up to Torment 4, and then maybe if you might be able to take a few notes here and there that might give you some inspiration for your own minion necro or some pain points. Yeah, that can maybe save you a bit of time and effort. I don't know. So I'm excited for that. To kind of show you some of this gameplay. Maybe that'll be relevant for you. Thorn's Barb I'll talk about in a second. So yeah, cast a skill. Okay, so right now I feel like Lord Zir's Blood Pool is the main contender. I'm planning to use Andariel's Flaming Skull for my Thorn's Barb after damaging a vulnerable enemy. I also have, like, my next character is going to be the Dance of Knives rogue, right? So I don't know if there's a way for me to, like, to the closest enemy. I don't know if there's a way where if I use Dance of Knives rogue, that I'll be able to keep pumping out my boss power. Actually, what am I talking about? I have Wandering Death's Chest Beam. If I'm using... I was pumping up the chest beam for my companion druid because I wanted my I wanted my companion druid to have the execute on the Wandering Death's chest beam. That's why I was pumping this up. But in reality, if I'm playing Dance of Knives Rogue, I would like to actually try the chest beam. It just naturally makes the most sense to me that I would have the Wandering Death's chest beam with this. So that's going to be for Dance of Knives Rogue. My Thorn's Barb will be using Andariel's Flaming Skull, and then my Spiritborn, maybe I'll use that with either Lilith's Wind of Hate or Lord Zir's Blood Pool, one of the two. I'm not sure which yet. Yeah. So in this case, then, maybe I will just use the pool. I cast a skill. Yeah, alright. So this is for Barb. This is for Spiritborn, maybe. And then this is for Dance of Knives Rogue. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm set. We'll be happy to offer the sword if you wanted. Oh no. I kind of want to see it in action. We'll be getting to our fall. If not, no. That's okay. I appreciate it. I'm okay. The reason being that I'm planning to try to farm that sword for myself. This is half the fun of starting up a character from Torment 1 to Torment 4 for me. I have to, like, I really do appreciate the offer. I don't want to be rude about it at all. But part of when I do my build overview at the end of all of this, because I don't know, like, I don't know if you saw, but I recently, like, just before I started this stream, I released a build overview for my Ice Shard Sorcerer, and I'm gonna do the same thing with Minion Necro. And when I do that build overview, I'm gonna tell people, like, okay, this is kind of how the journey went, and then it took me like a couple tries to get, you know, that sword that we're talking about, right? So yeah, to be honest, I'd love to show it in action for you right now, but I think what's even more important is to put this build together from the ground up so that we can kind of see it grow slowly, and then I can actually give people some information on how the build operates with or without some of these uniques. So that's my 2 cents. But yeah, I'll keep your offer in mind. Thank you very much. Now, with regards to the Thorns Barb, and I'll talk about the Thorns Barb while I try to go unlock the Lord Zir's Blood Pool, because I do have it unlocked, like, officially speaking, but I do like to show that I would be able to take on whatever boss. Like, I don't want to make it look like, oh, well, I picked up this boss power from one of my other characters, so yeah, here it is. I want to be able to show that, yeah, this Necro would have been able to take on this boss and clear it himself. Wait a second, no, I wouldn't be able to do it here. Hold on. I'm doing this all wrong. I just realized that I never switched it back from Torment 1. Yeah, I never switched it back from Torment 2 to Torment 1, so I gotta set it back. So, oh, and I also have to grab some elixirs and incense, too, because I wanted to test some stuff out. Yeah, this is fine. 2 of these. Ooh, no, that's not the right one. 2 of these, and resistance. Alright, nice. I'm gonna trigger these now before I forget. And then setting this back down to Torment 1. So like I was saying before, when I make it into Torment 1, first priority is going to be the boss power. After I clear the boss power, the second priority is going to be to pick up as many tempering recipes as possible and to pick up an ancestral weapon, if I can manage that. Now, there's a couple ways I can grab an ancestral weapon. I can either gamble it, or I can try to use the reputation boards. And I'm probably going to start off by trying to get it off the reputation boards. And I specifically made sure to hold off on doing the reputation boards until I made it to Torment. Like, I could have opened them up at like level 60 or even earlier, but since the rewards on that reputation board scale with whatever, like, wherever I'm at, right? Like, if I'm in like level 50, it's going to give me level 50 items. If I'm level 60, it'll give me 750 item power items. And then, of course, now that I'm in Torment, there's a chance that I believe that it can give me... Oh, okay, I saw that coming. I didn't expect that that was going to kill me in one hit. That's the only reason why I just stood there and tanked that hit to the face, just so we're clear here. Oh, was that my first death? I think that was actually my first death on... No, it wasn't. I died a few times already, I remember now. So, yeah, here I am. And I'm gonna try Bone Prison. You can probably walk over the Bone Prison, right? Nope. Oh, I just realized something. I need to let myself die here. Because I actually activated the blood pool without meaning to. There we go. Yeah, I have the... I'm actually using Lord Zir's blood pool to kill Lord Zir before I've actually killed Lord Zero. So let me try this one more time. Third time's the charm, right? Oh. 2. Okay. I am. Oh, it all automatically spawns all my minions back. I'd completely forgotten about that. Alright, there you go. That's all my damage put together. I didn't see the biggest damage numbers because if I get too close, I died. But, oh, wow. He melted fast. So that's what happens when I have all my stuff put together there. Nice. The other problem with Lord Zero's blood pool is I don't know if these stack, right? If I put multiple pools down on the same location, I don't know if it'll make it stronger or not. So yeah, you see that on Torment 1, I would have been able to unlock this power from Lord Zero. And then again, because I'm testing the limits, if you even really call it that, the limits of the build, I'm gonna go back to Karagar. I'm gonna try to run Pit one more time. So this is with level 1 Lord Zero's blood pool. In fact, this could actually help me a lot because by having Lord Zero's blood pool, now I have a way to damage these monsters beyond. I have a way to damage these monsters beyond just waiting for my minions to kill them, or relying on my golem, or relying on my ult. Yeah, see, we have like 3 blood pools here. I'm gonna wait until like once I kill this next pack. I want to actually see if like if I don't do anything at all. I wonder if these blood pools will show up. Like I wonder if my minions can trigger it themselves just right out the gate. Actually, oh, by habit I'm like dodging these blood pools, but these are my blood pools. It does make it a little difficult to know which ones are mine though. Why is this guy taking so long to go down? Yeah, sometimes the bosses just are like really tanky for some reason. Okay, I'm not gonna touch any of the next monsters. Okay, so my minions will trigger the blood pools themselves. I didn't hit them at all this time. I didn't cast anything, and the pools still show up, which is actually perfect. That's kind of what I wanted. Okay. This is convenient, actually. I should be using Bone Prison together with Golem more. Anyway, going back to the Thorns Barb discussion, though, I'm glad that that you actually had a lot of fun in like a couple seasons back when I did my Thorns Barb. I want to do the Thorns Barb again this season, but I'm still really trying to hash out how that's going to all work. Right now, I'm thinking that for the Thorns Barb, what's realistically going to happen is I'm going to need to use Andariel's Flaming Skull as my main source of damage against like bosses, right? Because if I'm trying to make like a pure, I can't even really call it like a pure Thorns Barb because some of my damage is coming from boss powers too, but I think that's fair, right? That's part of the season mechanic. So a lot of my damage is going to have to come from that Andariel's Flaming Skull. And the way the build is going to work is I'm going to probably Challenging Shout to aggro all the monsters in. So that's how I deal with the big packs. And then, once I pull the big packs in with Challenging Shout and Steel Grasp, I'm then going to have to stand still in front of all of them and just not do anything. And the reason for that is because I need to stand still for 1 second and then Andariel's Flaming Skull shows up. So I also need to have like Inner Calm and something like that. So it's going to be a very bizarre setup. Like I'm going to need a lot of life on that barb for sure, so that I can tank everything and DR. Crazy amounts of DR. Just so that I can activate Andariel's Flaming Skull. Yeah, these blood pools though. This is like rank 1 blood pool. That's the only adjustment I've made. Ooh, nice. I gotta keep getting my skeletal priests up. They do last a fair bit, but still, I should still keep getting them up as often as I can. Yeah, I like the damage numbers themselves. It's just kind of rough because of, like I mentioned before, when I have Okay, Artillery Shrine, I can kill them pretty easily with this. Yeah, it's just difficult because sometimes I want them to target like one specific monster, and that's like their biggest weakness. I do wonder how this game would play out if it was kind of like playing like an RTS where you can actually select which like you could select like a group of minions and target like one specific location to attack, right? Um, yeah, I don't know how that would work for controller though, but I mean that could be kind of fun. Like instead of summoning skeletons, raised skeletons' effect is that it would direct your skeletons to hit a specific target. That would be really cool. Or if you could like customize their AI to focus on specific targets. Yeah, that would be really cool. I don't know why that yeah, that'd be a really cool feature. I'd love to see that actually. Them making it so that you could actually like pull up like a drop-down menu for the minions, and then you could like give them target priorities, like little monsters first, or bosses first, or like a monster with damage reduction first, that kind of stuff. That'd be a lot of work to implement, I imagine, but still, like, I don't know. I just think that that would make playing a minion necro so much more fun, so much cooler. It'd be very unique to this game, that's for sure. Customizing the AI on your minions, then you'd feel kind of like a true Minion-mancer because, yeah, you can tell them, okay, they will follow your will, right? Okay. Keep pushing here. Uh, good. Nice. Oh, well, this is a bit of a problem. They have me trapped in this little Waller thing. Wait, where are these orange numbers coming from? What? Is it the pool? I think my pool might be doing like crit overpowers or something. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know where these orange numbers are coming from. I thought that Lord Zier's blood pool is like, hold on. I'm gonna back up here for a second. I gotta get in close because of the suppressor monster. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is bleeding damage, so since it's a damage over time, it's not supposed to be able to overpower, at least by my understanding, it's not supposed to be able to. So I don't know how that's working out. I don't have my ult with me, otherwise I could have speed blitzed this guy. Okay. I think it's coming back pretty soon. Oh, ouch. Oh. And I'm gonna activate my golem there. Yeah, there you go. It really does make a pretty massive difference having Army of the Dead versus, or active versus not, because whenever I activate Army of the Dead, the damage on all of my minions goes up by 150%. So, oh, Infernal Horde's Compass, yes. Don't mind if I do. Gonna get this up to where it needs to go. I don't need that. I think I'll just keep pumping up Eliminator because I don't need any of the other powers right now. So, that's kind of what my guy's looking like so far. Ooh, yeah, I wanted this one. So my every 8 seconds, my skeletal mages cast a blizzard that deals 755 cold damage. So this is the maximum roll on Coldbringer, and I usually like to I like having this. I like having this aspect if I have room for it. So in this case, I do have room for it. I know exactly what I'd get rid of. I would get rid of the Wind Striker aspect on my boots, because this is the utility aspect, which is amazing. I would get rid of this. I lose out on a little bit of movement speed by doing so, but now that I'm in Torment, I don't prioritize movement speed as much. So, yeah, I can get rid of those and not feel too bad about it. So, I'm gonna go back here real quick and try to see how long did that run take. 7:45. So I had 7:45 roughly left on the clock. 7:45 remaining. Added Zir Pool as main power. Okay. Now I'm gonna try the run again, but I'm gonna use the Spectral Ash that I farmed. I didn't farm that many as compared to my other as my previous runs, but I still have some. What's interesting, though, is that I do have, like, max rank Hatred's Embrace, so I shouldn't have this much crit strike chance either, but whatever. Anyway.
I cannot afford that.
There we go. With just the Spectral Ash I had, I managed to amp up my pool all the way from, like, what was it originally? One. Okay, so originally it was at 10.3k. Now it is at 30k. So I'm gonna see, now that I've ranked it up to 11, just how much more easily this run of the pit will go. It's unfortunate that I don't have like a more proper glyph to level, but whatever. Yeah, these blood pools are pretty nasty. The amount of damage they're pumping out. But one of the unfortunate drawbacks is that when the pool is up, it's kind of hard to see if there's like an explosion of some sort that's supposed to occur. Like, if there's like a monster that's like fire enchanted and there's like a pool underneath it, it might actually cover the fire explosion. So, that's an issue. Lord Zir's pool. Yeah. I also need to get Flicker Step. That's another thing too. So I gotta like get like all the boss mats. I really do. Probably after this, the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the reputation board and try to get some like boss summoning materials that way. Yeah, the run is definitely going a lot more quickly, and I attribute that to Lord Zir's blood pool. Like, I can't see all of the damage numbers on him, but it says 19k. It doesn't look like it does that much more, but it feels a lot faster. Maybe it's like a placebo effect or something. I'm not sure. I just don't. Yeah, see, I still don't have my ult up. I have my ult up. This pack would all be dead. I also do wonder, like, how much of my damage is coming from Army of the Dead and how much of it is coming from my minions, but it's kind of hard to decouple the two, right? Like, I need to have Army of the Dead up. I need to have Army of the Dead up as much as I can, because otherwise I'm losing out on a lot of damage from my amulet, all that. What would be kind of crazier is if I switched over Unyielding Commanders to my weapon. That's another option, too. If I do that, then I can get, like, double damage on all my minions whenever I have my army. Or, no, it's not double damage. It's actually, like, 200% increased damage, right? Something crazy. So, a lot of good options there. Lethal Shrine. Oh, ouch. Ow. Yeah, I need that Flicker Step. I really do need that Flicker Step. Area. I'm gonna go next area, I guess. Oh, shoot. See what I'm talking about. It's a little difficult to see when those explosions are about to occur. And I could activate my ult here. See, there it happened again. I barely saw the traces on the ground of the explosion. That's going to be the one or that's going to be one of the drawbacks of this build, for sure. I'm trying to find, like, a proper group of monsters that I should use my ult on. Whatever, I'll just use it here then. I've been sitting on my ult for so long, waiting for, like, a good pack to use it on, but it's not. It's like, it hasn't been worth it. Okay, this would have been a good place to use it. And, okay, that golem just did like 500k damage. That was nice. But yeah, I have a protection shrine here, so that helps me stay alive, which is really good. Alright. I think I can also stack these pools, can't I? I'd have to... I mean, I'm gonna have to check this one day, but I think they stack. Yeah, I can see his health slowly going down from the pool. I don't mind that, actually. It really does feel like a nice augmentation to my build. Like being able to add the pool on top of the damage that my minions are putting out. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna need to spend some time... I might need to spend some time on Torment 1 for, like, to make Torment 2 easier, though. But when I make it to Torment 2, I'd love to run the apparitions there. Because it's Torment 2 where I feel like I get the most value out of, like, running those apparition incursions. Since I get, like, a lot of Spectral Ash, and I also get, like, boss mats and all that. More boss mats, so... biggest priority for me in Torment 1 is going to be to, like, make sure that my gear is good enough for Torment 2. So I'm going to need to, like, upgrade my weapon, for example, up from... Right now I'm using, like, this silly 750 item power two-hander. I need to switch it back. Yeah, I need to switch it back over to something that... like an ancestral, basically. Oh, ouch. Ouch. Okay.
Greetings. Well done. I appreciate that. Goodbye.
Unfortunately, my ult is still down, so... Alright. Buff up my priest a little bit, or buff them up with my skeletal priest. Activate this real quick. Oh shoot, I was supposed to activate the golem after. I did the rotation in the wrong order, but... okay, this is kinda cheating, but I'm gonna say that this was an 8-minute clear just because I was, like, messing around at some points during the run. And because it doesn't really make much sense. It doesn't really make much sense that I activated... Like, I upped this boss power from, like, rank 1 all the way to 11, and I got no value out of it. Yeah, no, that would be kind of insane. Okay, Warrior Glyph. Now we're talking. I think Warrior Glyph is for... Oh, that's for Skeletal Warriors. Like, for every 5 decks, I get increased damage on them. I mean, in the past, like, before they made all these adjustments to Minion Necro, I think this would have been one of the glyphs to use, but... Personally, I don't really like that one. Let me actually see which glyphs I would actually want, come to think of it. You deal increased non-physical damage. Enemies affected by curse kills take 10% increased damage from you, yeah. Increased physical damage and 1% movement speed for each active minion. See, that's a kind of a nice one. This one, Dead Razor. I would definitely want Dead Razor. Or Essence, too. Deal 22% increased damage to enemies that are not healthy. So Essence and Dead Razor would be two of the ones that I need. Maybe Exploit. I could even do the Golems. Yeah, but otherwise, like, I'm not really impressed by any of the options I have. If I really want to do something cheesy, I could try to, like, level Revenge, but no, I'm just gonna stick with Eliminator. It's actually the only glyph I have that I think is worth upgrading at this point. It's already up to, like, rank 20, which is kind of funny. Okay, I'm gonna salvage this, I'm gonna salvage this. So, I've gotten 2 Ancestral Legendaries.
We're leaving.
Yeah, I've gotten 2 Ancestral Legendaries since I started, but they're both, like, wands. Rather than, like, a proper two-hander. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to Tarsarak. I'm gonna try to open up that... Oh, no, wait. I should go back to Karagar and set it to Torment too, before I try to open my Reputation Cash rewards. And then I have another trick up my sleeve on how to, like, gear myself up fast. So, how do I want to do this? Oh, yeah. Torment 2. Need something. Okay, that's done. And... Unveiler's Oath. Okay, I didn't actually unlock that many of the reputation stuff. I guess I didn't really do that much, that many of the incursions. Although it's worth noting that earlier today, a hotfix got pushed out for the game that made it much easier to get reputation. So apparently that's a thing now too. I'm gonna grab what I can get. I don't have the lair boss materials, but I can still grab this for some materials. Here's for some spectral ash. I do need more. I'll hold on to the spectral ash for now, but yeah, I would need to keep buffing this power, right? And then, what else can I pick up here? Wait, dodge or block an attack. Currency cash. And finally, spectral cash, which gave me a bunch of 750s. So, not too bad. This would have been great if I needed to gear up when I was going from, if I was going from, like, Penitent to Torment 1. Death's Embrace. Which one's Death's Embrace? That's Death's Defense. Death's Embrace is... Huh? Skeletal Mage Mastery. I don't know which one's Death's Embrace. Hold on, let me throw this on real quick. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, okay. That amps my damage, and I take less damage if I use this, but I still think that this is more valuable to me right now. Okay, I'll salvage all these for now. Blood Orbs reduce my ultimate cooldown by X number of seconds. Actually, this might be a pretty useful one. I actually do get Blood Orbs from... But I mean, it's only from Hemorrhage, right? I don't know if I have any other way to get Blood Orbs, because if I did, then I might have a way to, like, really keep pushing out my army of the dead. That's to fortify me. I don't need that. Blood skills have a chance to create Blood Orb. Okay, hold on. Do I have any other ways to create Blood Orbs? That's what I want to know. One's a Blood Orb. Yeah, Blood Wave leaves behind Blood Orbs. I guess this is the aspect that people use to keep resetting their Blood Wave. It's funny how they made it, or how easy they made it to, like, keep spamming these, like, blood or these ultimate skills now for a lot of classes. Things like Flicker Step too. Use those. This is also a pretty crazy aspect too. Okay, I'm never gonna be using wands, so I'm just gonna get rid of these. Same with this one. I like the idea of having a spare, but I'm just never gonna switch. So I'm gonna get rid of the things that I don't need. Boots. I don't know if I care. Because the problem is I don't really have access to a stash. I mean, I guess I sort of do. Okay, hold on a second. Fine, I'll clean out my stash a little bit then. I don't want to have to do this while I'm in the middle of a run, but I mean, I had forgotten to do this before, so let me just see if, okay. I don't need 3 shards of Varathiel. Let's see what I have here. Fate. I have this one. It's an ancestral. I don't think I will ever be using anything other than like a max rolled. Okay, I'll keep these two then. Yeah, this is not a bad one. But the other one is pretty useless. Alright. What's this? Stone. I have 4 or 7 of these. Yeah, I don't need these. Well, this is like a pretty high roll, so I could hold on to that one. It's basically spamming these boss mats to find the one item I was looking for. I never would have expected that I would end up needing it. Or that I would fill up my entire stash with all these. Okay. What are some other things I can get rid of here? I mean, get rid of it. I mean, this is like for Necro. This one... this is something like my Druid stuff. Okay, all rares. Like, there shouldn't be a single rare in my... Wait, why do I have Minion Finesse here? What? Okay, that's interesting. It's wolves. Okay, maybe what I'll do is I'll toss these in really quickly. Gotta make some space. Wait, where did that one go? Great Staff of the Crone. Well. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to wear those later. This one, or this one. Okay, so now I should have a stash tab to myself. No, wait, I'm just a little bit short here. These 7. Alright, done. So, this is officially my Necro stash tab, because I can't organize to save my life. I mean, incidentally, this is also my 3rd character, so 3rd stash tab makes a lot of sense. Resistance to all elements, yeah, I'm never using that again. So, I will need to purge out more uniques later, but I think this is a decent starting point. I'm gonna see here, rings and amulets. If I were to sell each of these, it's like 161k times 10. That's like 1.6 million. I don't know if that's better or salvaging is better. Do I get any like good materials out of this? I'll try salvaging this batch and see. Well, I got like nothing out of that. Alright. So now I can actually start tossing stuff into my stash that I don't need. I don't have to look at it. This is perfect. Good. So, no ancestrals, based on what I can tell. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the den. I'm gonna try to see if I can get any ancestrals from there. And if I can't get any ancestrals from there, then I guess I have no choice but to try to gamble for a two-hander. Although there is one other location that I could try to roll.
Much from me, boy. But I think a demon took more from you.
There we go.
You will
By
always
your,
have an ally in Subo.
An
7.
ally is good, but a friend is even better. I'll try
I
to
think I've
make
seen
this
that dialogue before. 750 item power items, but unfortunately... So this is like a 750 item power, but again, I'm looking for Ancestral specifically, and I haven't had much luck there, it seems. Adjudicator's Mask, Slay Uravar for that. There's Apparition Incursions. I'll need to run Apparition Incursions soon, but I would like to gear up first and try to get, like, try to be able to comfortably clear Torment too before I start farming Spectral Ash. Two-handed Scythe is the most... Well, actually, no. I would normally do two-handed Scythe, but Beastmaster's training is pretty important. Yeah, I think it's actually even more important than getting, like... Here, let me open one of these up first. How much is it? 28% summon damage? No, that's not worth it, man. Crit strike damage by itself would be a lot more, because my minions are always going to crit since they inherit all my stats, right? So, only upside is this is the base damage on this is higher, but... yeah, the base damage on this is higher. Not the DPS, but, like, damage per hit. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not trying to do what I'm doing with, like, the Companion Druid, where my wolves are on a cooldown anyway, so having a sword isn't even that bad.
Hello, shining.
Let's see if I can get... Oh, there you go. Two-handed... Oh, crit strike damage as the GA rule too. Oh, that is insane. I'm going to roll off Essence on Kill for Int. Now, I think I've mentioned before that the ideal temper, or the ideal GA would have probably been Int, but Crit Strike damage is good here too, since by putting on Crit Strike damage, I can combo it with Beastmaster's Training. Speaking of Beastmaster's Training, I'm still running Summon Damage on my weapon here. Yeah, I haven't gotten any legendary recipes for this Necro specifically, but if I can get it for... But you know what? Yeah, I'm already in Torment, so I think it's fair to use this recipe, because I don't... Like, if this were, like, my first character, then I would eventually get crit strike damage, so... yeah, I would just need to, like... I would just need to run Whispers, and I'd eventually get it. I could do that, but... Yeah, just... To simplify things, I'm just going to say that, yeah, I mean, I'm already in Torment, so I should be able to use this Worldly Finesse. I probably would have done that regardless. Oh, Overpower. Vulnerable damage. No, I don't want that. Here, I should get... I still only have magic minion augments. That's kind of crazy to me, but sure. Worldly Finesse. Overpower. Overpower. Vulnerable? Overpower? Wow. They really don't want me to get crit strike. Oh, there we go. Okay, last try. I mean, that... I kind of made a mistake there. I should have actually tempered on the minion augments. It doesn't matter what minion augments I got. But the reason why I didn't bother holding out on that is just because I figure it's going to take a while before I get to, like, legendary minion augments anyway. So this will probably just be a temp for me. Or if I want to, like, make it, like, more useful later on, I could try to get, like, a Scroll of Restoration from the Infernal Horde's Compass. I know I already have at least one Infernal Horde's Compass, so I can always run that to get a Scroll of Restoration for the weapon roll. Essence on Kill, that has to go. This one's a no-brainer. I go for Int. And I think at this point in the game, it would be safe to assume that I'd have plenty of materials or gem fragments that I would even be able to get Flawless Emeralds.
The stars
So...
manifest.
I'm gonna equip this, and like you can see that damage is going sky high, and now it's going even higher. 131%, just my weapon alone. And as it stands, I would want to have crit strike damage, like even more crit strike damage from my other, well, all my other items, because that's like where I'd get the most amount of damage on average, since I have like 100% crit strike chance, right? Of course, granted, I don't think I'd have this high of a rank on Beastmaster's training. With the Spectral Ash that I got from the Reputation board, I would have enough to buff this up probably to about rank 11 is my guess, but still, again, for simplicity's sake, yeah, let's just say that I have enough. Oh, right. And I'm gonna do a reanimation aspect. And that will belong on my weapon. Good. So now my damage should go up by a considerable margin. Everything else, all these other weapons, I can safely just salvage. I'm never going to be using them now. With regards to the rest of my equipment, though, I'll probably have to snag some upgrades on these eventually, but this is fine for now. I have some more obols. You know what? Where my obols will go next is trying to get like Ring of Mendelin, I think. Like, that's a big part of the build. So I have to sort that out a little later. But for the time being, I want to try doing the run again. This time I'm using Spinal, well, let's just call it Reanimation Sword. So this should be fine.
I don't like this place.
Okay. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to see some of my damage numbers here. Like, I can't really tell the damage numbers, whether or not they're going up. It's not like wolves where I know that there's 8 like damage numbers that show up. I can, like, it's easy for me to measure the damage on my companion druid, but for minions there's like so many different sources of damage, and the fact that there's like the pool here doesn't really help either. And I also have like Iron Maiden, so there's like a lot of damage numbers everywhere. But based off of the feel of the run, it's definitely going quicker than before. Yeah, I can always measure it by how much time is spent on this run. So far, I feel like I've been on point with my casts. Oh yeah, these guys are increased health. I think it's fair for me to use my ultimate here. Because if it's a monster with increased health, then that would be the way to go to speed things up. Oh, ouch. I want to get hit by that. Whoa, lag. If anyone has questions about the Minion Necro so far, just let me know. I am going to eventually do a video kind of covering how the build looks when I make it into, like, when I clear Torment 4, so that'll be another thing to look forward to, too, for any Minion Necro enthusiasts out there. Ooh, Lethal Shrine. All right. Right. Gonna keep going here. What do we have? Blast Wave Shrine? Yeah, why not? I'll abuse this. There we are. Next pack. Ow. Oh, DR monster. Take that one out. I still have my ult, but I'm kind of saving it until after my Blast Wave Shrine ends, just to get the most out of my shrine. I'll activate my ult here. Why not? There's some monsters up ahead. Some of them actually also have increased health, so this was really the right call for me to use this when I did. Ow. Okay. Gonna activate my ultimate here, and I'm standing in front of the DR monster and in front of the suppressor monster, so neither of those effects should have any impact on my ults there. I'm almost done the run here. Is there? Oh yeah, I went the wrong way. I was like, oh, there we are.
Greetings. Well done. Thank you. Farewell.
Nice. Part of the reason why this run is going so much quicker too, it's not just the, well, I mean, I upgraded to an ancestral weapon, so the base damage of my swords goes up by like 15%, but I think that's not why my damage has increased so much. I think it's the fact that the boss power that I have scales. Oh, hey, Golem's Glyph. I got some Murmuring Obols too. So it's because this boss power scales with my weapon damage. So I think previously it was like 30 something K, right? It's like, yeah, just 30K. Now it's up to 47.5. Well, actually, I should go to town. I should go to town and then measure it there. I got golems, but I don't think I got anything else. Yeah, I don't plan to use golems, so. Or the golem's glyph, rather. So if I go to Karagar, right? Previously, I remember my damage was 30K, just for the Zir pool power alone. And now, it is... apparently it went down. Okay, there we go. With Inner Calm, it's close to 35. So, it went from 30K to like 35K, which is got like a 16% increase in damage, roughly. And then, but then the other bigger upgrade to my boss powers was Beastmaster's Training, right? Like previously I had only 50% increase to my damage multiplicative, but now it's 131% because I got like GA crit strike damage. And then another temper roll for crit strike damage on this, as opposed to before I had a non-GA roll and it was summoning damage that I had rather than crit strike damage. Or maybe I did have crit strike damage on this as a temper, actually, but it wasn't... Well, yeah, it just isn't as high as it is now. The gems were lower grade, too, so I got some more crit strike damage from there. So I think this run that I just did, right? Let me just... Yeah, I had like 10 minutes left on the clock. Well, let's just say 9:45, I guess. Yeah, I'll just say 9:45. So 9 minutes 45 seconds remaining. I upgraded to Ancestral Two-Handed Sword. And crit strike damage also boosted. Beastmasters. Put with GA crit strike. Alright, yeah, that's good. I don't know if I made any other adjustments, but yeah, that's fine for now. I could upgrade this 2 more times if I wanted to. Want to go down that route. Oh, CSC, lucky hit chance, cold resistance. 6% chance to reduce its active cooldown. No, that's okay. I don't think that that's worth it. Alright, so I've been having fun like messing around with limit testing the pit, but I kind of want to do something else now. So, what do I have on hand? Okay, I have like a Tribute of Titans. I have 1 Tribute of Titans for getting like boss mats and all that, but I'm gonna hold off on that for a little bit. I think Varyana. Oh, did I already use her? Oh yeah, I did use her report rewards already. Because one of the report rewards that I can get from Varyana is, I guess, Malignant Hearts, and some of the other mercenaries I could actually get some pretty useful... Well, yeah, like, this guy's got Exquisite Blood, right? I think one of them has Distilled Fear. I'm not sure which, but yeah, that's like one way I could have gotten more boss mats. What I'm going to try to do in order to get boss mats is to run the Apparition Incursions. This is Torment 2. I'm going to try to see how well I fare on Torment 2. And incidentally, I would get a Whisper for this too. And there's other people clearing it. But most importantly, when this is done, I will actually fight Belial. I'll get Spectral Ash, but he also gives boss mats, I think. Let me try that, because I remember running these incursions. I was getting like a lot of boss mats. Also, they upped the amount of... I think they reduced how tough these apparitions are, or at least maybe they did it in the lower difficulties. Since that was written in their patch notes not too long ago. That's how I know. The patch notes for the hotfix that just got released earlier today. I'll just activate my ult, sure. Shouldn't be too much trouble. Oh, that was... I don't know what pulled them in. That wasn't me. Oh, there was another guy there. Corpse Tendrils. I see it. Hey, Distilled Fear is nice. Yeah, see? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, these Apparition Incursions apparently drop quite a number of boss mats. So, I have a choice. I can either run a bunch of Nightmare Dungeons, because Nightmare Dungeons are supposed to be the main source of Distilled Fears. Or I could run a bunch of this. And right now I'm leaning more towards this. And just to recap, the reason why I need Distilled Fears is because I want Ring of Mendelin, and I can't remember the name of the sword. I'm going to go look it up in a second. But I need that sword. Right now I'm using this... That's another reason, by the way, why I'm okay just bricking this sword, because I'm kind of using it really just as a temp until I get the real deal, which is that sword I was talking about. The problem with that sword is if I'm going to be getting it as a unique, then it's unlikely I'll be able to get it as a GA unique, but... Or as an ancestral unique, right? By the time I'm trying to push for Torment 4. But still, I'm going to try to make do with what I have. Especially because the modifier on it is pretty insane. If I remember right. I'll have to take a look at it again. But, yeah, kind of nuts. I have Tau Loop, don't I? Yeah, I do. Or, not Tau Loop. I have Aspect of Elements here. Alright. It's probably just gonna explode, I imagine. Here, just gonna activate my ults. I don't know if that's my damage or theirs, or if it's a combination. I mean, I'd see like Lightning Spear, or not Lightning Spear, but I see some... Actually, that was Lightning Spear. Yeah, I see somebody spamming Lightning Spear and all that, so... I mean, somebody, at least one other person has some kind of damage. I got Minion Finesse out of this, hooray. So now I don't feel so bad about using the Crit Strike damage recipe anymore. Well, it's not the same thing, but it's close enough. In this case. So Distilled Fear... Like, yeah, I ran one of these incursions, and I was able to get a bunch of... I was able to get some of these unique like the boss mats, so like that I'm gonna need to run in order to get the uniques, right? I also got a whole bunch of spectral ash, so I'm gonna use this to amp up my boss power here. Now, again, keep in mind that if Beastmaster's training and Hatred's Embrace weren't maxed out already, I'd probably be distributing my points equally between these two until they reach like rank 11 or so, and then I'd be trying to pump up Lorzir's blood pool. That's probably how I would do it. But yeah, I'm gonna go to Tree of Whispers, turn in my Whispers, and then I'm gonna go to the next incursion. And I'm gonna be doing incursions for a little bit. Kind of interesting because, well, yeah. I mean, I do need to run incursions for. Oh, I went to the wrong area. I need the incursions for pretty much everything right now. So that's where I'll be. They even have a good chance to drop me, like, because they give me like a couple chests, right? So sometimes I can actually get some good recipes or glyphs. Collection of legards or rings. Okay, collection of rings is #1 priority right now. I need as many chances to get a ring of Mendelin as possible. Alright, I'm gonna head on over. Imperial Library.
I know this blade. Thank you for bringing this to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn these in so that if ever I need to teleport here, the quest marker isn't blocking the waypoint. This will also be a fun chance to see how well I can handle Torment 2 on my own, because on the previous run I had like 6 other people helping me out, but this time I'm not so sure.
Your efforts are for
Whoa,
naught,
lag.
mortals. This realm is mine, and I shape it as I wish.
Yeah, definitely struggling quite a bit here. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I'm struggling quite a bit, and the thing is, I'm also missing my... there's an aspect, Cult of Minion, I think, where I can get, like, 2 more Skeletal Mages and, Skeletal Warriors. If I had that aspect, I think I'd have a little bit more damage at my disposal, but I don't, so... yeah. Alright. So this is just all the, like, the boss power stuff alone that I'm pumping up. But I think one of the other things I should have done, well, I'm about to do, I'm gonna probably use my Paragon points. At that point, I've kind of done it in the order that, like, I like to do the Paragon stuff later because, you know, if this were like a fresh character, I know I keep saying that, but if this were a brand new character, I wouldn't have like all these Paragon points, right? But now that I've had a chance to test the boss powers, I can probably put in like 1 or 2 boards worth of Paragon points, and I think that's fair game. So yeah, I'm gonna need to do something about that in a second. Collection of salvage. I don't really think I. Oh, whoa! I'm gonna need to take a look at that more closely later. Collection of rings. No ring of Mendelin, unfortunately. Thorn army. I got a cry rune. It's quite accurate about how I feel right now. Am I? Oh yeah, no. There's another guy here too. A whirlwind barb. I activated my ult around the same time he started spinning with whirlwinds. I don't know if the damage is his or mine. Wow, he has like 2 GA on these, and he has a pretty nice setup going too. Whirlwind with earthquakes and dust devils.
That'll cough up that Gedianda.
Alright. Ouch. I don't know if I'll be able to clear this, actually. At this rate. Well, I mean, I'll be able to activate my ult here, and it'll help a lot, but... still, it takes a while to go through everything. Yeah, I'll be able to trigger Belial. No, this is fine. I think the Earthquake Barb is putting in some work, too, on the other side. I imagine he's doing more damage than I am right now, although, to be fair... I haven't actually used my Paragon points. Let me maybe do that. I'll do that now because I think it'll be better in the long run if I actually have my board. Sure. Even just 1 legendary node Armor for my summons. There we go. Okay. 40% increased damage for 20%, or for every 20% attack speed bonus they have, or whatever it is. I don't want to read the rest of it. I just know that it's damage for my minions, so maybe I'll use that. It should make a pretty big difference, but unlike with my other builds, it's very difficult to kind of see the exact damage difference just by looking at the numbers, because like I said, there's like so many, right? Since all the minions are hitting at the same time, plus thorns, and then I'm also running blood pool on this particular build. Okay. I'm gonna chill here. Also, I want to take a look and see if I try to refund my Paragon points, I'd be refunding 45. So, this would be like Paragon level 16 or so, assuming that you have all the renown rewards, including the ones from Nahantu. Kind of nice to know. Hey, Distilled Fears, nice. That feels good. See those Distilled Fears. Anytime I see those Distilled Fears, feels pretty good. I would want to try to see if I could run Beast in the Ice, but I don't know how well I'll last against them. I guess there's no harm in trying. Hey, unique helm. Or legendary ancestral helm with hardened bones, intelligence, max life, and 11.5% resistance to all elements. Wow, that is a dream. That is a dream of a helmet. That is a nasty helmet. Empower me at 68% effectiveness. It should be okay. If I don't use that. Because I don't really need to empower myself anyway. I usually like to have that because I think that, well, when it says empowers me at 68% effectiveness, I don't know if what that means is that I myself get the bonus, and then because minions inherit the bonus, like inherit my stats, I don't know if my minions will also inherit that bonus too, you know? Hey, more Distilled Fears. Wow, this is maybe because the game knows I'm a necro and I need Distilled Fears. It's giving me what I need. No, I'm kidding. Of course not. I could go do another... I could try to do one of the incursions. Yeah, this one has a whisper attached to it, so I'd like to hit that if possible. There's going to come a point where these aren't going to be attached to whispers, and when that time hits, I want to actually step back and kind of like sort out my gear. Although I do have a couple minutes now anyway, because this incursion took a while. Increase damage over time. No, I don't need that. Int. Poison res. Ossified. No, I don't need these. Skeleton warriors explode on death, dealing physical damage to stranding enemies. They lose 25% life per second while in combat. They take and then skeleton mages take less damage and deal increased damage. Now, what I'm trying to figure out right now is that if I use this, right, I could keep spamming raise skeletons to get my priests to keep healing my skeleton warriors. I mean, I could just do it just to try it out. Yeah, I could try it out in a little bit. CSC, lucky hit, cold resistance. I'll use this, though. I lose out on a little bit of Skeletal Warrior Mastery, but frankly, this is kind of an insane helmet. It also gives me 25% damage reduction, too, because why not? As for the empowers me, I can throw that on my boots, or I could use the Blizzard aspect. I'm not sure which I'd prefer. I think I'd rather have Bloodgetters. Increasing their damage by 30%. Okay, so if I get 68% of that bonus, right? Let's just say 2/3, so it boosts my damage by 20%. kind of want to see blizzards, though. I actually really do want to see blizzards. Well, let's just see how well this goes. Replacing my boots for blizzard for now. And then later, maybe if I don't really care for blizzard, I can just replace blizzard for blood getters or something. But,
The wonders of sanctuary at your
cold
fingertips.
bringers.
How may I help you?
Blood getters. I should mark those two. And then, yeah, the one aspect that matters the most isn't available. As soon as I get the one which is like +2 skeletons and +2 mages, then, or warriors and +2 mages, then yeah, I probably am gonna switch right over. What about this? At some point, I'm also going to need to replace these boots for Flicker Step, and then I'm going to need to put Occult Dominion somewhere else, so I'm going to need to think about that one as well. A lot of stuff to think about, for sure. And it's always like that. And yeah, I'm never using this sword, so I should salvage it in order to get the aspect. Service and Sacrifice. So I could use this. In place of Aspect of Elements. Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes, I guess. Sure, I'll try it.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
144. Oh, shoot. I think I should still be able to make it. I have about 30 seconds, so I think I can get there in time. I'm gonna get there. Maybe clear the boss. I'd like to grab some more Distilled Fears. I actually enjoy that it's like a one-stop shop for like all the stuff that I need. Including, I gotta keep buffing up this boss power, right? I'd like to get this boss power up to rank 20, and then I can worry about everything else. Alright, Belial moves to a new location, so I made it in time for the second phase.
It's a fight you wanted.
Oh, yeah, right. My skeletons are dying super fast. Whoa.
We have nothing standing.
Yeah, all my skeletons are just dead. Okay. They're also supposed to explode on them. I don't know how much this explosion actually does, though. I want to actually see the skeleton explode and how much damage it does so that I know whether or not I should keep it. But I don't like having, like, no skeletons, regular skeletons whatsoever. I think I just saw, like, a 61k damage number. Explode on death. I think they just hit for, like, 9k. That was, like, nothing. The easiest way to test would be to, like, unsummon all my guys and then summon one skeleton to find... Yeah, I can do that right now. Here, fine. I'll just take this off. Sacrifice for a second. Okay, now I need to find one monster. Here. Okay, it's gonna slowly die, and... It hit for 40k. Okay, no, I'm taking this aspect off. That was pretty pathetic, I must say. That is not worth it. That is not worth it at all. That is not, like... My skeleton mages do, like, 50% more damage. That's great and all, but... I mean... I lose 5 skeletons. That's the trade-off. If I activate my ult, though, maybe? That might be, Yeah. I messed up. I actually activated my ult way too early, but again, I don't think it really much matters. It's hard to tell my damage from everybody else's, anyway. And, yeah, no, I mean, everybody else is doing so much damage. Ooh! It's a GA Ancestral Amulet. Exquisite Blood, Living Steel. Okay. Ah, in max life and cold resistance. Unfortunately, the GA wasn't on the int, but yeah, I could use some more life too. Why not, right? Blood Orbs restore essence. And I did get some more Spectral Ash, so again, I'm just going to pump up this boss power with every incursion that I do. When's the next incursion? Oh, how convenient. It's starting now. But I'm guessing that since I can't really see it... Oh, no, it's right here. Okay. I'm going to head over there then. I'm going to need to get rid of this aspect soon, too. Hold on a second. This is the wrong spot. Lord Zir's Blood Pool.
It is done.
Greater collection of materials. Do I need any of the other ones? It's not like I need raiment or something like that. For the leg guards, it would be nice to get a better set of Blood Moon breaches, but I'm gonna worry about that later. Because this isn't even like an ancestral... This isn't even a greater cache, let alone like an ancestral cache. Although I find that I only get those ancestral caches in like Torment 3 and above. I never really get them in... I rarely get them in Torment 2 or lower. Torment 2 or Torment 1. Generally speaking, I don't activate caches in Torment 1 at all, because usually I can already break into Torment 2 right out the gate. It's not like in the PTR where, like, getting to Torment 2 is actually a little bit more challenging. Here it's just, yeah, you can waltz into Torment 2, it's just that it takes a while to kill stuff there. No. Oh. I'm gonna activate my ult on this one and see. Oh, I think those blizzards are from me, right? Or are from my mages. Two-handed axe. I'll just pick this up now. Oh, okay. I got like a couple annuals. Malignant Hearts. Exploit Glyph. I need that one for later. And then all this stuff. Cur Rune. Oh, okay, I got a Cur Rune. I can finally do something with that. Yeah, I'll sort that out a little later. Yeah, nice that I can just let my minions do their thing while I read my stuff. My favorite part about playing a minion necro. Well, one of my favorite parts. Activating my ult here. It's a big pack, so I think it's a pretty reasonable time to do so. Ooh, okay. Actually does do a pretty nice amount of damage. About 1 million is good here. Makes me wonder what the Thorns Barb is going to look like, especially with Andariel's Flaming Skull. The funny thing about trying to use Andariel's Flaming Skull is that means that I have to fight Andariel, and I have to somehow kill Andariel with my Thorns Barb. That'll be fun to try and figure out. I could always just splash like a... I could try to splash some core skill, or like Mighty Throw or something if I really wanted to, but I want to see if I can get by with just basic attacks alone, ideally. Territorial Glyph, nice. I think Belial's coming soon, so... Yeah, these blizzards I think are from my mages. That actually looks kind of cool. Okay, activated my ultimate. I don't know if that really changes much. Nah, his health bar still goes down at roughly the same pace, so... Yeah, others are doing a good chunk of damage. Living Steel, Exquisite Blood. Yeah, no, it's nice that I get to run these to get, like, boss mats. And the Spectral Ash. Incursion is coming up. World Boss is coming up too, but I don't know if I really need anything from World Boss. Okay, finally. There's an Apparition Incursion available, but that one's not worth any Whispers, so... I can... Okay. Reach out of damage. I could skip that one in favor of trying to up my equipment and get the things that I need for my build. So... I'm gonna start off with this amulet. Yeah, let me upgrade my amulet. Do I... % increase damage for each 20% of attack speed bonus they have. Well... I'm missing an aspect, but you know, one way to really boost up my attack speed is to throw this on, but it also requires that I need to have damage to crowd-controlled enemies, and I have, like, none of that, so something else to figure out. Hold on, I'm gonna check something real quick. Oh yeah, right, I remember. The new unique. Diablo 4, Minion Necro unique Season 8. What did they add? Okay. It's is it Sanguivore Blade of Zir? I think that's the one, right? Yeah. Sanguivore Blade of Zir. It's got a bunch of summon damage. It's got intelligence, max life, +2 skeletal warrior, mage, and golem mastery, and chance for Army of the Dead to deal double damage. I also get like some sort of vampiric curse along with it, so that's gonna be fun. I don't know how the build will work with that, but it's a lot of raw damage. I don't know. It looks like it's gonna amp up my damage on my minions a lot more than this will. Because it's like +2 for skeletal, or +2 ranks to skeletal warrior mastery, mages, golem, right? And that's without it being selected as a GA and without it being selected for masterworking. So it's a lot of stuff to consider there. Hold on. Okay, gonna keep at it. So there's another apparition incursion coming up. This one also doesn't have a whisper attached to it, so it's fine. All right. I'm gonna switch out
There is
this
magic in
amulet
motion.
here.
Let me show you.
I have Skeleton Mage on. So it really bothers me that the Minion Finesse recipe is like worse than crit strike damage, like straight up worse. So Minion Finesse, I could do like summon damage, skeletal or skeleton mage damage, or golem damage. Now the one upside, if I do get plus skeleton mage and golem damage, is that it buffs my Army of the Dead's damage, which could be a pretty big deal. But right now, if instead of Minion Finesse, I use Worldly Finesse, I actually get more damage than I do from here because my crit strike chance is so high. So, with that said, I should do Worldly Finesse here for crit strike damage. Good. And then the other modifier I'm going to put, right, I'm just going to double check this, but I think it'll be pretty obvious. Mobility, yeah. So the only other one worth considering is this one, Necromancer Efficiency for ultimate cooldown reduction. Or Golem cooldown reduction, but yeah, okay, ultimate cooldown reduction is ideal. Also, something I just realized, okay, no, I did max out Army of the Dead. So this is the natural, this is its, this is how much it, this is the cooldown by. One spirit cooldown reduction. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm actually going to take a moment to properly temper everything before I keep going. Max life, no. Total armor, okay, there. What are my resistances at? Yeah, my resistances are pretty much maxed now too because of my ancestral amulet. Although, I do need to temper this aspect onto it. Unyielding Commander. And in addition to Unyielding Commander, I also need to put something else on this ring because this is a terrible, this is a terrible aspect for my build, I would say. Aspect of Decay, aspect of Elements. Yeah, I could just... aspect of Serration? Bloodseekers. Blood-soaked. Bone Dusters. Gotta be something here. Conceited? I could do Conceited aspect. Yeah, I'll consider using Conceited, although I don't think I actually found a Conceited aspect during this run, so maybe I won't be using that after all. Casting an ultimate skill increases your damage by 23% for 8 seconds. What would that look like if I threw that on? 41.5? You know what? Actually, that doesn't seem that bad at all. Yeah, sure. Let's use that for now. Because what I used to have was Aspect of Elements, but I don't really like Aspect of Elements since it's nice as a placeholder, but never as like an endgame sort of thing, right? Yeah, I'd rather have ways to reduce the cooldown on my ult. Speaking of ways to reduce the cooldown on my ults, the reason why I was saying I'm going to take a pause to actually sort out my gear is because I know that I have 2 other... I'm just going to salvage this. I'm never going to be using that now that I have an ancestral amulet. There we go. My next critical strike. No, I don't need this one. So I'm going to temper this with the same stuff as what I had before. Or actually, wait. I'm already pretty close to the cap. So let me take a look and see what the other boards are going to be. Hulking Monstrosity. Grants increased damage if I consume 6 or 5 corpses. Yeah, I could do that if I wanted. I gain 15% damage reduction and deal 30% increased crit strike damage. Okay. I don't really mess around with blood orbs. Increased overpower damage. Corrupting effects. Up It's a 2000 intelligence. All right. Cursed enemies take 10% increased damage, and the bonus increases by 10% for each second they're cursed. Okay. Yeah, so I can do Frailty, Hulking Monstrosity maybe, and Flesh Eater. Or maybe even Scent of Death. Some combination of those four. Those four boards. Yeah, I'm just making this up on the fly. Like, I can cook it together, and I think it'll turn out all right. Like, I'll be able to make it in... Here's the thing about my builds. You'll be able to make it in a Torment 4 if you follow what I'm doing, probably. But, of course, there's going to be people who are going to be running, like, S tier or, like, broken tier builds that are going to be stronger. And there's even other players who are more knowledgeable about Minion Necro than I am, of course, like much more knowledgeable. So those people will have probably better builds cooked up. So that's just something to keep in mind, right? All right. So the reason I was looking at those Paragon boards in the first place is I was trying to figure out if I need to like look out for like damage to for like a specific type of damage, right? Because this power here needs like damage to crowd controlled for me to actually get the attack speed modifier from it. There's also Army of the Dead, where its damage gets increased by skeleton, mage, and golem damage bonuses, right? So if I'm gonna temper crit strike damage, it doesn't really boost the multiplicative damage modifier on this or on any of my boss powers. That's why I mean, it boosts my Beastmaster's training, but it's already almost maxed. So that's kind of what I'm really trying to hash out here. So I'm thinking I'm going to go Minion Finesse, and I'm going to try to amp up Golem damage here. Skeleton Mage damage would be good too, but Golem damage is great because I can get some pretty nasty crit overpowers against DR and suppressor type monsters. All right. What am I going to replace for it? Skeleton Mage damage. What is on this one? Summon damage? Oof. Attack speed on it, too. I definitely do need more attack speed, but... hold on. Where's my... I'm still missing these two aspects, but Aspect of Frenzied Dead is where I would be getting a lot of my attack speed from. Attack speed for 3 seconds. Aspect of Frenzied Dead, and... here we are. My minions gain 3% active attack speed and deal 3% increased damage for each active minion. So right now I have 9 minions, so they're getting 27% attack speed off of that. So that's the other attack speed related ones are these three. Oh, what about on the Paragon board? I'm going to look for attack speed. I can get summon attack speed here. 30%. If I get Aspect of Occult Dominion, that's 4 extra minions times 3, so that's 12. 27 plus 12, it makes 39. This boosts them up to 49, and then with the aspect that I was eyeballing here... Yeah, I could... Oh, not this one. This one. Yeah, I could actually hit 200% attack speed if I combo those together. But if I did the damage to crowd controlled, I could boost Torsk's Rage. And I don't think it's enough, though. Even if I upgrade this, I see that it's only going up by 0.5% per level. So 0.5 times 19, that's like 5. Like, what, 10% more? So I can boost this up to like 20% attack speed. No, that's not worth it, man. That is really not worth it. Like, I'm gonna go through all that effort, and then I'm gonna also have to put damage to crowd control on all my equipment? No way. No, I'm not doing that. That's just not worth it. Anyway, ultimate cooldown reduction. Golem active cooldown reduction is acceptable also for the time being. Later, I'm gonna wanna switch it out. Right, I'm gonna need to switch it out, but for now, this will do. All right. What do we have here? Yeah, so I think I'm going to leave it as Golem active cooldown reduction for the time being. Later on, ultimate cooldown reduction might be a more desirable pick, but for now this will have to do. It does have crit strike damage. I don't know if... I think I'd rather have life on it, though. Yeah, I think I would rather have life rather than crit strike damage here. Damage. Yeah, it's so much to juggle around. Crit strike damage. This is 148%. If I take this off and then I put this on. And what's my strike chance right now? It's like 30%. Yeah, okay. Well, I can't afford to take it off just yet. Okay, max life. There we go. Fine. Sure. It's kind of hard to get max life. I do need max life on my gear. So I think this is the best case scenario. Int max life and crit strike chance. Then as far as the aspects are concerned, I think as long as I'm not using aspect of service and service and sacrifice, it'll be fine. But that begs the question, what else can I use? I think my old one was Vehement Brawler. I know I had just imprinted it, but yeah, I can just re-imprint it again. No big deal. I lost a fair bit of lightning resist from this one, so I can use a topaz to kind of compensate the resistances. Topaz and emerald, probably. And with this one. All right. Oh wait, no, this isn't my necro stuff. Here's the other ring that I had, and I was debating whether or not I wanted to switch my other one, but I don't think I should. Only worth switching this out if I got like crit strike chance and crit strike damage, and besides, like at some point I'm going to be replacing this with Ring of Mendelin anyway, so who really cares in this case? I'm going to salvage this. I'm never going to be using that amulet. Same with this one, I think. Well, who knows, maybe. I thought I had Ancestral Pants, but I don't. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Oh, yeah, right, I'm supposed to replace my cold resistance, too. On my amulet. movement speed is good, but Death's Embrace, it's not bad. CSC. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, why not? Embrace. Yeah, I mean, if it were like Hellbent Commander or some other modifier like that, I think I would have preferred that, but for now, I'll just focus on trying to get max crit strike chance, I guess. What are my runes anyway? Cast 5 skills and become exhausted for 5 seconds. You know, to tell you the truth, I actually kind of regret that decision that I made just now. Do I have crit strike chance somewhere? Yeah, there it is. Garun. So I can actually just do this to get myself my max crit strike chance. And, oh, okay, Death's Embrace again. Or attack speed. Attack speed also could be a good candidate. In fact, attack speed might be better in this case, because Death's Embrace is like, what, 3% per level? Or is it 2%? Get like 6% on this, but then if I do attack speed, not only do my minions get, well, faster attack speed, but they also get a bonus from the cult leader legendary node that I'm using. So I think that's how I'll do it. So much decision making to do, but at least I have that sorted out. So this is fine for now. I can go lightning resistance and poison resistance here in a second. Lightning, cold, and poison. So lightning, cold, and then almost capped on resistances. And that's just for my amulet and ring. Then I think I also got this. Yeah, I'm not changing this. This one's fine. Although, now that I think about it, I could probably put another temper on this. Because I know which temper I would want. I could use this one for Fortify. I don't really think I need damage reduction for my minions. The only time I've ever seen them die is when I use that aspect of service and sacrifice. Oh wait, no, that's defensive. I was supposed to look at these ones. No, the one that I was looking for specifically was either going to be Execution Innovation or Thorn Army. And to tell you the truth, it's very rare that my Skeleton Priest duration like runs out. Like I'm usually spamming it anyway, so I should be using this one. And I'm hoping for Spiked Armor specifically. It's really the only... It's the only real option. Spiked Armor. Okay, 1 to Spiked Armor isn't great, but it'll have to do. See, even 1 point in Spiked Armor was enough to get me, like, an extra, like, 50 armor or something like that. That was pretty nuts. So, that one's a given. Alright, I think I've stalled long enough. I'm kind of like an hour into this, and I haven't really made much progress. I'm too busy, like, fawning over my gear that's going to be replaced sooner or later anyway. I do have 1 run of Beast in the Ice, so I'm going to attempt that real quick. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off, though. That's the thing I'm scared of, that I'm not going to be able to clear it. Actually, wait. I remember, I think earlier, Nick on YouTube pointed out that he managed to get the new sword from Beast in the Ice, but it's actually supposed to drop from somewhere else, I think. Here, let me just double check. Okay. Blade of Zir. Okay, so Blade of Zir is supposed to drop from... Oh, okay, I guess that would make sense. Lord Zir drops the Sanguivore Blade of Zir, so I'm going to try that. I think that fight is not that difficult, because all I really need to do is stand back, and like it usually goes just fine. I have a 7-second cooldown on my evade. Good to know.
Now there's a choice cut.
Unfortunately, that means that my increased movement speed doesn't... Actually, how does that work? It's whenever I cast evade, right? So, you can't cast evade to reset unless I time it properly. Increased movement speed from killing monsters alongside Variana. Oh yeah, that's why I have Variana. It was supposed to be for... she was supposed to be the one to give me like some attack speed too. That was what it was. Yeah, I've activated my ult. His health bar actually does move when the ult is active, but it does still take some time to get this all going. Oh, let's step away from that. The other thing I'm kind of scared of is that his blood pools look the same as my blood pools. Oh yeah, I'm also supposed to consider using Decrepify. Let's step away from that. Yeah, Decrepify would be nice. Get some damage reduction. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna switch out Iron Maiden for that. I think I should. I just should. Oh no. Wait, did he actually hit me with that? And then I tanked it with Barrier and Fortify? I don't think that doesn't sound right. He instantly killed me with it last time, and back then I had like an elixir active. Oh no. Oh man, this fight takes forever. Oh, no, no. I don't know how my minions are still alive. Ow. Dude, I can't tell which pools are mine and which ones are his. I thought this pool was mine. That's why I walked right into it. Okay, well. This is such a silly fight. Alright, there we go. So now I just have to wait like another half a minute for my ult to come back. Oh, ouch. These Bloodseekers don't do very much damage to me. It's only Zir's effects that are particularly scary. Oh, man. Maybe I gotta just start running Blood Mist. Yeah, this is what I was saying before, too, that maybe I should just run Blood Mist. Because fights like this require me to be a little more... have some more ways to just keep myself alive, right? Okay. Oh, come on. You went up into the sky just as I cast my skill. You just keep summoning Bloodseekers? Ah. Yeah, see, my damage is split between him and the Bloodseekers. I would have preferred if all of the damage was just Zir specifically, but... Oh, this way. I'm glad I have evade charges. Ow, ow, ow. It was kind of a troublesome fight. No, no! I think I walked into the pool, didn't I? No! I have enough evade charges. Thankfully, I have 3 evade charges. Can I survive that? Oh. Ow. Subo reinforcement? What, because I got CC'd? Why does he keep jumping in the air after I've just activated my ult? There we go. Ugh. And see, these blood pools are mine. I walked into them and I didn't take any damage. Could have made it a little easier to tell which one's mine. So, yeah, I can open this horde. Okay. I'm hoping this unique ring is Mendelin, but probably not, right? That is not wishful thinking. The first try. First try. Oh, wait, I just noticed Belial spawned too. I was too busy fawning over the ring that I completely forgot that that Belial can spawn. So now I gotta try to avoid getting killed here. Okay. Ouch. Okay. Why? Why did, like, every time I activate my ult, they just hop away. But, I mean, this time it's okay. Like, he didn't go invulnerable. He just teleported. So my army of the dead can still seek him out.
Only fuel my rage.
I'm actually doing don't. I was gonna say I'm doing a better job dodging than usual. Oh, I'm a goof. That was so stupid. I died for like no reason, and now I lost my chance, I think, to take down Belial. I think if I lose the fight, then... Yeah, if I lose the fight, then he goes away. Ah, darn it. Well, that's lame. I get for not paying attention. And, like... I do, like, no damage. I actually do no damage when Army of the Dead and my other stuff isn't available. Look at these. These are, like, regular monsters. They're not even summons from... they're not even summons from Zir. Okay, let me actually get Ring of Mendelin on. Yeah, I'm gonna get Ring of Mendelin on, and we'll see what happens after that. Yeah. Ring of Mendelin. Intelligence, damage, and summon attack speed. Along with 1 rank for each of these, but most of all, it has the unique, where every 6th attack explodes for like 6k damage, so hopefully that will... Yeah, hopefully that'll carry me through some of these fights. I'm gonna go back to town real quick, and I'm gonna throw a socket into it and everything. Okay, 1 second. Also, there's a whisper tied to Pit, so might have to do that later. Oh, this incursion actually has a whisper tied to it too. So I could run both of those. But... Oh, I should probably add a socket into here too, huh? Ah, it's Casime's. This is that Bloodwave pants that everyone's been running that does insane amounts of damage. Alright. That brings me up to almost capped resistances. I have Frostburn. I don't really need that. Rakanoths. Now, here's an option for me. I could run Rakanoths just to get the cooldown reduction and the resistance to all elements. But then again, I think I don't think that's necessary just yet. I do want to get Flicker Step, though. Flicker Step is going to be one of the key items that I need. At this point, I should probably get rid of this. Yeah, I don't know if that...
I'll keep my forge hot.
Don't really think that the power that it had really helps me. The one where, like, when I use my golem, oh, it explodes for, like, a bit of extra damage. And also, that last fight that I did, where Belial spawned, I should have actually popped my elixirs and incense, but I'm actually too slow on these. If I had actually popped my elixir of fortitude and redamine buzz, I might have actually survived some of his attacks, now that I think about it. So, let me just get these up just to be... so that that doesn't happen next time. Like, I'm not going to turn them on now, but maybe later I'll use them. That's unfortunate. I wasted a Belial. I think that since the season began, I don't think I've failed a Belial fight. I could be wrong about that, but I think I've always cleared the Belial fight. Alright, so this is with Ring of Mandolin. Oh. Yeah, look at that. This is the difference between me having a Mandolin versus not having a... Ow. Alright, well, we don't talk about that one. Yeah, I'm gonna try one more time. Like, I don't actually have any boss mats. I just wanted to prove both to myself and to you, dear viewer, that that it's possible for me to take them on. Alright, yeah, look at this. This is Mandolin. This is him getting chunked off of Mandolin. I haven't activated my ultimate either, right? So, all his damage has to be from Mandolin. Keeping my distance too this time. Unfortunately, there's Bloodseekers now, so it's a little bit more difficult to tell the damage there, but... oh, boy. Oh, no. My CC! I had to use Golem to break myself out of that CC or I would have died there. Because thankfully they made it so Golem actually gives you unstoppable when you use it. On top of its little effect. Alright, yeah, see, that was like 10 times easier than the last fight. And the sole reason why the fight was so easy was because of Ring of Mandolin. Like, no questions asked there. Okay. So that was Ring of Mandolin. I am gonna pump this up a little bit. And then I think there was like an incursion here, right? Or I guess I'm too late to for that one, but I'm gonna try to see if I can still make it. I doubt it, but you know, you never know. Sometimes get a little lucky. Hey, I did actually make it. And there is still a whisper on this. Oh, wow. Lucky me. And I think this is probably going to be second phase. I think by this point. Actually, I have no idea. I have no idea if this is first or second phase. But either way, I'm just really happy to get this Ring of Mandolin. Oh shoot, I activated it too soon. I was supposed to use this against Belial. Well, I mean, I get to see Ring of Mandolin in action at least. Then I need to go and grab that other sword. The one that's supposed to be used for taking on... like the one that I'm supposed to fight Zir for, but which... Wetzler, or Nick Wessler earlier from YouTube that who I was talking to. He got it from...
Insolence is at an end.
he actually got it from Beast of the Ice, so maybe I'll try Beast of the Ice and see if Beast of the Ice will drop it for me. Right? Alright, yeah. Done with the whispers here. Oh, more exquisite bloods? Nice. And I have... oh no, I'm a little short from being able to pump up this power. Split attack speed. Deal corrupting damage per second to enemies around them. No, I don't care about that. I don't even know if I care about this ring, but I'll hold on to it just in case. This one, it has all the right rolls, but mine is clearly better. Mine's just straight up a superior version. Oh, there it is. Flammered of Frenzied Dead. It is a mid-roll, and this thing will give my minions like almost 40% attack speed. So 40% attack speed from this, 8% attack speed from this, 9% attack speed from this. That already makes 17% attack speed. So 17 plus around. This makes like 55, right? Then, just for good measure, because I still am only using like 45 Paragon points, I'm gonna go this way and pump up this. Nice. How much more attack speed can I get here? So this is already maxed out. That's kind of nice, at least. Summon damage. Attack speed. Attack speed. Yeah, I need more attack speed. I actually need more attack speed here. Alright, let me go salvage this so I can toss it on my gloves. This is pretty massive. This is a huge, huge upgrade. But I also want to check something out real quick. So the last time I did a Pit 25 clear, I did it with 9.5, like what, 9.5 minutes remaining, right? I got the Ring of Mendelin, but I want to actually measure how much of a power boost it is. So I'm gonna probably do a Pit 30 in a second, but I'll take off my Ring of Mendelin, and I'll see how much better or worse I do. One-handed weapons, gauntlets. I think I would want gauntlets in this case. My amulet is pretty good. Well, it's either gauntlets or one-handers because my gloves right now aren't great, but I actually have a better pair, like even in my inventory, right? I guess the thing that I really need here is one-handers because there's still one aspect that I'm missing. So if I can get that aspect, then that would be super helpful. Not this one. Not this one. And definitely not that one. Okay, well, these so-called one-handed weapons weren't really one-handed weapons at all, but okay, alright. Whatever. Frenzied Dead. Aspect of Frenzied Dead. Alright. There we go. I lose out Inner Calm, but I don't really think I care. Yeah, this was the ring. And it's funny because I had salvaged one of these earlier. Because I didn't want to, like, hold on to so many, but it's okay. I can just strike damage. Int. Alright. Yeah. Int max life crit strike chance. Good. My crit strike chance is already really high, though. I could probably afford to use, like, attack speed instead of crit strike chance on some of these rings. Oh, whatever. Okay, so I have to run the pit one more time. My powers are, like, pretty kitted out right now. Yeah, just thinking about different possibilities on what I could use. I should just salvage this. I don't know why I'm still holding on to this. I will never be switching out to any non-ancestral amulet. Alright. So, Hardened Bones, Juggernauts, all these. So, what have I changed since the last run? I have a GA amulet. I have better rings now. Oh, I can actually throw some... I guess I can put Inner Calm on this for now.
Another happy customer.
I mean, those are like the big ones. Those are the big adjustments I made. I don't think I really adjusted much of anything else. It's just the Ring of Mendelin that was the really big boost to my damage. Apparition Incursion, world boss in 3 minutes. So, I'm debating whether or not I want to tackle on the world boss. I could do it for fun, but there's no whisper attached to it, and I don't really feel... Oh, shoot, I just misclicked it. I don't ever really feel like I get anything too valuable out of the world boss. I just teleported from one spot to like 5 feet away. You know what I can do while I wait for the world boss to show up? I was gonna do the Distilled Fears, and then I realized that Beast in the Ice actually takes a fair bit longer than 2 minutes to do. What else can I manage here? No, this will take a bit. I'm really just chilling. Yeah, should probably take on the world boss. I think that would just make the most sense. Ah, this one ends in like 2 minutes. I missed that one, but honestly, I don't really relish the thought of going up against Harbinger of Hatred anyway. Harbinger of Hatred takes so long to bring down, man. And it requires me to actually, like, be good with dodging and all that, rather than just being able to, like, face tank it. As a fight should be, I guess, but I'm just so lazy to, like, pay attention to all that. Yeah, what I could do while I wait here, I mean, it's one of the first times I'm actually early to one of these. That's a lot of people. What I can do is I can actually figure out how much attack speed I actually have. Is there a way to, like, here? Is there, like, an attack speed for minions sort of bonus? I see, like, damage with warriors, damage with mages, summon damage, but I don't really see attack speed on them. I have attack speed of 9%. And then... not using Taurus Rage. Yeah, that's what I'm doing wrong. I should replace max life on this with attack speed. And same thing with my rings. Like, forget crit strike chance. I'm already getting so much crit strike chance. I should just have attack speed. Whatever. So this is 37. This is another 10. Okay, I'll have to look at it after. There. Activating my ults. We'll see how this goes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Ouch. I'm able to tank it, but still, that hurt. I'm gonna stay on this side. I think somebody else activated Army of the Dead just now. Ooh. Yeah, Shava's going down pretty fast. I'm just hoping that Ashava drops me something that was worth me coming here. But I mean, it has to be like a GA something. Either GA or unique that I need. Let me just... I don't know if I got hit by that or not. I'm pretty tanky, so maybe I just took it to the face. There is a Tribute of Radiance. I might be able to use that, although these are oh, it's for Ancestral Legendaries. I thought it was the one for uniques. Exquisite Blood 15? Nice. Okay, I take back everything that I just said. That was totally worth it. I got 12 Exquisite Bloods from that. Wow. I kind of like the pacing at which they give the mats too. I feel like it's not like too many. I don't think it's too little either, or too few. Frost Nova inflicts freeze and vulnerable. I'm actually kind of tempted to run that. Oh yeah, I had also forgotten that instead of Iron Maiden, I should actually be running Decrepify now. Get a chance to be stunned for 2 seconds. And then this one, Horde Decrepify. They hit an enemy, they're instantly killed. Okay, so I want that, but I need to pick something to get rid of for it. Might not be easy to find one. Like 1 point that I can take out. I like everything looking nice and clean. Like either 1 point, 3 points, or 0 points. Okay. Like, I actually do use these to spawn skeletal warriors and mages, though. Ugh. I actually do still use Hemorrhage from time to time. I do kind of wonder, though, what if I just didn't use Hemorrhage anymore? I'm gonna try this real quick. Oh, wait, no, I need that point in Hemorrhage so that I can actually... If I don't have that point in Hemorrhage, then I don't have enough points to get any of the other trees. Alright, I'm gonna regret this later, probably, but I can't do it. Ah, fine, I'll get rid of Bonded in Essence then. That's like the least useful one that I can think of. I don't have points in any of my other skills. There's Bone Prison. I could get rid of Dreadful Bone Prison, but I mean, that's actually a pretty useful one, right? Sure. That's done. Oh, there's another incursion up ahead. I'm gonna run over to Ketchuk real quick. And might as well run that one. And just get some free rewards out of it. More boss mats and the likes. I also think that the next incursion should allow me to max out my Lord Zir's blood pool, in theory. Oh, no, I actually missed it. Yeah, that's too bad. Okay. Belial, Lord of Lies. Oh, yeah. Game rubbing it in my face that I missed out on one of the husks. I'll go do a run of the pit. That's what I was originally here for, right? I'm just gonna say that I have a rank 20 Zir pool now. That's the difference between this one and the last one. Also my amulet. I had adjusted my amulet to this GA amulet. And I also got Frenzy Dead, so that's like 3 different adjustments. So... This is going to be a Pit 25 clear. And then... This is with... GA Amulet. Ancestral Amulet with GA to max life. And my Zir blood pool is like... Well, I'm not going to include that one just yet. I haven't maxed out my Zir blood pool just quite yet. Sure. Okay, this is probably the last time I'll be on pit 25. I'll go from there. Okay. Whoa, that was laggy. But it's fine. Oh yeah, this is Decrepify now. Wait, something is generating me essence like super fast. What? Here. I'm gonna try to drain out my Decrepify. Oh wait, that's Iron Maiden. Never mind. I still haven't replaced my Iron Maiden for Decrepify. That's kind of awkward. Well, whatever. Not bad. Oh, that's the other thing. I also got Vehement Brawler's aspect and Frenzied Dead. Those are the other things I adjusted. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't take off Bone Prison. This thing is actually quite helpful. The next thing I would get rid of is probably Hemorrhage. I could replace that for like Blood Mist or something to get myself out of some pretty tight spots. Hold up. So, actually I should finish this run before I do any writing.
Now there's a choice cut.
Yeah, no, there's a very noticeable difference in how strong the this character is at this point. You know what I just realized? I also picked up a legendary node too, so there were a lot of boosts that I did to pump this guy up. Oh yeah, never mind the Zir pool too. I'm not even gonna mention that, but that's also gonna be a factor. I really do wish there was a way to just make a character like from scratch, as like you know, like in Last Epoch, you can make it so that when you make a character, you can do like solo character found or solo account found. That way, all the work made on a character, you know, if it's like just that one character who's doing all that work, or if the stash is, or the stash is normally shared on your account with all your other characters, like you're getting stuff from your previous walkthroughs and all. I'm just gonna activate my ult here. Okay. Good. Yeah, I think I timed it really well. By the time these guys die, the time I go to fight the boss, my ult will be back up again. Okay. There, dead.
Hello. Impressive. I appreciate that. Goodbye.
Okay. Well, he just disappeared. Yeah, I'm well overqualified to go to the next... Well, whatever the next challenge would be now. Warrior, Undaunted, Territorial. Do I still not have any glyphs that I was looking for? I mean, I could do Exploit. Yeah, I remember seeing Exploit. I decided that, yeah, Exploit wouldn't be too bad, but yeah, I was really hoping to get the ones that are relevant for my minions. Dealing damage with vulnerable enemy. This also helps boost my own damage too, which works with my boss power. That's another issue too. Like, when I use this Paragon board, it says your minions deal increased damage, right? That damage multiplier doesn't work with my pool, unfortunately. So I can't rely on that to carry me. Ooh, Band of the Umbral. I go back to town, and oh, before I forget, I'm just gonna switch this now. Should not be using Iron Maiden. I should be using Decrepify. Nice. Okay, so Ancestral Ammo with GA Life. I grabbed a Cult Leader Legendary Node. And I got Aspect of Frenzied Dead. And Vehement Brawler. There we go. So those were my upgrades. Now I can go up to pit 30 here. I actually realized that I forgot to keep track of how much time that run took. 11:15. Okay. The last run was 11:15 remaining. This time should take a fair bit longer. Decrepify feels good though. At least I don't have anything that relies on me having enough resource for it. There we go. Yeah, I'll be able to clear this for sure. There's a question of how long it'll take. And I still need to Flicker Step too. Ah, shoot. I targeted the wrong thing. I was supposed to hit this. But at least my minions do enough damage that they'll eventually get around to this guy. And I also have the blood pool too. It's doing a lot of damage. Or is it doing that much damage? Actually, there's an easy way to find out. I just need to get these guys to hit all these little monsters, and then I'll hit this one. And there's a pool. 19.6? Or is that the blizzard that's being for 19.6? Maybe it's not as easy to tell as I had originally thought. 1633? The pool is hitting for 1700 damage here. What? So, there's two very sad takeaways from this. This pool, like, maybe it really was a placebo effect because this thing looks like it does, like, no damage in comparison to how much damage my minions are cranking out. So, on one hand, it's pretty sad because the power of this, well, boss power is pretty terrible. But on the other hand, that means that my minions are actually crazy strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do this. Like, yeah, maybe the pool itself was helpful, like, earlier when... Yeah, maybe I could say that it was more helpful earlier. When my damage on my minions was more in line with that of the blood pool. But I think my minions are outscaling the pool here. Like, I'm of the mindset that it's bugged. Like, I don't think that... Something tells me that this power is not supposed to do so little damage. Like, this is actually pathetic amounts of damage. I might need to just replace this power. Like, it was supposed to... Yeah, I thought it would be really cool with my minions, but, yeah, now I have my doubts. Like, to be fair, most of my damage is centered around, like my one legendary node, for example. That is a bonus that's supposed to be for my minions only. But, like, they didn't need to do my... I still shouldn't be doing that little damage, right? Oh, wow, Channeling Shrine too? Okay. They are all dying, right? Yeah, this pool is hitting them for, like... Well, there's a like a blizzard on top of them too. That's why it's so hard to tell which one's doing all the damage. Here. Oh no, this one's got... This pack has a DR on it. I can actually also just test it in the training dummy with no minions. That's the other way I could do it. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that actually. There's a reason the training dummy exists. Why am I trying to test it here in the pit when training dummy is available? I'm just lazy to go set up the test. Oh, more DR. Why not, right? Got like 2 shrines, but sure. I'll pretend like they're part of the run. Well, I mean, they are part of the run. Oh, activated my ult already. Ah,
Greetings. That was... Thank you. Goodbye.
sure. Yeah, if I had my ulti, it would have already melted. Like a popsicle. This is pit 30. Next up is pit 35, right? 35. I got back to my ult here, but there's no point. Okay, I'll call it a 9:45 run. Okay. So 254.55. This was a pit 30 clear using 9:45 remaining. Yeah, it was 9:45 run. 9:45 remaining with the stuff that I was using prior. Alright. Tribute of Harmony, Scourge. Again, these are not useful for me, although... Oh, this one even has attack speed. More Lair Boss Horde keys. Time to get exploit then. Oh, it's funny. Okay. I'm gonna go back to town. My elixirs and incense are wearing off, so I have to hurry with the next run. Although the thing is, I'm gonna push pit 35. I'm gonna attempt pit 35 here, but I don't think I'll be able to clear pit 35. Or I'll be able to clear pit 35, but it's gonna take a while. Yeah, and after that is pit 40. You know what? I'm gonna put on Ring of Mendelin now. I got a chance to test what I wanted to. Yeah. So my resistance is at now. Yep, they're still maxed. Okay. I'm gonna try this again, pit 30. I'm gonna see how much easier it'll be with this Ring of Mendelin. Like, just how massive of a damage boost is it with this thing on. As a spoiler alert, it's gonna be a huge, huge increase. Ow. Frozen. Let's go this way. My golem at them, they hit for like 3 million, but I'm just looking for where the Mendelin hits are. Like, I actually don't know which numbers are the Mendelin hits. Oh yeah, I also still have to test the Azir power. Okay, I think I saw 9.5 million there. I feel like that was the Ring of Mendelin, but who knows? Yeah, I'm actually dog walking this with the Ring of Mendelin now. I just wish I knew. Ooh, was that the hit? 3.2 million there, or was that the golem? Yeah, I saw 1.5 million there just now. Two 1.5 millions. I think that might have been it. You know what? I can look at all of these in the training dummy. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's the best way to go about it. Okay. I think I've cleared the entire area. Thankfully, Varyon is giving me some movement speed, so I don't feel like super slow. Yep. Yeah, I feel like with the Decrepify, like, these guys are so easy to bring down. Because they take, or they deal 22% less damage. So on top of all the other, like, damage reduction I have, that's, well, that helps a lot. Oh wow, he's still alive. $4.2 million? Okay. Starting to approach the 10 million damage mark, but I haven't even gotten any of my, like, Paragon boards set up or anything like that.
Greetings. That was... I appreciate that.
Goodbye.
Alright. Oh wow. I didn't even get to activate my ult there. Well, Gravekeeper. Was that the one that I wanted? Gravekeeper. For every close corpse. Oof. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. This activates Exploit. And... yeah, fine. I'll just keep boosting Eliminator for now. Until I get, like, a better one. Karagar. Okay, now I can try Pit 35. I'll just call it an 1130 clear. 330 clear. 1130 remaining. 1115 remaining. Sure. Okay. Apparition Incursion. This one I don't need to run it for any whispers. Lord of Lies. I can get like a reward out of them, I guess, or like some whispers. But I think I really need to prioritize. I need to prioritize either pushing the pit or getting the next unique or whatever. Okay, let's see just with Ring of Mendelin alone how far we can go, I guess. This is pit 35. Alright, fine. Whoa, this one's still alive? I saw a hit for 5.2 million. The normal hits on these guys are like 70k each, but as soon as I think when the Mendelin procs, it's like what, 7 million or however much that was. That was kind of crazy. Mendelin has always been such a staple for a Necro or Minion Necro. I mean, at the very least, though, Golem is really strong. I'll activate my ultimate here. And I'll target this guy with it. Can't wait to get Flicker Step. Oh yeah, wasn't there a power that gives me barrier based off of my Fortify? I think that was against you. Killing an enemy with your main boss power reduces my ultimate skill's cooldown by 0.2 seconds. Well, I mean, my Zir pool kills pretty much nothing, so it doesn't really help me. Increase dodge chance. Activate my ultimate here. Ah, this one. Whenever I gain Fortify, I additionally gain 11% of the amount as a barrier. Yeah, that could be a pretty nice one to throw on. Because if I use that, then I could get a lot of barrier that way. Yeah, because right now, like, I get a pretty decent amount of barrier, but it's definitely not... it's not as much as it could be, like my full health bar. Imagine having the health pool plus Fortify with barrier. Now, wouldn't that be a dream? Yeah, that would be much desired, but something that I'll dream about for now. Hey, that was a 13 million hit. Yeah, I'm getting there. That was a 13 million hit when I don't even have any extra boards. I just have the one board for Cult Leader, and that's it. That's how nuts this is. Cool. Okay. Oh, Channeling Shrine. Okay, sure, yeah. Is that like my second Channeling Shrine? Feels like it was.
Carving meat from bone is my specialty.
Alright. Nice. Aragon 164. I should probably activate this again, too.
That'll cover Black Kenyatta.
there's a lot of shock lances. I'm gonna step away from all those. Too many. Okay, I'm about 3 hours into the run, and I'm almost at Torment 3. But this run is a bit of a slog, though. Like, judging by how this run is going, What? Oh, it's going the other direction. I suspect that I'll be able to make it into Torment 3 with this setup, but I would not have that much time left over. Maybe like 2 minutes or so, tops. Is what it's starting to look like. Might need to add another Paragon board. Good. Whoa. So 8 minutes left on the clock, it'll be?
That was... I appreciate that. Farewell.
Alright. There we are. Oh, 15.5 million on that. Okay, I'm gonna take a look and see how many minutes were left on that run. 8 minutes, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna say 8 minutes. Alright. Pit 30 clear, or this is Pit 35 clear, with 8 minutes remaining. So, yeah, Ring of Mendelin alone pretty much takes me from Torment 2 to Torment 3. Because... well, maybe it's not just Ring of Mendelin alone, but... it basically boosts me by about 10 pit tiers. Because previously I was running like Pit 25. Then I ran Pit 30. Pit 30, I had like 10 minutes remaining, and then I upped it to like 11.5 minutes remaining with just Ring of Mendelin. So... I mean... I think that it would have been a very difficult clear for Pit 35 if I didn't have Ring of Mendelin, given this setup. So now, probably for the next run, let me see if I have any better glyphs still. Still nothing, huh? Average corrupted enemies. At this rate, I'm actually going to max out Eliminator. Before I get, like, keep in mind, I'm looking for Amplify, Corporeal, and Dead Razor. I found the vast majority of the glyphs, but for, oh, and sure, critical essence too, right? Because this thing has to do with critical strikes. So, yeah, essence, Dead Razor, and Corporeal, like, it's all the... it's all the glyphs that I actually want that I don't have. That is amazing. I don't know how I pulled that off, but somehow the game gave me all the glyphs I didn't need. Sans exploit glyph. Okay, that's some pretty interesting luck, but... I mean, it's whatever. I'll eventually get the glyphs and I'll level them as needed, but... yeah, that was quite unexpected, let's just put it like that. I guess it doesn't really matter too much anyway, because realistically what's going to happen is that I'm going to max out Eliminator Glyph and get the legendary bonus from this, and then I'm going to unlock Essence, Dead Razor, and Corporeal, and then I'm just going to rank them up to like rank 15 just to get the additional bonus. The additional bonus is what matters the most for these. And then, yeah, there's legendary bonus, but I would be running Eliminator anyway, and the legendary bonus here, which is increases damage at least by 8%, is actually a really good one for me, because that works on bosses and big monsters. So, I'm gonna salvage all my equipment at Karagar. And I could try to do Pit 35, or Pit 40, actually, to unlock Torment 3. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to unlock another Paragon board. I think it's about time for me to do that.
Use it well.
With all the runs of the pit I've done, I think it's fair to assume I'd be able to get a new board. Refund this. So this is like not even Paragon 50. Looking Monstrosity. Damage reduction and deal increased critical strike damage. Orbs. Frailty. I kind of like this one. Kind of want to run Frailty. Frailty seems like a freebie. Yeah, it's 40% more damage. I could run this one for damage reduction. Could be nice too. But the problem... is critical strike damage. Well, I always crit, right? So that's not bad either. Yeah. You know what? It's free damage reduction. Sure, I'll take it. Damage reduction and resistance to all elements? Yeah, sign me up. I'm just going to take the entire cluster. Okay, so if I refund this, subtract 29 here. This is like 61 Paragon. Or Paragon like level 61-ish. And now, again, if I really wanted to, I could take out some modifiers here and there. Like, I could do this, probably. I could totally do that. And when I refund this, well, I mean, it's still roughly the same. But, yeah, I mean, let's just say I have this many points invested, so 93. Okay, 93 Paragon points. Still just running 2 legendary nodes at the moment. Alright, I'm going to try Pit 35 again. This is with critical strike damage, 35% more. And I'm just going to check one other thing real quick. Yeah, summon attack speed is 20.5%. My crit strike chance is 31, and then with this... No, wait. With this, it becomes... 31 plus 50 is 81. And I think I have... this one. Kurgar. So, I should be at 100% crit strike chance anyway. So it's just a straight up 35% damage bonus with 15 DR on top of it. At least that's how it's supposed to be. Okay.
Now there's a choice cut.
Ooh. Yeah, I will eventually get those glyphs. Like I'm just typically used to leveling like the glyphs that are most relevant for whatever build that I'm playing, right? So like in the case of the companion druid, like imagine if instead of leveling my wilds glyph, I'd leveled imagine if I had leveled the I don't know, exploit glyph instead. It still works, but it just doesn't feel right. I suppose is the easiest way I can put it. Wait, did I see a 12.3 million there? Wow. I still gotta look into this blood pool and see what the actual effect of this blood pool is. Yeah. I already burned all my spectral ash, so it's not like I can max out another power. I could just use one of the other ones, though, that I already have. Okay. Whoa. This one needs to die. 3.8. Yeah, I wonder if this Ring of Mendelin bonus works with some of the other modifiers that I have that boost minion damage. I think that was something they said was like a bug last season, like it wasn't working, but in actuality it was supposed to be working. There's like so many directions to go. Artillery Shrine is still up for a little bit longer. I saw 4.3 million. I mean, my damage goes up with my attack speed, and Artillery Shrine gives, like, max attack speed, so... Oh, gotta keep my distance here. My minions go in and take them out. Nope. 6 million damage on that? Oh, I gotta make the layout so confusing. Oh, there's another pack here. Alright, I'll activate this then. 25.5 million? Wow. These damage numbers are going crazy. It also has, I think, to do a lot with Beastmaster's training, giving me like an additional 150%. Wait, which is it? Yeah, it is 150% damage. Because otherwise, normally I'd only be hitting for, what, 60% of this? Or 40% of this? Yeah, 40% of this. Or something like that. So instead of like a 25 million hit, I'd only be hitting for like 20 million. In hindsight, the Beastmaster's training boss power, it sounds crazy broken. But to tell you the truth, like, I think this season, summons actually kinda need that to compete. Like, I thought that, hey, wow, Companion Druid is like so strong. Like, at least that's how I felt while leveling. And even on like the first day when I was able to break into Torment 4. And then I saw some of the stuff that the other characters can do this season. Like Rogue being able to clear like Pit 105 with Death Trap, one hit. Something like that. And I have kind of changed my mind. I actually don't think this is even that bad in comparison. Or like Blood Wave. Right now, if I switch to Blood Wave, I mean, I already have Keseme's, right? I think I can amp up my damage to, like, crazy values. So, yeah. Dude. They made me run in, like, the biggest circle ever. I had to go all the way to the bottom, and I came all the way right back up to the top. And that's the only reason why, like, this took me a minute longer than it should. And it's a Spirit Color of Frost, too. There, dead. So he dies, like, instantly. Hey, it finally got corporeal. Took a while, but we finally got it. Okay, I'm just gonna call it a, 9-minute clear. Nine-minute clear. And did I change anything? Oh yeah, no, I did. Added another legendary node. That legendary node, in this case, is Ascent of Death. Alright. At this point, I think I can comfortably then clear Pit 40 to unlock Torment 3. Ah, yes, Hardened Bones. juggernauts. Oh, I found it, finally. Aspect of Occult Dominion. I waited so... Oh, unspent glyph, upgrade attempts. Where's my corporeal? Yeah, no, this thing needs to get upgraded, like, right now. Increase physical damage and movement speed for each active minion. I might actually run that just because I could use the extra movement speed. Aspect of Occult Dominion. Man. Yes. At last. Alright. Before I go any further, I gotta do some testing here. So, there's a couple things I need to find out. First of all, how much damage is my Zir pool actually doing? That's what I want to know first. 1 second. I just gotta check some stuff out. Okay, I'm good. So off to the arena here. Training grounds. Alright, so a couple things that need to be tested. First, let me get rid of these. I'll even get rid of this one. Okay. I'm gonna reset this trading dummy. I gotta wait for this to wear off. Okay. Now, I'm gonna let Variana hit it. She hits for like 16k. That's fine. I guess she doesn't count as my damage. So. Now I'm gonna hit it, and I'm gonna spawn the pool. 25.2k, and it looks like it's like 50k per second. If I put 3 of these next to each other, they don't even stack. They actually don't even stack. Okay, well, what if I change the boss power? What if I use... Isn't there one for, like, basic skills? Sure. Maybe even this one. Okay, that one's pretty pathetic, I'll admit. Core skill. I'll just use this one. Sure. Here, hold on a second. Channeling skill, right? I think that Reap is supposed to be a channeling skill. Oh, no. It's Decompose. There. So now... I'll be honest, this is surprisingly underwhelming. I was expecting it to be doing a lot more damage than this. What damage type is that even? Is that cold damage? Maybe that has something to do with it. Yeah, frostbite damage. Well, now I'm kind of scared to run Andariel's Flaming Skull. Oh, I think I missed it. Okay. So it just orbits around me like this? But the thing is, this power is like rank 1 though. How about this? There's also Grigwar's Lightning Square. Okay, let me try that in a second too, but... Conjure of Hatred's Volley. Okay, now I just need a way to apply Vulnerable... Oh yeah, I got one. Okay. I have Bone Prison, so I'll use Bone Prison. I know it also amps damage by a little bit, but whatever. That feels a lot more impactful than whatever I'm doing right now. Yeah. I mean, what is, like, this is rank 8 too. It's not even like max rank. Wow. I should have tested all this at the like before I made this character. Okay, let's do Blood Lance. And then I'll combo it with Grigwar's Lightning Square. Wait. I think most of that damage is my Blood Spear. No, that's actually the lightning. I think that actually is the lightning. Hold on. Let me just recheck that real quick. Yeah, the little lightning spears, or little blood spears I'm throwing are barely putting a dent in his health. So I'm going to try this again. So he takes a chunk of damage for the first one, and then I throw like the next two blood spears and they do nothing. So that's not bad. But in reality, this Harbinger of Hatred's Volley is still much stronger than the other ones. But at least it's not like overpowered levels of strong. The only thing I'm trying to figure out is if this pool isn't actually that amazing, like why am I buffing this? And more than that, wouldn't I just be better off maxing out Urivars then? Because if this thing gives me like cooldown reduction, I think I would actually prefer to use that. Like just for the cooldown reduction. I don't even need anything else attached to it here. There's this 35% cooldown, or cooldown out. I went from 41.5 to 35. Yeah, okay. I'll do Urivar then. But the thing about this power is, like, here. It will actually summon, like, skeletons and all that, though. Yeah, see? The summons are doing all the damage. And it's every time I cast an ultimate skill, it lobs bombs. And I can't just spam my ultimate, so I can rarely ever use this first effect. I'm using this purely for 15% cooldown reduction. This is interesting. I have mixed feelings about this. I kind of wish that I could have done more. Like, oh. Yeah, I wish I had a little bit more options available to me. Like, this is... these actually do, like, no damage.
This is what you asked for.
Even when this one is, like, maxed out. Yeah. Let me see what else. Is there any other... Well, are there any other options? Agility, defensive, or macabre.
You want blood spilled and bones broken. Very
I still have never tried Lilith's Wind of Hate. I actually don't know if this one's any good. This one, I feel like, would be pretty good because it says enemies take increased damage from Wind of Hate every time it hits them, up to 300%. I feel like that should be great. But everything else, even Grigwar's Lightning Square. Well, when I was using Grigwar's Lightning Square, though, I had a lot of damage modifiers that were amping up my Lightning Square. But here I don't have as much like non-physical damage and all that. I'm going to use Urivar's. Urivar's lobbed bombs is way better than the other effects as far as I can tell. Except for maybe Avarice. There, let me try this. Reset this real quick, or the dummy. Okay, there's one that's next to him. It does a decent bit of damage. But yeah, the only powers that I see actually doing damage are like... Basically, it's just this one. I'm sure that Lilith's Wind of Hate does too, but I don't have that unlocked. But this one actually does damage. Aside from that... I don't really... I just don't see it.
What you asked for.
Like... Just don't see the value in anything else here. I'm just gonna apply Bone Prison here, and I guess it's just my... it's just me that has this effect coming out. Because this thing's already vulnerable. Okay, well, this makes things easy for me. I'm gonna put on Urivars. I'm gonna put on Urivars, but I don't even need to really level this. I could level this if I want, but knowing what I know now, I would not bother to level this main boss power if I was just using this for the cooldown reduction, right? I would definitely prioritize Beastmaster's training, then Crit Strike Chance, or like some combination of those. And then, I don't know what my last modifier would be, but... yeah. This is like, what, 5% vulnerable? Okay, why don't I do this then? And now I can get Barrier for my Fortify. I gain Fortify, I actually gain 11% of the amount as Barrier. Alright. Here. Now I can boost my survivability. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. I need to respec this back. Okay, now there's a chance that I can fortify my self up, which will in turn give me more barrier now too. Wow, I'm essentially tripling my life with this. Never mind all the DR modifiers I've gotten. Like, this alone is 25% DR, then I have 15% DR from Legendary Node, and then I have, like, my Blood Golem soaking up 30% of the damage outright. So, yeah, my guy is pretty tanky. Also, these guys are themselves generating me Fortify, too. I could maybe even consider, instead of running Spiked Armor, I could use the utility recipe where they generate me Fortify or something. They generate like 30% Fortify of my max life. That could be kind of insane. Like, just maxing out my barrier all the time. Yeah, that could be even better than Spiked Armor. Hold on, let me take a look at Spiked Armor real quick. Spiked Armor is just... yeah, 10% block chance. I don't really need that. 20% armor is kind of nice. Yeah, I have to switch this. It seems I might actually have to switch this to minions fortify me for a percentage of my life. Yeah, okay, I'm kind of liking this. And then I can actually start dumping all of... I can actually start dumping all of my Ash into this. And now suddenly my guy is going to be tankier than it was before. Wow, look at that. I mean, it's like slowly going up, but yeah. I'm gonna figure that out later, but now I have max life, max fortify, and we're gonna push up that barrier soon. So, alright. Hope I didn't bore anyone to death here, but yeah, knowing this is kind of important as part of the build. So, yeah, I guess that's to be expected. Yeah, my main boss power really isn't gonna be killing anything, so I don't need the modifier on it. Yeah, there's other modifiers I could have used, like Cinnaret's Flame. Well, Cinnaret's Flames doesn't help me. I could have done Outlaw Sharpshooters too, but I don't think I care for that. Alright. So now I've gained 15% cooldown reduction just from that adjustment alone. Now the next thing I wanted to check was how much damage my minions doing with versus without Ring of Mandolin. So right now they're hitting for like 22k a piece. So hilariously enough, without the Ring of Mandolin, my minions were each hitting for about as much damage as that Zir pool. I have a funny little race between these. So if I do Elite Training Dummy, yeah, there they go. Right, slowly going down. Now if I put on Lord Zir's pool, yeah, I can barely tell the difference though. Unless maybe I can combo this effect with something else, but otherwise, Yeah, just 15% free cooldown reduction is best then. Not to say that these powers are useless at all. Like, Harbinger of Hatred's Volley looks like it could be kind of sick, but... oh well. Ring of Mendelin. So, now, I see that the max damage number is like 193k. If I put on Ring of Mendelin, suddenly...
It's a fight you wanted.
there we go, 1.4 million. So, yeah, that's the difference between the damage of my minions versus my Ring of Mendelin. So, oh, okay, that was a fun little test. Okay, I'll need a second though. I'll have to be right back here. I'm just gonna pause the recording. People on stream, just if there's anyone watching, just bear with me. Okay, I'm gonna continue here, and what do I have? Yeah, barrier's still going up. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can replace my spiked armor. Well, I might be getting a little ahead of myself here. I could just leave the spiked armor for now. Don't need to switch it up just yet. Later, maybe, but yeah, I can just leave it as is. And also my resistances, like I don't have my elixirs or incense up anymore. My resistances are still like pretty close to the cap. And same thing with my armor. Or, sorry, they've hit the cap, but they won't reach the cap for Torment 2. Or, Torment 3. And the same thing goes with my armor. I'm just a little bit short. So, something fun to keep in mind. You don't really need summon survivability. They survive pretty much everything. Hmm. I'm trying to figure out what else I was testing. So, I think it was mainly those two things. Ring of Mendelin and whether or not the boss powers are doing anything. Yeah, so boss powers, like my Zir pool, weak, and my Mendelin, strong. Is kind of the gist of what I got there. So, if that's the case, something I'm gonna try. I'm gonna temper my gloves real quick. Execution, innovation, inherit percentage of my thorns. Oh, I might be mistaken, actually. I thought that... is it a defensive? I think it's a defensive. Necromancer Wall is chance for minion attacks to fortify you for 3% max life. So, let's say 3%. How much is 3% here? Max life, 45, 15. Each of them would be hitting for like 45 fortify, or 15 fortify. It's like somewhat acceptable, but at least this one I know for sure I would need spiked armor. Except the game insists on giving me thorns. Thorns, thorns, thorns. Okay. Might as well throw these in here. I got nothing, no better use for them anyway. Movement speed, crit strike chance. I could probably replace the or the movement speed with something else. Oh, here we go. Frost Nova. Yeah. Invoke Spiritborn Vortex skill. No, I don't need that. It's like my minions are everywhere anyway. I don't need them to all be in one spot like the enemy monsters. So are there any other trigger runes I can use? Drink a healing potion. So I evade like a bunch of times and then it'll trigger a Frost Nova. You know what? Garrun. Earthball. Cast 5 skills and release a Frost Nova, and then I will lose out on crit strike chance, I think, with this setup. But I feel like the difference between a 90% crit strike chance versus a 100% crit strike chance isn't gonna be nearly as impactful as getting a Frost Nova proc. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. So I'm gonna run it again. Pit 35. Yeah, I'll try Pit 35 one more time, and let me. Oh yeah, right. I still have my Golem sacrifice and all that. Gotta switch this up. Oh, I actually ran out of elixirs and incense. Buzz, and there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to attempt Pit 35 again with these adjustments that I've made. The next adjustment I would make after this would probably be to start getting some more Paragon points, because I feel like at this point in my run I would normally be closer to like Paragon 100 or something like that. Yeah. Also lost out on some ultimate cooldown reduction, I just realized. Yeah, my old ring used to have ultimate cooldown reduction. I think I just salvaged that. Yeah. Full active cooldown reduction. This is my Decrepify, right? Yeah. Yeah, why not? Whenever I activate my ult, I get Urivar's lobbed bombs, but don't really need it. Yeah, definitely use Flicker Step if I can get that somehow. Ooh, 21.6 million? I'm gonna assume that was the golem. Here, I still got quite a bit of work ahead of me for getting this build get its max potential. Yeah, I'm really enjoying seeing this barrier go up though. This is kind of nuts. Yeah, but the barrier also goes down pretty quickly. That I don't like. I don't think there's any way around it though. But still. Functionally speaking, I have like 5.5k life. Actually, that kind of gets me thinking with the, if I were to make a Thorns Bard, maybe I could actually take advantage of that. I could take advantage of this power that gives me barrier based on my Fortify, because I'm always generating myself Fortify on as a barbarian, right? So that'd be okay. Yeah, got another little Frost Nova there. Yeah, this Channeling Shrine is kind of insane. Cool. I'll activate this again. I'm gonna abuse this Channeling Shrine. I think the 21 million damage numbers might be coming from Golem's Ring of Mendelin or something. I should have tested that too to see if it makes a difference whether it's the Golem proc for Ring of Mendelin or the minions, like the regular skeletons. I also just realized something else. I have a cult minion, right? Like I'm not wearing it right now, but I have it unlocked. That's another thing I need to throw on too. Yeah. I have to see how well the build runs with that. Okay, 11 minutes remaining on the clock. Wait.
Hello. That was not bad. I appreciate that. Goodbye.
Okay.
Not
Army of the Dead is back.
farewell.
Ooh. Just made him disappear. Hey! Sorry, Cam and Hades. I didn't see you there. I was in the middle of running my pit. How's it going, Raiders? Good to see you. Hope that you had a good stream. How was your stream, Cam? Everything go okay? I saw you were playing a game called Repo. I don't know what that's about. I know League of Legends, and I played League of Legends with you, but I don't think I've ever heard of Repo before. 5 remaining, and then I think the adjustment I made was Urivar's this Urivar's power. Rank 1 Urivar's, and then Blackmailer's Sabotage. Vulnerable. Flash Reaper's Disruption. Okay. Went all right. You had a lot of fun. Repo is like Lethal Company, but a bit weirder. Weirder in what way? Lethal Company. Now that's a game I haven't heard about in like ages. I wonder whatever happened to Lethal Company. Like I remember like it was like talk of the town for a hot minute, and then I just never heard of it or heard about people playing it like ever again. Yeah, I'm glad that your stream went all right though. And thanks again for the raid. Very much appreciate you taking the time to lurk here and get a raid on me too. Yeah, actually, this is perfect. I remember you had mentioned that we should talk about like playing D4 later. People from CamCam's stream, I don't know if any of you folks play Diablo 4, but in the past, CamCam and I have played Diablo 4 together, and we were kind of discussing... Oh, did my game freeze? I think it just froze. Shoot, I should have upgraded my powers. That's so stupid. Hate it when the game does this. Yeah, game just froze up on me. I have to close it, I have to reopen it, and I lost my glyph upgrade attempts, but it's okay. I mean, I'll eventually get them upgraded. It's just a pain. Instead of being people, you are tiny robots. You can buy upgrades to help you further into the game. Okay. Here, let me just refresh myself real quick. Lethal Company. This is like, yeah, okay. It looks like a co-op survival game, just like Left 4 Dead or something. Yeah, so like, when do you want to play Diablo together? Right, so you said that your AC finally got fixed. I mean, that's pretty amazing. 1 second here. Can you still hear me, by the way? Oh. Okay, so we've returned, and yeah, so Diablo 4's crash actually took out my stream and my recording with it. So that's wonderful. Thanks, Diablo 4. Always a pleasure. Anyway, Uh, yeah, perfect timing. Because I was actually just about to hit pit 35, so... Or not pit 35, which one is, They changed numbers around, like, every season now, it feels like. Pit 40, yeah. I'm about to attempt pit 40 because I just cleared pit 35 with 10 and a half, or more than 10 and a half minutes remaining. So, yeah, I'm gonna see what happens here. Cam, yeah, so the topic of the hour, uh, when do I want to play D4 together? Alright. So I'm just thinking here. Tomorrow I'm not going to be free. The earliest I'd be able to play D4 together with you would actually be on Sunday? Would you be able to do Sunday? Usually, actually, you know what? That might work out perfectly. So, usually, you start your stream around, like, 6 o'clock, right? On Sunday? Is that right? What I could do is, in the morning, I could do my Dance of Knives rogue, like, 1 to 60, and then I could stop, yeah, I could stop whenever you come on, and then I could just join you with a brand new character. How does that sound? You don't stream on Sundays, but you're down to play anyways? Oh, okay, never mind then. Yeah, I thought that you wanted to do it as like a stream thing. Here, you know what? While I talk to you, I'm gonna actually go do some farming on Torment too, while we just chat. Because I want to be like full concentration if I'm gonna run pit 40, because I know that I'm actually in danger of dying there. So I'm gonna run some more Zeers. Those should be super fast and really easy. Anyway, I do, but I also just enjoy playing with you. I see. Well, okay, let me think about this. Would Wednesday night work for you? Is that a possibility at all? Give me a second. Let me just check my schedule here. Yeah, because I thought you would want to play sooner rather than later. And I can set aside some time. Wednesday should work. Let me double check with Pigleyoof. Yeah, sure. Okay, give me a second. I gotta check my side too. All right. Am I forgetting anything? Wednesday night? I think Wednesday night is fine. I think Wednesday night should be very, very fine. I'm gonna leave myself a note here. All right. And okay, so I have a D4 stream with you next Wednesday, is that right? And I know that you're part of your community are also D4 players, so finally we can actually play as a crew of people, right? I know there were others, and I think we played with some of them. Did you want to invite them to join too? If so, we can kind of get a crew going. They're skipping oh, you guys are chatting about something else. All right. Cool. Let myself keep a reminder. That was nice and easy. Hopefully that would work for you. It's like, yeah, I feel like that's fine. I'm like thinking about how, because I'm like grinding the season hard already, so I'm like, wow, that's like pretty late into the season. And then I realize I'm like, wait, it would only have been like 8 days since the season launched. That's how crazy it is, how much progress I've made. I'm not even at like Paragon 200 yet, but I very easily could have been. If I just grinded nonstop. Oh. Wait, what am I doing? I should just activate this and that pretty much insta-kills him. It was Torment 2, right? Yeah, this is actually Torment 2. I don't know who would join us for Diablo. Most of my community is very sporadic. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, no pressure then. It was just a thought I had. I know that I've seen that you play with people before. No way. Is that what I think it is? Dude, it is. I recognize that blade. The way the blade is shaped, that is the very item I'm looking for. Wow, this is the complete opposite of when I played my Companion Druid. When I played my Companion Druid, I couldn't find Storm's Companion for the first, like, 7 hours. Well, no, I'm exaggerating. It took like 5 hours to find it, but... Dude. Oh, I also got Deathless Visage, but I don't need this, really. Yo, I could toss this on right now. I mean, my base damage will go, like, way down, but... I think that I actually do want to see this weapon in action. Army of the Dead to deal double damage. Yeah, I'll try this on. You know what? I got an idea. I got an easy way to find out which is better. Wait a second. Let me run this last Zir here. Because I realized that if I can get an ancestral weapon, or an ancestral version of this, I feel like it would be, it'll help me make my decision a lot more easily. Oh, shoot, yeah. I tanked that one on purpose. I was curious to see if that would instantly kill me, even though I have, like, max barrier, max fortify, and, like, well, I don't have my, like, elixirs popped, but yeah, that looks like an instant kill technique. Maybe, if I have enough damage reduction, I can tank it, but I don't know, my blood golem shares like 30% of the damage, and I have like 25 and 15 DR minimum on my other source of equipment, so that thing must either do absurd damage, or if I stand right in the middle, it'll just instantly kill me. There, done. Alright. That was easy. Then I can hit the horde here. Okay. Well, I guess I just got lucky then with that first sword. Yeah, I have other boss materials, like, yeah, I could run this, just for amusement's sake. Beast in the Ice. It's not really that far away anyway. So, I'm gonna go run Beast in the Ice real quick. Then after I do Beast in the Ice, I think I will attempt... I'm actually going to attempt Pit 35, and I'm going to compare how long it took to go from... like, using this weapon. Because I'm basically going to be subbing out this weapon for a Sanguivore. So if I'm making that adjustment, it better be worth it. It's my favorite boss fight. Oh, don't remind me. Alright, here we go. Hopefully I can, like, insta-kill him. Hey, Knock Nocturnal. Hello. How far have you taken the Companion Druid so far? That's a very good question. I'm going to be completely honest with you, man. I haven't actually touched the Companion Druid since I... Oh! I killed him. Nice. Alright, I don't have to go through the second phase and all that. I haven't actually touched the Companion Druid since I cleared Pit 55. The reason I haven't touched the Companion Druid is because the way I usually do the start of the season is that my goal is to reach Torment 4 with one character of every class in the game. So, I did Druid, I ran Ice Shards, now I'm on Minion Necro. My next character is going to be Dance of Nizrogue. My fifth one is going to be... My next one after that is going to be the Spiritborn, and then I'm going to end off with the Thorns Barbarian. So, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to tell you how far I've taken the Companion Druid. I'm probably not going to be playing Companion Druid again until, like, at least early next week, I'm sorry to say. But I am in the middle of playing Minion Necro and trying to see how long that'll take me to get into Torment 4. That's what I'm doing right now. And then, well, like I said, I'm going through the roster of classes. But Companion Druid, if I were to guess, I'd probably be able to make it to around Pit 75, at least. I feel like Pit 75 at a minimum should be doable. It's just a question of, like... I still have to level my glyphs. I still have to masterwork. I still need, like, mythic uniques, right? I still need to up my, like, my Paragon level so I can get other clusters. So I feel that I'm short like yeah, I feel like I could probably push like up to like at least pit 80, pit 85, maybe even pit 90 with all that if I'm just eyeballing it. I've never attempted to go all the way up to pit 100, right? But I'm just kind of like eyeballing it because I know that there's other companion druids who have made it to pit 100. At least last season that's how it was. This season they have this stupid power. Hold on, I'm just taking a look here. Oh, okay. Still have a good chunk of barrier. I like one of the boss powers gives me 150% more damage. I don't know if there was an equivalent last season. There was Grow. Grow was kind of insane, but I don't even know if it's this good. So, I don't know. But they've also kind of scaled back the pit too. They scaled back the pit, but even then, I think that with the right prep, you could at least push pit 90, right? Anyway, you're pushing pit 55 on yours currently? Oh, okay. How's that going for you? I'm glad to see that there's another fellow companion druid, aside from myself, because I don't... It's pretty uncommon to see other companion druids for sure. Oh, unique boots. Please tell me that these are Flicker Step. Ah, it's Yen's Blessing. Yeah. Non-mobility, non-ultimate. I could throw this on and it would work with Bone Prison, but again, there's only really one option. That's Flicker Step. Hey, Banished Lord's Talisman. I was like looking for this with my last playthrough, but here I go. First try, and I get it easily. Yeah. Do you need any help with your companion druid at all, Nocturnal? Yeah. It's not... Okay, so it's not terrible. My tier heals might drop 3 GA, so that's made it easier. Yeah, well... Okay, that'll do it. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I'm like thinking about like a 3 GA tier heals. That's a lot of damage reduction and like resistances and all that. You probably don't even need any other source of like resistances and whatnot. So, wow, that's a really good find. Where did your tier heals drop, dude? 7 maximum essence per active minion. Yeah, I don't need that. I'm just gonna salvage all these really quickly. And then I'm gonna actually start trying to get rid of... I'm gonna start getting rid of the duplicates. Mutilator plate, like, as an example. Or razor plate. Yeah, I don't need razor plate. I don't need 2 mutilator plates. I don't even really need 1 mutilator plate, but who knows? Maybe some necro comes in here and says, or some necro player says, oh, I actually need those uniques. So, yeah. Alright. Since chat has quieted it down a little bit, I mean, do feel free to write whatever, by the way. Nocturnal. I'm just playing my mini necro. Like I said, Torment 1 to Torment 4 and all that. Beast while farming storms. Oh, okay. Wait, wow. I just realized, yeah. So you were farming Beast of the Ice to try to grab your a Storm's Companion, and then you found a Tyrell's Might? That's kind of insane, actually. And you still haven't seen a GA Storms and Wolves? Ah. To tell you the truth, like, I don't know if you saw my run, but yeah, I had GA Storm's Companion pants for... Or, sorry. I had Storm's Companion pants with GA on Wolves. That was first try, but even if I didn't get GA Wolves, like I could have just used regular Storm's Companion. I think I still would have been okay. It's just the fact that, yeah, without Storm's Companion, I didn't have AoE, so that was probably one of the most painful Companion Druid runs I've had to do, because, yeah, I really needed the AoE from the Wolves. Otherwise, it's like impossible to deal with DR and Suppressor and all that. Okay. I'm gonna continue with my run here. I'm gonna do the pit. You're exhausted, so you're gonna head to bed? Okay, yeah, well, it's unusually early. But yeah, this is like normal sleeping time. Okay, dude, thank you for hanging out. I hope you had fun chilling here, and appreciate ya. I'll see you like over the weekend, I imagine, but I'm looking forward to our gameplay on Sunday. You take care. Have a good night and get some good rest. You got home at 11 last night, so you stayed up all night. Oh, ooh, yeah, no, for sure. Definitely deserve to go get some rest. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep you. I'd love to chat more, but yeah, we can save that for Sunday and when we actually play together. I'm actually really hyped for our gameplay together, but I don't know. I still don't know what character I'm gonna end up running with you. Okay, I'm gonna continue here. I'm gonna run Pit. That was what I was in the middle of doing. Pit 35 to be precise. And the adjustment I'm making here. Wait a second, where's my sword? Did I stash the sword? Yeah, here it is. So I'm gonna toss this, or I'm gonna throw this sword on, and an ultimate. Yeah, this is where I'm gonna put Oh, I actually got an upgraded reanimation aspect. I just never noticed. All right, I lose out on some ranks to my ultimate, so my Army of the Dead is like 3 seconds. Takes 3 seconds longer to come back, but and I lose out on a bit of damage from that, but that's totally okay. This weapon is kind of nuts, but we'll see just how nuts it is. I don't know if this will be better or worse. So my previous clear. Let me know if you have other questions, by the way, Nocturnal, regarding the Companion Druid. I mean, I think I've mentioned before, but my Companion Druid, or Companion Druid in general, is my favorite build in the game. And so, yeah, like I always love, like, not only seeing other people running it, but, you know, if other people have questions about the build, I'm happy to kind of share information that I have about it. Oh, information that I have on it, and all that. Alright. Why is nothing dying? What? This is Pit 35. Huh? Why am I struggling so much here? Like... Okay, that was really strange. Yeah, my guys do, like, no damage. What is this? Dude. Like, what? Why do they do, like, no damage? I may have to do one more run just to double check that these guys are actually doing about as much. Like, these guys are doing the correct amount of damage on this run, because that doesn't look right at all. What's my crit strike chance anyway? 93%. Yeah, okay, I made the right call not using crit strike chance in this case. Oh, actually, if I cast Evade, I get crit strike chance. Yeah, this works too. Yeah, just every now and then I'll evade. And then that puts me up to 100%. Oh. Well, shoot. I thought this weapon would be, like, insane, but it's not nearly as amazing as I was hoping for. Maybe part of the... Oh, I know why. I know what's going on here. I understand fully now what's happening. The problem is, because I put this on, I no longer have that many sources of critical strike damage. And so, because I no longer have sources of critical strike damage, it's causing... Well... Yeah, my Beastmaster's boss power is now down from 150% to 35%. So, yeah, it's a pretty noticeable damage increase for sure. Yeah, okay. Well. I'm gonna have to make some adjustments then, in that case. Where would I even... You know what? I know where to get critical strike damage. I have a glyph for that, don't I? I'll worry about that at the end of the run. But yeah, I have a glyph that boosts critical strike damage. Do the rune wolves that can spawn scale with the actual wolf skill for the druid? Scale... I think they do, yeah. Usually when you have the wolves and then you cast them, like all the wolves, including, like last season, I remember that even my spirit wolves, the ones that came from the runes, were actually getting the effects of grow. Not only were they getting the effects of grow, but when I cast wolves, they also get thrown in with the rest of my wolves. The one thing that they don't get is alpha aspect, right? Alpha aspect turns all your wolves into like werewolves. So they don't get that. I'm trying to remember. There was like something else that they don't get. Well, either way though, yeah. They do. Oh, you know what? I remember what it was. You know Shepherd's aspect? The aspect where it's like, oh, you get X% more damage based on how many companions you have, right? Well, those the spirit wolf companions do help with that. So, yeah, the one thing that doesn't work is aspect of the alpha, but I think pretty much everything else works really nicely with the wolves from the... I think it's K rune, right? The one that makes it so that your wolves... or that wolves can spawn from the rune. Yeah. K rune, yeah. I don't know if it's S rune, K rune. I call it K rune. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this run, but I should have stopped the run as soon as I realized what was happening. Skills and items. I'm gonna check this out. 1% bonus critical strike damage you have from items in Paragon. Okay, well, I mean, in that case, I must get that glyph that boosts my critical strike damage. That's like the only way. That's like the only way to make this, to actually like salvage this build right now, I think. Otherwise, this sword by itself doesn't really help me. Yeah. So yeah, the regular wolves I think get pretty much everything except for aspect of the alpha. That's I guess my final answer there. Alright, keep going. This season with the companion druid, I was actually hoping to reach like pit 100, but I don't know if I'll have the time or the luck to make it there. Not just time and luck, but also like boss mats are much harder to come across now, right? So since boss mats are harder to come across, trying to get like mythic uniques would also be tougher too. So I don't know how. And then of course they made like pushing pit tougher, right? So especially like this season, I see some builds like pushing like pit 100, but they're like bugged builds, or they're like doing some weird like snapshotting stuff, things like Cataclysm. So I don't know. I don't know if that's like a level of power that you actually need to run like a bugged build in order to clear. I haven't made it to that point of the game yet.
Hello. Well done. Thank you. Goodbye.
So this is like a 7-minute clear, I think, like along those lines. Okay, now I'm gonna activate my ultimate, and then make them disappear there. Obols. Oh, I'm like maxed out on obols. Okay, where's that glyph which boosts critical strike damage? Here, you know, I should just look here and see. Well, no wonder. Here it is. Well, not found. The snapshot druid you played last season, but it wasn't fun. Well, I am not surprised to hear that. Like, I mean, why didn't you find it fun? I should ask that first. My assumption is that you probably wouldn't find it fun because it's completely broken. You just press one button and you dog walk up to pit 150. With like once you have like the right setup going. I don't know how anyone can find. Well, I understand why some people find these like super broken builds fun, but like, yeah, that's what it was. It was like a S tier like broken build. Broken not in the sense that it might have been like bugged or something like that, but it was just way too strong. It clears fast, but also the setup was just annoying. Yeah, well, I think this season it's a similar situation. Like Cataclysm is still crazy strong. They haven't like really nerfed it all that hard or anything like that. All right, there. I'm gonna take a look real quick and see. This is crazy to me. The remaining 3 glyphs that I don't have access to are the glyphs that I actually need the most. I've actually been leveling the wrong glyphs. I actually want a Dead Razor. Dead Razor, Amplify, and Essence. And I'm leveling like these 2 other glyphs that don't really do anything for me. I can use them as a temp, I guess, but it's kind of awkward. You wish you stayed playing to try last season's Companion Druid? I got hyped when I heard it was viable. Well, viable for what exactly? Because Companion Druid has been viable since like season 5. Like ever since they made it so that your companions actually inherit, well, all summons, right? Companions, minions, conjurations actually inherit your own stats. Like they've been in a much better place than they ever were prior to that. Because keep in mind, Nocturnal, I have been playing Companion Druid every season since season 2. Season 2, I played Companion Druid. Season 3, I played Companion Druid. I know what it was like to not even be able to clear a pit. Sorry, back then there was no pit. It was called, it was Nightmare Dungeons up to like tier 100, right? So, yeah, I think in season 2, I couldn't even touch Nightmare or NMD 100, and then in like season 3, I could barely clear like an NMD up to 90. And then after that, like they became exponentially better in comparison. So, viable for what in this case? Since last season, I think that you could push up to like pit 110, but you know, good luck trying to push up to 150. I think the highest I saw a Companion Druid clear go was 110, and it wasn't me, it was somebody else. But you know, I was just paying attention to how other people are playing their builds and all that. All right, I'm gonna check something here. By the way, Nocturnal, you're Matt J, right? Because I see there was somebody who asked me a question on YouTube just now because my stream broke like just before you showed up, and whoever it was on YouTube was asking how high I ran the Companion Druid, and I'm guessing that probably that was you since you asked a similar question. Okay, cool. Just double checking here. Writing down some notes here. It was 7, let's say 730. 730 remaining. Hit 35 clear. 730 remaining. And then the adjustment I made was that I replaced my old weapon into Sanguivar. Because of this, not Blackmailers, it was Beastmasters. Went from 150% 22.5%. Clear. One took much longer because Beastmaster power went from 150% to 22.5%. Alright, that's good to know. So I gotta switch back. I'm gonna switch back and use this until I can actually start pumping up that glyph, which is supposed to give me crit strike damage, so that I don't have to rely on this weapon anymore. The thing is, I could throw on crit strike damage on all my other pieces of gear, but I don't. I'd like to keep them on like golem damage or some other type of damage based on what I need. Like I still need like this one right here. This is a perfect example. My Army of the Dead, right, is only at 138% right now. So what I ought to do is use my or get like a set of gloves. Here it is. I'm gonna roll off lucky hit here. I could do attack speed, I guess, sure.
See some steel you need.
I lose out on a bit of crit strike chance, but again, I don't think I can really feel the difference between an 80% crit strike chance versus a 100% crit strike chance. Like, I can, but not as much as attack speed. So now I'm going to roll for skeleton mage damage, and I'm also hoping for... there you go. +2 ranks of spiked armor. Boom! That was like 130 armor right there, just that by itself. And then this has served me well, but it's time for that to go. Frenzied Dead. Yeah. There we are.
Bright aura.
Okay.
Your soul.
What other aspects did I get? Okay, I got Frenzied Dead. I have these. Okay, my Army of the Dead is back to max capacity. Beastmaster's training is pretty close to the cap. Yeah, I'm gonna now attempt Pit 40. I think I should be able to take Pit 40 just fine. So in the meantime, I was gonna just take a look at what you were writing in chat. Nocturnal, you guess viability would mean to be higher pit pushes. Like how high? For me, like last season, the goal that I was aiming for my companion druid was actually Pit 100. And to tell you the truth, I think I very much would have hit Pit 100, but there were a number of IRL things that occurred that prevented me from like putting any more time into the game than I actually did. Because like I was like doing pretty well, you know, like I was like in a pretty good spot. Like I didn't play as much as a lot of other people, but I had like a boatload of boss mats. I had a lot of stuff, right? I just never got around to using any of it because given the circumstances, I just didn't have the time. So otherwise, yeah, I would have attempted to push for Pit 100. I was missing the Mythic Unique. Actually, I was missing all Mythic Uniques. I didn't have Air of Perdition. I didn't have Shroud of False Death, right? I didn't have any of the legendary occult gems. I didn't have any of my glyphs ranked up to 100. I didn't have any items masterworked to... Actually, I might have had items actually masterworked, but I don't know if I had them masterworked to like... I don't think all of them were ranked up to like rank 12 masterworking. And then even the boss powers themselves, I didn't even max out the boss powers really. So, or not the boss powers, sorry, the witch powers. So like, yeah, I had a lot more room for growth, and despite all of those things that I just mentioned, I think my highest clear was like Pit 80 or Pit 85. I genuinely believe that, yeah, like if I had actually played that season through, I could have hit the goal I was aiming for, which was Pit 100. I think that Pit 100 has like a really nice ring to it. I'm quite happy to like hit Pit 100, but of course there were plenty of other builds that, because you're saying like higher pit pushing, there's no way that, even though I could have hit like Pit 100, I think that people could have even made it to like Pit 110 potentially on Companion Druid. I don't think there's any way that a Companion Druid would ever be able to reach, let's say, like Pit 150, you know? Like there's like a companion druid will never be able to top Cataclysm last season or even this season, just because of the nature of how Cataclysm and certain other skills operate, and like snapshotting and all that. You can't snapshot wolves. Like this season, I thought wolves were gonna be insane because now they can do a crit overpower, right? Well, I mean, just overpower in general. Like I think it's just a static 3% chance, and there's no way to guarantee it, but they can still crit overpower, and you can get some pretty insane numbers. But at the end of the day, it's still only just a 3% chance. You can't abuse the game like you can with certain other skills. Ow. Okay. I'm gonna activate this. Ouch. Oh, yeah. Just gonna try to avoid getting hit by everything. But, yeah, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about, though. I have... Oh, hold on. Gonna chill for a second. My resistances are very close to the cap. My armor stat is actually capped. This is Pit 40, so, like, this is Torment 4. And I just realized I still don't have a Cult Dominion aspect, do I? Yeah, I should go get a Cult Dominion and see just how much quicker this goes. You've seen so I have a 500 mil plus crit overpower on activated wolves, but you have the stars aligned for that. I guess that makes sense that it would only be 500 mil for you, because I was like thinking the last season, I'm like, yeah, my wolves were hitting for, I don't remember the exact number, but I know for sure they were hitting for a lot more than 500 mil. But if you're talking about this season, then yeah, like, you had to have the stars align, and only then do you get like a crit overpower of 500 mil, right? And now some people could argue that that's like a lot for when you're going through the game Torment 1 to Torment 4. This is true, but if you look in comparison to like Cataclysm Druid, like I don't know how you found my content. I would guess that you found it from the Helltides.gg like pit leaderboard, right? I imagine that's where most people recently have found my content, or found my videos and streams and all that. And the thing is, at the time that I submitted my druid run, right, with my companion druid, somebody else submitted their Pit 75 clear with a Cataclysm druid, right? And they were hitting for crit overpowers of 18 billion per hit. And it was going up too. Like I was looking at the damage number and it was just growing. Yeah, okay. This season, that's where you found me? Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you for letting me know, because yeah, like I just threw it in as a submission for fun, you know? Like I didn't actually expect that people would, well, I didn't expect that there would be no one on that leaderboard for like 2 days. And that anyone would actually look at my submission, but I mean, here we are. I do this every season, not the submission, but I do like level 1 to 60 and then Torment 1 to Torment 4, and then I proceed to upload my Torment 4 clear. But yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting that so many people would check out my companion druid clear. Now there's not as many people checking out, probably because there's plenty of other submissions, but yeah, for like 2 days there were quite a few people who were checking out my my companion druid clear. Anyway, sorry, that's like off topic though. What I was trying to say was that, yeah, like when I did my run, like you'll see in the, when I did the pit run, I could hit like 200, maybe like 300 million on some crit overpowers, but you know, in comparison to like the guy above me who sank probably about an equal amount of time into the game, give or take, right? And he was hitting for what was it, like 18 billion? My 500 million with like a colossal amount of effort versus an 18 billion on one of his many hits is kind of a crazy discrepancy. So the reason I'm bringing all of this up is that earlier you were talking about like pit viability or higher pit viability. I'm not trying to nitpick on you or anything, but if you're talking about higher pit viability, I think that begs the question for me of how high of a pit push are you talking about here? If you're talking about like a pit 100 clear, I think that a lot of these like, you know, companion druid and certain other like A or B tier builds could pull those off, but only the truly busted builds like Cataclysm, and I think there's like a Death Trap Rogue and all that can push beyond that up towards 150. You're gonna try and push 60 in the morning, see if you can do it. I have faith in you. I genuinely think that you could probably pull it off. I won't be around tomorrow morning. I have somewhere else to be, but yeah, if like next time or like next time around that you show up, I'd love to hear more about your uh companion druid adventures. I'll play the game vicariously through you, or I'd like to play the game vicariously through you, because right now, like I'm not planning to touch my companion druid for at least another 3 days, probably 4 days. You want to try to get it to 80 plus this season, dude? I'm sure you could make 80 plus. I'm sure you could. You don't even have, well, yeah, you have Tyraels, but you don't even have Shroud of False Death. You don't even have Air of Perdition. At least it sounds like you don't. And I'm sure that your amulet probably could use some work too, right? Like there's like GA with like willpower and like 3 Call of the Wild and 3 Envenom or something like that. That would be the dream. But you get what I mean. Like there's always plenty of room for growth here. And I'm guessing by now you have your boss powers maxed out though. You do have a shroud too. Oh, okay. Never mind. I take it back. So you do have a shroud then. So you're in a good spot. I'm not. Where'd you get the shroud? Anyway, give me a second. I just need to write down some notes for myself because, you know, I've just finished the run. I unlocked Torment 3 and all that. And now let's see what else I can do here. Okay, I'm gonna call it an 8:30 clear. Pit 40 clear with 8:30 remaining. Set up from two runs ago. Okay. You don't think it takes, but I don't think it takes it over Tyrael. You really don't think that Shadowfall's death takes the cake over Shadowfall's death takes the cake over Tyrael's? What? I've never heard anyone say that. Unless you're playing like hardcore, then okay, sure, maybe, but even then. I've never heard anyone say that they would rather use a Tyrael's over a Shroud of False Death. Dude, I wish I had that level of luck that I could look at a Shroud of False Death and then say, oh, nah, I think I'd rather take Tyrael's. Like, my dude, last season, I'm telling you, I had a collection of, like 10 different mythics, and I got, like, 3 Tyraels, and I got 0 Shrouds of False Death. And I just cried. It's a triple GA. I guess. Yeah, that's... I guess that's fair. But yeah, I just have a lot of respect for Shroud because it's just such a good item. Like +1 to all passives, like where else can you get something like that, right? +1 to all passives and like all stats is just nuts. Like that will just like skyrocket players' damage. Anyway, whatever. Okay, I'm going into Torment 4 finally, or Torment 3, sorry. And what did I unlock here? Finally got one of the glyphs that I actually needed. Each time your summons deal damage to an enemy, that enemy takes a 1% increased damage. Okay, yeah, let me get that upgraded. And I have a bunch of obols lying around too. Okay, I'm gonna come back here in a second, but now I have the uniques that I need. The 2 uniques I needed were Ring of Mendelin and this stupid sword, and I have both, so... yeah, I don't really know if there's anything else that I really need here. You're sitting at 85 all res on T4 and 44 damage reduction. That's fair, yeah. I mean, hey, if it works for you, then great. Maybe I don't prioritize survivability enough. Maybe that's why I'm always dying. Because for me, if I'm like pushing pit, then I just amp up the damage to maximum. You know, like I would never take Tyrael's over Shroud. And I think that, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that most people who do like pit push, including on companion druid, like all these companion druid, fancy companion druid build guys, they're all just running Shroud, and I understand why. But I mean, hey, if Tyrael's and DR works for you, then perfect. I mean, you might know more about than I would. You're actually far ahead of where I'm at when it comes to pushing pit, or at least how well developed your companion druid is. I mean, so yeah, I'm not trying to. Yeah. Oh, come to. Okay, I see. Yeah, if you're gonna switch it out when you it comes to pushing, then that makes way more sense. If you're talking about like right now, Tyrael's makes more sense. Then okay, that totally, I can totally understand. By the way, I hope I'm not coming off as like, oh, I'm like trying to tell you how to play or anything like that. I just yeah, since we're discussing like pit pushing and all that, I'm just like thinking about how I would build my guy, and you know, it's not every day I get to bounce ideas off of somebody else who also is playing companion druid. I'm really enjoying this. So yeah, I think at this point, like I'm just gonna start gambling for a chest armor. For maybe like an ancestral one, because I need to drain out some of my obols. Alright, let me get rid of my magics here. Alright, and I got a GA here. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, I'm taking that one. Intelligence, Max Life, and Golem Mastery. Only thing I lose out on is a ton of fire resistance, but you know what? Who needs survivability, right? Block damage reduction is increased by 35% while I have a barrier. Well, I mean, I don't really mess around with that. Ooh, Skeletal Priest now empower you at 70% effectiveness. Nice. That's a higher roll than what I had before. You also got your Shroud from T2 Undercity with a unique key. Wow. That's crazy. Last season, I didn't find a single mythic until I started spamming boss runs. And every single, like, I'm telling you, every single, like, mythic I got was just not it, at least for my companion druid, right? Because the two mythics I needed the most for my companion druid were Heir of Perdition and Shroud of False Death. And I never found, well, actually, yeah, I never ended up finding my Shroud of False Death, but the night before the new season started, I switched my Shroud of False Death. Or, no, wait. I switched my helm over to Heir of Perdition because I opened up one of the mythic caches just to gamble for something, and then I happened to roll into Heir of Perdition on the first try. I had like so many mats. I had so many. Like, it was crazy. Alright, I'm gonna salvage all of these. Maybe get some powers here. I got Apodic Aspect. Oh, yeah. This is what I was supposed to do. I need to switch this over to Occult Dominion. Yeah, this should be a pretty massive boost. And I'm gonna actually redo this run and see how much better the run is. Just this change alone. And then I'm gonna switch over to the chest armor later. Then I'll have like Ancestral Helm, Ancestral Chest Armor, and then I'll work my way down because I have so many obols and I can't even really use all of it. Okay, and I've already done all this. Alright, now that I've finished my pit run officially and I grabbed all the obols, I'm gonna go to Big K and I'm gonna set it to Torment 3, just as a formality. Yeah. So, not much to say there. That was my T2 to T3. I feel like the run's gotten a lot slower just because I did a lot of talking and because, you know, I crashed and a couple other factors. But by and large, the run has been going pretty smoothly so far. Gotten all the aspects, gotten all the uniques. So all that's left is to go from T3 to T4. And I'm going to do that in a second. So I'm just going to go grab some water. BRB. Okay, I'm done. Nocturnal. My luck has been amazing. Some Kata Druid hit T1. Some Kata Druid hit T1 and was asking for free gear for him to start with. Ran him through each boss twice and he was built. Okay, I'm a little confused by what you mean. So, you said your luck is amazing, but then you said some Kata Druid hit T1 and you ran. Oh. Oh, I see. So you were like somebody else was asking for help, so you ran some bosses for that person, and then you also got some loot yourself, and then you got all the things you were looking for. You got all his gear and it dropped it for him. When you say him, you mean somebody else's Kata Druid, or you're talking about your own Kata Druid? Anyway, since I made it into Torment 3, I gotta take a moment to go back, and then what I wanted to do was to test the build now that I have, like, now that I've switched over to Occult Dominion. That's what it was, and I want to see how long the run takes this time.
Suppose this place will have to do.
Oh, man.
An exquisite concoction.
Redamine Buzz. Soothing Spices. I'm gonna need a bunch of these, of course. Already tell. Okay. Gonna run it back. Already I can see I have a number of upgrades I can make, so... Oh, you know... I'm just gonna leave it as is for now. Because I know that, this ring was supposed to be... the Vehement Brawlers aspect or something, but whatever. There's someone else. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. So basically, the guy was like looking for equipment for his build, and then you started doing your run, and you found his gear for him, and you're saying that that's why it was like really lucky, because you found all of his stuff. Okay, now I think I get it, unless I'm still mistaken, but I think that... Alright, now it makes a lot more sense. I thought, like, the whole time, because you were like, him, right? And I'm like, who's him? Are you talking about your own Cataclysm Druid? You're talking about somebody else's Cataclysm Druid, and you said, I ran it for him, so I was so confused for a second. Alright, I got it, though. That makes sense. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool that you actually, got something like that going for you. I mean, good for you. Oh, wow. So this is Pit 40 now that I have a Cult of Minion. I'm actually just plowing the, Pit 40 now. Just that one change for a Cult of Minion. You don't ever want to run Kata again. Okay, I can wholeheartedly respect that. Yeah, I've never... Well, you know, the thing is, I remember back in, like, before Season 6, I was actually kind of interested in running a Cataclysm Druid, right? It's just, like... Because, like, Cataclysm itself looks so cool and so fun. I remember, like, when it was... Like, before they made all these, like, crazy changes to the game, before they added stuff like Flicker Step, Cataclysm just looked like such a cool skill to me, but it was always, like, a very... I want to call it, like, a worthless skill. It never really did that much damage compared to a lot of other Druid builds that were out there, you know? Like, first Pulverize was king, then there was, like, Trample Slide, and all these other ones came out, but, like, Cataclysm before, like, Season 6 was never, like, a big thing. But then, when... I think, like... I don't know when it happened, but... when snapshotting overpower crit on the... Oh, yeah, it was runes. I think it had to do with the runes, because once people realized that you can just, like... I don't know, like... get like guaranteed crit overpower on your Cataclysm, that's when like people went crazy with Cataclysm. They still have not really fixed it to this day. I don't even understand what the point of them I wouldn't even say nerfing, but like reworking Zanrune was. Zanrune, like, used to give a like crit overpower, right? They changed it so that, oh, your hits for the next 0.35 seconds are now a crit overpower. Well, it doesn't fix the root problem. Like, there's still so many broken interactions, so many ways to get overpower for Druid that none of that matters. Fundamentally, they would need to adjust how Cataclysm works, so I don't know why they, well, went about it the way that they did, right? Well, I just saw 27.7 million. Wow. To be fair, you're still running Cataclysm. My build focuses on Wolves. Cat is there for the damage buff while it's active. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, there was Mjolnir Ring, right? That's, yeah, Mjolnir Ring, which increases damage by like 60, or I think it was like 40 to 100%. It's a pretty big damage range while it's active. Yeah, I remember that when I was doing theory crafting for my own companion druid, I was actually thinking to use Mjolnir Ring, Mjolnir Ring and or a Ring of Starless Skies, because those are like generic damage boosts. But then there were a number of things that they added in the game, like legendary. Uh, uh, well, actually, no, it wasn't even that. It was Ira does. When I realized that Ira does was the way to go, right? Like, because you can actually pull monsters in and then hit them with wolves. I can't.
Hello.
There's no way for me to play wolves
Goodbye.
any other way. Like I could, I could actually take out Moon Rage aspect and then replace it with Mjolnir Ring, but it does feel like sacrilege. Like if I'm playing a wolves-based druid, then I should be running wolves, right? Or I should be running Moon Rage, like the aspect that gives +3 ranks to wolves and gives you more wolves. That just makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, I'll call it 1045 here. But of course, yeah, I mean, if I wanted, I could, I guess, replace Moonrage for something else. Kata, doesn't Kata give a damage boost by itself? Does it? Like, maybe it does. Like, maybe it does now, but I don't. Petrify, the thing about Petrify as compared to Cataclysm is that Petrify, you can actually reset it, and it's built into the reset is built into the skill itself, right? So with Petrify, every monster that you hit, if you actually kill them, then it will reduce Petrify's cooldown by 1 second. In addition, if I think one of the modifiers on Petrify is that whatever monsters that you hit take an increased like 50% crit strike damage, right? So that by itself is a 50% boost. But I don't know about Cataclysm. You think while it's active it gives storm damage bonus? Okay, well, that would make sense that it would work well with wolves then. But yeah, I still really like my Petrify. It also gives like CC, but maybe I'll have to look more deeply into Cataclysm and all that. Here you go. Here's another one that I just picked up. Essence, right? Was Essence the one I was looking for? Or... yeah, here it is. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to max out. Now I can actually start pumping this up. Like, I absolutely need to, like, max this out. Because if I don't max this out, then I have no way to get crit strike damage. And subsequently replace this weapon right here for Sanguivore. So I need to keep going at that. This isn't bad, but I actually prefer the one with plus life more. Yeah, this is like a max roll on the Grasping Veins. That's pretty good too. So I'll hold on to that for a little bit. Soul Rift is active, gain increased movement speed. No, I don't need these. Yeah, I think that while it is active, you do get some sort of bonus. That's true. You know what I'm gonna do, actually? Let me just take a look here. I can just search it up. Diablo 4 Cataclysm, or I'm just gonna say build planner. Druid. Druid skill tree calculator. Alright, let me check this because it's been a while since I've looked at any of this. Well, I say a while, I mean I was playing it just yesterday, but you know what I mean. Or just 2 days ago. Okay, lightning strikes make enemies vulnerable. Cataclysm increased by 4 seconds. I'm looking at this right now on Druid, and I don't actually see any sorts of modifiers at all that boost. Like, I don't see what it is that you're talking about. Your max rolled build planner. Maybe it's here? Yeah, I don't see any I don't see any damage modifiers on Cataclysm itself. I'm just gonna double check this one more time. Unless there's like some Paragon thing that boosts it or some aspect. But right now what I see is the Cataclysm by itself just does damage. Cataclysm's duration can be increased by 4 seconds with one of its modifiers. And then Supreme Cataclysm gives you lightning strikes that make monsters vulnerable for 4 seconds. I don't know if there's like... while you have Cataclysm up, like, I don't know if there's like some other passive node that gives this effect that you're talking about, but I just straight up haven't seen it. Anyway, okay, that's enough yapping for me. I gotta run this again. So, wait, no, I never actually bothered to write down the notes. Oops. That was what I was doing in the first place. $10.43. Okay, so this was like a 10.45 clear. Pit 40 clear. 10.45 remaining. Coldbringer's boot or aspect on boots to Occult Dominion. That was like the only adjustment I made, and then suddenly I just crushed Pit 40. I could try to push up to Pit 45 here. But if I'm gonna go for Pit 45, then I'd like to readjust this aspect to what it was before. So I have Frenzied Dead, I have Unyielding Commanders, and then the next one... I was using Vehement Brawlers before. Oh wait, no, there's still one that I'm missing, isn't there? Yeah, no, there is still one that I don't have, I just realized. Aspect of the Great Feast. I'm still missing Aspect of the Great Feast here. Eventually, when I get Aspect of the Great Feast, I'll need to roll out my unique for this one, but... yeah. I'm missing this one. It might have been the vulnerable I was trying to get, so I might be wrong. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries then. Not to nitpick, I just thought, yeah, if you were right, then yeah, I would have learned something completely new for sure. You'll have Vehement Brawlers. Okay, I'll use Vehement Brawlers for now, but and that'll reduce the cooldown on my Army of the Dead. Actually, that's another thing I forgot to do too. So right now I have cooldown reduction on Golem, but I'm actually tempted to go Army of the Dead cooldown reduction, but like it's kind of nice having reduction on Golem, at least for now. Maybe later I'll switch it. Especially like at some point I'm gonna need to replace Occult Dominion for Flicker Step, and then this aspect will need to go into either my helm or my chest armor. I'll still need to figure out which one. And then I'm still using these Blood Moon Breaches. I really need to find a better set of Blood Moon Breaches. In fact, I'm going to do that right now because Panzer, like, for whatever reason, Helm is like 50, but 50 ovals, but Panzer, like... There we go, see? Boom. Oh, wait, no, that's just Tacits. It's like a max roll on Tacits. Ah, it looks the same as mine, to be fair. But, yeah.
How shall I guide my hammer? What's left, you ask?
Alright. Oh yeah, I need to adjust this one too. Yeah, let me switch out my armor.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
I feel like even doing this would be kinda... yeah, it should be fine, whatever. Throw this in. That's a bit of extra armor already. And then I don't even have the right tempers on this at all. Let me see if I can get the right tempers. Hold on, before I make that mistake, let's see if I can grab spiked armor. Oh no. This might be an unlucky armor. Total armor, okay, that's fine. And then... spiked armor. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm gonna leave it as is for now. And yeah, I'm at like 1200 armor with this setup. If I get rid of Juggernauts, then I lose out on quite a bit, but that's like something for me to figure out later. I also my poison resistance is pretty high, but my fire resistance is really low though. So I need to find a way to like fix that. I don't know if I have an easy. I might have an easy way to fix it now that I think about it. Here. We could get a bunch of shadow resistance from this this side, maybe. Can't. All right. Dodge chance, yeah, I don't need that. Yeah, I got more skeletal mages. Wait, no, I wouldn't use that. Thorns and dodge chance as the GAs, wow. Game actually hates me, I think. Yeah, I actually do want to get a better set of Blood Moon Breaches. I gotta look into which boss gives that. And, oh, what's that? Tacits again? Really is just gambling. To the 9th degree. Tybalt's? Oof. Game hates me, man, I'm telling you. Alright, fine. I'll just leave it. Like, whatever, what can I do? Skeletal Mage Mastery. Yeah, this isn't even nearly as good as Blood Moon Breaches. I might actually just have to stick with this, then. I should also probably just get rid of those tacits. I'm never going to be using those.
Still got some. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Alright. Well. I'm gonna throw these into my stash for now. Oh, right. I never bothered to put in any sockets in here. I think my old armor had Kemgar. So let's see if I can emulate that. Kemgar. Yep. Okay. It has an ultimate skill. Blood Moon Breaches. Yeah, sooner or later, I feel like I have a lot of DR and survivability as it is. So I have DR from my Paragon board. I have my Golem eating up a lot of damage already. I have Barrier, I have Fortify, and I have max armor and resistances. I think it's okay for me to not have Aspect of Hardened Bones, although it looks nice and clean, the fact that this helm already came with Hardened Bones just right out the gate. There's also Juggernauts here too. If I were to take this off, oh yeah, suddenly I have 0 armor. Well, that does sort of make sense. Okay, I guess that's it for me for now. I'm gonna continue. I replaced my armor. I replaced my boots with Cult the Minion and all that. So I'm gonna try the run one more time. I know I've already done this a few times, but how many more? Oh yeah, I still like I have as many Artificer Stones as I started with. That's kind of nuts. Okay, so Pit 40, and at least this also gives me a chance to level up my glyphs too. Also, I haven't even put any more Paragon points into my boards either. I actually wonder if with this level of power that I'll be able to make it all the way into Torment or Pit 55 and unlock Torment 4 just off of this without even using that unique weapon I got. That would make like no sense, but that's sort of at this rate, that's kind of what it's shaping up to look like right now. Anyway, sorry. So Nocturnal, you might try to switch to Pit. So it might have been the Vulnerable you were trying to get, so you might be wrong, and you might try and switch to Petrify and see if you can make it work better. Yeah, by all means. I mean, You've seen my companion druid like pit T55 run, and you've seen Petrify in action already. It's also really useful for CC, right? Like sometimes, okay, forget. I'm just gonna Army of the Dead. It's like so useful for like not just for the extra damage that it gives, not just for pulling monsters in, but it like stuns everybody. So it like, I mean, eventually they'll become unstoppable when you CC them enough, right? But it's just it's very, very helpful to have. Yep, there we are. Which way do I need to go? I'm trying to figure this out now so I don't waste my Army of the Dead here. And look at that. I have more barrier than I do well, yeah, my health bar just isn't moving. I actually might not need Hardened Bones. I definitely need Juggernauts. I don't think I need Hardened Bones. Or at least some source of armor. Yeah, I'm actually really liking this build. 6k life, 6k fortify, and like 1300 barrier. Like, what? As a necro? Sure. Okay. I'm gonna activate my skills here. Come on. Activating my Ray Skeleton for the Priest bonus. This is really nuts, though. Like, getting an extra 2 skeletons. Skeletal warriors and skeletal mages. Like, at first it doesn't... well... I mean, that's like 4 more ways to proc my Ring of Mandolin. That's 4 more monsters, or 4 more minions for Callan's Edict. Like, I don't even know where to get started and all that. There's like so many. 12, so 13 times 3. So I'm getting like 39% attack speed from those, and then I'm getting like this is so 40 and 40 just to make things easy. And then I have some attack speed here. I have attack speed on my gloves, and I have attack speed on my amulet. So I'm actually like a little over 100% like summon attack speed based off of the numbers that I've crunched here. At this point, I could probably even replace some of the attack speed modifiers for something else, like crit strike chance, but yeah, I'm not in a rush to do that right now. All right. I do see the Frost Nova. It's pretty good. Okay. I do kind of wonder though. My previous run, I had like 10:45 remaining on the clock. This time I'm like back here, and the run is taking quite a bit longer in comparison. Oh wow, my minions just tanked all that. And there. 9:45. So I had 9:45 remaining. You're gonna call it a night? Okay. All right, great. Hold on. 45. Same as before. You're gonna call it a night. Good luck with your runs. If I see you streaming again this weekend, Sunday. I'll probably be back again on Sunday with the Dance of Knives Rogue. So yeah, if I see you, it'd be a pleasure to chat again because yeah, like I said, I don't remember the last time I got a chance to chat with somebody else who also is running the Companion Druid, right? But yeah, I'd love to hear all about it. I'd love to hear about your journey with a Companion Druid because again, I'm not going to be playing my Companion Druid, even though it's my favorite. It's my favorite build in the game, and yet I'm not going to be able to play it all the way until probably at least Tuesday because I still have the other classes to get through for my level 1 to Torment 4s, right? So anyway, take care, man. Good night, and hope you enjoyed your stay while you were here. Okay, there. That's my final glyph. I finally have Amplify. I'm gonna level that real quick, just so that I have it marked for myself. Yeah. I would be lying if I said I wasn't like a little embarrassed by how things turned out. Dead Razor, Essence, and Amplify. And then I think... There's one other glyph I was supposed to be leveling. Increased damage, Thorns. Is this really all of the glyphs? Or am I missing one still? I guess this is it. This is actually all of the glyphs. So I have to choose 5 of these 6. I'm gonna check one last time. This is the last time I'll look. Golems do increase damage is nice, but I'll hold off on that one. Okay, so it really is these ones. So... my curse skills take more 10% more damage? Yeah, it has to be Essence, though. This is the one that should be ranked up to max. There's no question about that. Alright. So that was Pit 40. I cleared it in about 10 minutes. Which means that if I were to run Pit 45, probably... Pit 45, I'd probably be able to clear it, but with like maybe 4 minutes remaining is my guess. So... I think I want to amp up my power before I try to go again. And I'm gonna do Essence. I don't know which board gives the most value for Essence, but yeah, I'll have to figure that out a little later. Alright, nice. Wait, no, this is better. There. Okay. What's the next Paragon board? I could do Golem for increased damage, but it would be my Golem that gets all that damage, which is fine, but I'd rather have something that works a little more general for me. Sure. Resistance to all elements. Yeah, okay. Can't go wrong with this. There. Frailty. Okay, so this is now... what Paragon would this be? I spent 127 Paragon points, so that's about the equivalent of about Paragon 100. So I'm going to try this pit clear again. Already clear. Now I've gone from... Previously it was like 50 Paragon points, right? Should have checked before I tossed in all these points. This is about 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, yeah, we'll just say that I went from like 75 Paragon points spent to like 125. So this time I've unlocked a glyph. This is corporeal. And then I also picked up frailty in this case. Good. Yeah, if anyone has questions about how the run's going, yeah, just let me know. I'm just, of course, in the middle of trying to get this all sorted out. Yeah. Still, I spend a great deal of time limit testing in these. If I actually just focused on trying to go all the way to Torment 4, it would actually probably be a lot faster. When I say a lot faster, would I... Well, actually, wait. What am I doing? I have a better version of this. Wait a second. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked, but I just realized that I could get like a pretty massive damage amp right here if I just do this. Okay. Yeah. I think that when I say that I feel like the runs would be like way faster, like level 1 all the way to Torment 4, I think that probably I could do some of these in like, I mean, it also depends on luck. Like one Ring of Mendelin, if I got it like in my second or third run of Zir. That saves me like a lot of time. With this companion druid, part of the reason, like I was going like almost full speed ahead with the companion druid, but because I couldn't find Storm's companion, I was like single targeting monsters for like 5 or 6 hours. And as soon as I got Storm's companion, the game became 10 times easier, and then I finished like an hour, maybe an hour and a half after that. But I don't remember the exact like amount of time I spent, but you get the idea. And then with this guy, though, I already got Ring of Mendelin and the stupid sword that I needed, but most, like, Ring of Mendelin was, like, the big thing, and that is, like, probably 80%, if not more, of my damage right now, right? So, yeah, in this run, I probably could have finished it, like, I'm guessing in, like, 3 or 4 hours if I was just, like, fully committed, but I'm, like, chatting and just chilling. Okay, I also have 69 available points. That's funny. Alright, I'm gonna run this again one more time. And I just realized that my elixirs and incense wore off. So I boosted my reanimation roll, I spent a whole bunch of Paragon points, and I think that...
No fears, dear. We'll be up to the task.
I don't think I've ever heard her say that one. Yeah, suddenly I think my damage will be a lot higher. The clear speed should be faster. I just saw like a 50 million in there. Like the damage number, the scaling on these damage numbers are insane. Like for what it is, right? Not, obviously I'm not hitting for billions or anything like that, but this is a lot better than I was expecting it to be. I guess it makes sense. It makes sense how much damage I'm doing, because it genuinely feels easier this season than last season, and I thought it's because of this power, the Beastmaster's training. But actually, I realized that it has nothing to do with Beastmaster's training. I think that last season, Ring of Mendelin just did not work properly with the minions. Like, they weren't it wasn't inheriting the modifiers that it should from you or your minions. Like, there was some weirdness going on there. So I think that's part of the reason why last season it was so difficult to play minion necro. You know, minus the Army of the Dead cheese strat that I was using. where I was just using Flicker Step to keep spamming Army of the Dead, and most of my damage was coming from, I think, the Army of the Dead explosions. But this season, it's, now that Ring of Menelin is working as intended, suddenly, I'm doing, like, so much more damage than last season, it seems. Yeah, because otherwise, without Ring of Menelin, like, my damage just goes way down. Ring of Menelin pretty much makes, like, the whole build, it feels like. So Ring of Menelin is an absolute must. I don't know about Sanguivere Blade of Zir, though. That one might be a little trickier to test. Like, it looks good, but I actually don't think that it would be as good. It would have as much of an impact as Ring of Menelin. I don't even know if it has more impact than this weapon I have here with the spinal of, like, the reanimation aspect on it. And then I can also put, like, chance for, well, I mean, I can also put chance for Army of the Dead to deal double damage on this, but that'd be, I want to say, kind of, well, actually, yeah, that would work. Anyway, but yeah, hopefully those of you who are listening in can understand what I'm, like, where I'm going with all this here. Yeah, Sanguivere. It doesn't even really boost damage. It's just the Army of the Dead damage specifically that it gets amped. So I don't know. I guess now at least there's different ways to make your minion necro. Like, you could try to turn your skeletons into, like, exploders with that aspect. Service and sacrifice, right? The one where I was like, oh man, this is just awful for my build. But yeah, who knows? Gonna go up this way then. I kind of wonder though. Ring of Menelin. It says every 6th attack from each minion is empowered, exploding for however much damage. Well, that's for minions, right? But I don't know if the damage source is my minions or me. The reason I'm asking about that is maybe I could, like, throw on, like, Tal Loop and Inner Calm, and that might actually be more useful than this aspect. Because this one only works on my minions damage, but if Ring of Menelin uses me as the source, then maybe it doesn't.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Maybe it doesn't benefit from reanimation. I don't know. That's not something I know the answer to. Okay, well, he just disappeared. I'm gonna mark that down as, like, a 10:30 run. Yeah, that was 10:30 remaining easily, and I was, like, not really paying too much attention to any of this. Okay. I'm gonna make sure that I do this first so that I don't the game doesn't close this on me before I can do anything with it. Alright. Bone Finesse, which I don't need. It's time for me to attempt Pit 45 as the next benchmark. So, I'm gonna do that, especially while my elixirs and incense are up. Pit 45. And then after Pit 45, I kind of want to go and get Flicker Step. But I don't even know if I really need Flicker Step at this rate. Like, I'm actually okay. Well. But every time I activate Flicker Step, like, everything actually dies. That's the thing, like. Well, okay, maybe not right away. Oh, ouch. I also love how, even in Pit 45, my barrier is just always up. Like, unless there's some monster that just does insane amount of damage to the point where they can, like, one-hit me, like, yeah, I just have so much leeway for this Necro. Like, it's actually so ridiculously tanky. No reason.
This is what you asked for.
Okay. I do want to try using that unique, though. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how I'm gonna get everything. I still need Flicker Step, too. Maybe I should just burn the rest of my Obols to try to get, like, a Flicker Step. But then again, I also need Blood Moon Breaches. I should probably try to find better Blood Moon Breaches. I think that should actually be one of the things I do. Because that's just free damage. And the roll on this was pathetic, too. +2 to curse skills. Oh, Blast Wave Shrine? Sure. Free damage is free damage. Wow, I didn't actually die from it outright. Oh, this is the end of the area. Okay. What? I still have one more pulse here. Oh. Yeah, I'm just holding on my Army of the Dead right now. Gonna have to mess around with Army of the Dead a bit more. Oh, Channeling Shrine again? Okay, well, maybe it was kind of pointless for me to bother with trying to hold on to Army of the Dead in that case, because it's just up, right back up again. Wow, I'm actually getting barrier faster than I'm losing it in this case. I didn't even expect that my guy would be this effective in generating barrier and everything. This is actually kind of nuts. I just saw like 72 million to 61 million. I'm kind of wondering, like, if that's Army of the Dead that's doing that, or my Golem. I could assume that it's my Golem, but... Oh, no wonder no one's doing any damage because of this guy right here. They're dead. Now I see 13.2 million. $75.8 million? That was like one of my damage numbers too. Might actually already be ready for like pit 50 and onward. Like, what the heck is this timer? Why am I... Yeah, like, this timer is kind of crazy. Like, I have like almost 9 or almost 10 minutes remaining. If not for Army of the Dead's just happening to be down, I would already been finished this by now. Okay, yeah, there. See?
Greetings. Well done. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay. Oh, ouch. How do I do this? Alright, I'm gonna call it a 9:45 run. This was... 45. Pit 45 clear? 945 remaining. That's the previous setup. Okay, well then now I'm gonna attempt pit 50 then, because that was actually pretty easy. Yeah, I gotta keep maxing this out. And then eventually, after maxing this out, I want to get this to rank 46, to tell you the truth. Yeah, I'd like to get that as high as I can make it realistically go here. Corpse Tendrils, I'll never be using that. Strike Chance, no. Corpse Tendrils, no, okay. Death Speaker's Pendant. I still have elixirs and incense up, so I should take advantage of these while I have them. Salvage these. You know, with all the modifiers I have, it's pretty funny to me that I almost have enough. Wait, no, I am overstacked on armor. Like I could go into Torment 4 right now, and I would still have over 1,000 armor. Well, what about my resistances? Oh yeah, my fire resistance is still pretty bad. I need to figure out a way to resolve the fire resist issue, and then I'm ready for. After that, I'll be ready for Torment 4. Yes. Okay. Now here's where things start to get a little bit tougher. Yeah. There's no DR monster either, so these guys are just genuinely tough to kill. And I'd already activated my ult too. So, yeah, this is where I start to get bricked. Hey, there's a monster with some fire-based attack there. Activate this. Alright. Yeah, I should have Army of the Dead up. I'm pretty sure that that's actually amping up the damage of my skills. And more specifically, my Ring of Mendelin. Okay, those monsters that I fought at the entrance seem to be much tougher than these ones for some reason. Okay. Yeah, I need to get Army of the Dead up, like, all the time, because this is not it. I wonder if when these monsters explode, it actually counts towards the progress bar. Alright. Yeah, I need to go get a Flicker Step. Like, this is kind of crazy with no Flicker Step.
Carving meat from bone is my specialty.
Okay.
Now there's a choice cut.
And just waiting for my Army of the Dead to come back up. Once I get Army of the Dead back up, everything just, like, dies immediately. I don't know why that is. I don't know what about Army of the Dead causes, like, the damage numbers to just skyrocket like this, but that's just how the build works. And actually, you know something? I think I really do need Flicker Step. Because I just realized that, like, I have all this barrier, I have all this fortify, and I have so much survivability that if I were to try to evade through the monsters with this setup, like, I'd actually be able to get through and probably survive just about everything. last season, there were a few moments where... Oh, yeah, here we go. Here's the closest I got to death, and that's just me standing still, waiting for those monsters to blow up on my... Like, to blow up on my Necro. Now, last season, there were a few moments where I wasn't... hold on. There's actually still one more room here, too. Yeah, like, last season, I struggled a fair bit more, but I think that's because I didn't have a way to generate barrier, like, all the time. But this season, like, yeah, I can always just generate barrier now with this boss power. It was, like, the best change I've made. Like, the previous one was giving me, like, what, an extra 5% damage? Wow. No, no, no. This barrier, like, this one boss power for barrier is pretty nuts. Like, I'm max barrier again. As long as I don't stand still and just tank every hit that monsters throw at me, like that explosion right there, I'm okay. Also, I have, like, no fire resist, so I need to go and fix that somehow. I don't know if I have an easy way to fix it, though, now that I really think about it. Because, like, which... Oh, you know what? I know how I can fix it. I can actually replace, like, this ring has, like, 250 max life. I can just replace that for fire resist or something. Just grab any piece of equipment. And what am I doing? I should just activate my ult here. My ult's been up for, like, ages, and I just haven't been using it. See? I haven't really been paying much attention, and I'm still quite a bit past the mark. I will be able to clear this, I think, in the allotted time. Unless something goes horribly wrong, but... it's just not a very fast run. Yeah, maybe pulling all the monsters in for the fight, too, helps. Okay, here. Okay, then suddenly everything is just taking so much more damage. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go get Flicker Step after this. I'm kind of done trying to grind out. Like... Yeah, I'm done trying to grind. I also have these Blood Moon Breaches. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that one. Commander. I actually really like this set of pants, though. So, I could replace it for a generic set of, like, Ancestral Legendary pants. And then throw, like, Occult Dominion on those pants, but... I just don't like the idea of doing that, because... This is, like, a really cool set of pants. They apply their own Iron Maiden, they apply their own Crepify. More curse skills, Hellbent Commander, like... Yeah, a little bit of everything. That's a lot of damage I'd be missing by not having Blood Moon Breaches. It also helps boost my Golem damage, too. Yeah. I cannot in any way justify getting rid of these pants. Even these 569 item power, like, if I go into Torment 4 and this is the only set of Blood Moon Breaches I find, I would actually keep it going into Torment 4. That's how good this unique is. I'm gonna be doing the T4 run, and then at the end of it, I'm gonna be showing the Blood Moon Breaches. It's gonna be kind of silly. Oh, this Artillery Shrine's doing me a solid, but... Yeah, it's not a Blast Wave Shrine. If it were a Blast Wave Shrine, then yeah, I'd probably have killed all these by now. Oh, did I miss a world boss? I think I might have missed a world boss, but... Yeah, I actually should not be missing world boss, because... Well, world boss is actually kind of useful since I get boss mats out of it. Oh no, it's 15 minutes from now. Okay. I still got time then. Plenty of time. Oh. Ouch. Yeah, if I had Flicker Step, I just evade. evade one way, evade the other way. And then my ult is back up again. I just don't know if that would interfere with Juggernaut, or if Juggernaut's aspect would interfere with my ability to evade, but I mean, any way to reset my ult is better than none. There's no doubt about that. And I think that, like, attacking something also reduces the cooldown of my evade, so... Like with Flicker Step, right? It's like 2.5 second reduction on evade for every attack I do. Again, kind of insane. I'm gonna activate my ultimate. Ouch. Here. Ooh, got to Frost Nova them too. And activate my Decrepify. Eventually my Army of the Dead will come back. Army of the Dead, there it is.
That'll cough up like any other.
Yeah, it's 87% crit strike chance, it seems. Yeah, so as I said. Oh, ouch. I'll be able to clear this. It's just definitely... It's not a very easy clear, let's just put it like that. I mean, like, I myself am, for the most part, not at risk of dying. So there's that going for me at least, but... But aside from that... The amount of damage I'm outputting, particularly to these bigger monsters, is kind of a problem. 21.6 million, 33.5 million. I'm saving my ult because I know that I'm going to fight the boss soon. And the boss will die way more easily than any of these peons.
Greetings. That was not bad. Thank you. Goodbye. Not farewell.
Alright. There. He should explode here, pretty much. Ooh. Oh no, he didn't die right away. That's impressive. I mean, he still lost half his life from that one ult. Oh, and he's staggered. He even got a couple Frost Novas in on him too. Ooh. Okay. So that was a pit 50 clear, right? And I think to unlock Torment 4, I need to do pit 55. Okay, so I cleared it with exactly like 3 minutes left on the clock. So... Pit 50 clear, with 3 minutes remaining, and then using the above setup, or the setup from the previous run. Okay, so there's still a lot of room for improvement on this build. That's the most hilarious part about all of this. Like, I'm gonna toss a bunch of ranks into Essence, which I'm not even using, by the way. And... this is a pretty nice set of boots, but again, if I'm gonna go for Flicker Step, I don't need those. Well, this is actually quite convenient. I don't... I do need to get I do need to get boss mats right now. Like, I have pretty much no boss mats left, so fighting the world boss would be a good idea, because I know the boss, or the world boss, actually gives me some materials that I can use. So, yeah, this is great timing for that boss to show up. But in the meantime, while I'm waiting for that world boss to spawn, I do think that I have enough time to run one Andy. One Andariel run. Because I have 3 pincushion dolls, so should be okay. And I even have my elixirs and incense still active, so this is the perfect time to do it. Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm already at the point where I've broken through pit 40, 45, and now I've just cleared pit 50. And this is with just 125 Paragon points spent, so this is like the equivalent of like Paragon 100. This was way easier than last season, which is, again, like nuts to me. Wow, I didn't even activate my ult on this one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna survive, like... Oh, I can't, like, one-tap her. And... Oh... I at least have multiple evade charges, so if I see her attacks coming, then... You know what, actually? I think the fact that I have so much fortifying barriers carrying me, because I've actually just been running through a lot of her mechanics. They actually made it so that there's 3 phases. They forced there to be 3 phases. Ouch. If I run through that fire, though, I die. And I have, like, no fire res either. Dariel's Horde. And... Did I get what I'm looking for? No, I did not. Yeah. Blood Moon Breaches. Blood Moon Breaches would have been nice, but Flicker Step is the one I'm looking for, and unfortunately I didn't quite get it here. Maybe that's the mistake I made. When I was like gambling with my obols, I should have gone for boots instead. Actually, I can still do that right now. Still have a bit of time. Let's grab some boots here.
Not a bad pull. Hello, shiny. Too
Ugh.
bad, friend.
They're all garbage. Okay, what's this? Shadow Resistance. Yeah, I would never use that. I might use this one. Actually, fine. I'll chuck it for now. I haven't actually died. Interesting. Boots.
Hello. Shame that. Faster. Hello. Well.
Oh.
There's something special.
Path of Tragul. Nope. No. No Flicker Steps here.
Hello. Not a bad pull, that.
And Path of Tragul again.
Greetings.
Wow.
Still got some good in it.
Well. Could be usable. This one would not be usable. And this one also wouldn't be usable. So, get rid of all those. Just wish that I could get slightly better rolls on these uniques, man. You know, I still have this. I have this glyph here that I'd like to actually go and use, but I need to find which board. Yeah, I need to find which board has the most dexterity on it. Well, actually, that doesn't even matter because at the end of the day, I'm gonna be using the Paragon boards that have the best legendary nodes that work for me anyway. Consuming 5 corpses grants increased damage for 6 seconds. Well, increased life. I think I'd rather have this one. I do consume corpses because I spam raise skeleton a lot. And I think after all this time, I still don't have Aspect of the Great Feast. Maybe I made a huge mistake by trying to roll for... No, I'm not kidding. It's not really a mistake, but one of the things I could have done was to roll for offensive aspects to get Aspect of the Great Feast. But the thing about Aspect of the Great Feast is that I have alternatives to Aspect of the Great Feast. Like, I can still use Inner Calm, I can use having Brawlers, like, all those are fine.
There's a ritual that can be
Wait, why am I doing this? Currency cache, layer cache, masterwork cache. Yeah, I also need to try and masterwork my gear too. I didn't bother to do that yet. Oh, gloves. What are these? That is a lot of Urivar runs I can do. Well, this actually works out because then I can go get Flicker Step. And Living Steel too for Grigwar. I don't know if there's anything I need from Grigwar, but I can certainly take on Urivar here. No, wait. Urivar is over here. Yeah, maybe I'll get some more... Got some Obdicite out of that too. I think I got like 600 Obdicite, so off from below. Yeah, I just gotta finish the world boss, and then maybe I can get like some more Urivar masks, and then I'll have 3 attempts rather than just 2. So that's how it's gonna go. I just... This character has, or this particular build has been super easy. Like, really, it feels like as long as you have Ring of Mendelin, it's GG. I'm not even kidding. Like, Ring of Mendelin has just trivialized the entire run. Which I'm not complaining about, but it's just interesting to me where the power spikes for each of the builds comes from. And that's never really changed. Like, Ring of Mendelin has always been like the backbone of a Minion Necro. Minion Necro back in like season 2 and 3, if you don't have Ring of Mendelin, your Necro does like 0 damage. As soon as you get Ring of Mendelin, suddenly you can clear Lilith with like 0 difficulty. That's how it used to be back then. And now, if I were to take off my Ring of Mendelin right now, I think that I would not even be able to do Pit 40. I could test that for fun, but I don't really want to waste my time. Like, if you don't have Ring of Mendelin, you should not be leaving Torment 2. I genuinely think that that's just how it works. And it's not even like these boss powers. You know what? Forget trying to buff Urivar's Law Bombs. Like, who cares? I should actually be buffing this and just trying to get as much barrier as I could possibly get. It makes no sense to do anything else because, yeah, like, just making my guy immortal just sounds so much better. Especially because I'm going to be evading at them anyway. Yeah, I can clear this on Torment 3. There's plenty of other people who are spamming Dust Devils, Earthquakes, Blood Wave. I think there's Dance of Knives in there. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. After this, I'm just gonna run Urivar. That's really what it's gonna boil down to. And I still have like lair boss horde keys too that I could, or that tribute that I could do if I still can't get what I'm looking for. Oh shoot. Do I die here? Wow, that barrier actually like just soaked up most of that damage. Oh, ouch. Gonna activate my ultimate one more time. Ow. Oh. Oh. Well, it doesn't even matter. He's gonna respawn in a second. Or he's gonna die in a second. Oh, no. Wow. That poison. That was so rude.
Thank you. That was not bad.
Thanks.
Yeah, there's a tribute of refinement here. I think tribute of refinement is for Obdicite. People just run that if it comes down to it. Alright. Exquisite Blood, Aberrant Hearts. Yeah, it feels like I haven't really done that much, and I have so many boss mats in this particular run compared to the previous ones I did. Previously, I was struggling a lot more to find these mats. To crowd control, gain double offering if it isn't a slow or chill. Well, I mean, this allows me to afflict a slow, right? To like everything, really. Okay, instead of casting Evade, what if I apply crowd control instead? In order to trigger more crit strike chance. Exquisite Blood. I'm gonna do 2 Urivar runs. I don't wanna, like, I'm like thinking what the best way to go about this is. Right now, I could, oh, wait, no, this is a Torment 3. I gotta set it back. I realized that I could, like, do the tributes that give me all these boss keys. If I were to try and grab more lair boss keys, then yeah, I'd have more runs of Urivar. But I mean, what if I get the flicker step? Like, that's the one unique I'm looking for. Like, what if I get that on the first try? Then why do I need more boss mats? Like, I could actually just finish here. There's no need to prolong the run for like no reason. I've already been at this for like 5, almost 6 hours, and truth be told, I actually think that I could have finished this like an hour. I probably could have shaved off an hour already in this run. Yeah, but I was going about it pretty slowly and explaining everything and chatting with people. I think that ate up a lot of time. And also, like, making notes of everything. Yeah, all those things do slow me down. And, okay, there we go. There's my summons. Is there a second phase? Wait, he didn't enter a second phase. Wow, so I can actually instantly mop the floor with them. Okay, let's see what we got. Boots, come on, flicker step, please. Oh, yes, flicker step, first try, and it's a maximum roll. Ah. Beginning of the end. Bloodless Scream, don't need that. The Unmaker? Never heard of this one. Oh, it's for Soul Rift, I see. See, yeah, so I don't even need to bother with getting, fetching more mats. Like, I'm already where I need to be.
Time to go, it seems.
Okay, well, let me make some adjustments then. Malignant Heart. Fast Evade. Well, this one's a toughie. Wait, hold on. What's my resistances at? This is, oh, because this is Torment too. I need to set it to Torment 3 so I can get a more accurate, measure of what my resistances actually look like. So I'm gonna throw on this. Oh, okay, so I gain lightning resistance here. Flicker Step. But I do lose out on the shadow resist from this. So I need to get rid of what do I need to get rid of? Like I need to buff up my fire resistance and my shadow resistance. Those are the two that need to get up and going. Okay. I think this is going to be the last batch that I'll need to make. This is a bit of a relief.
Exquisite concoction.
Yep. Yeah. I'm gonna be using these in the run anyway. So fire resistance and shadow resistance are my lowest, and lightning resistance is actually overcapped now thanks to my flicker step. So I'll unsocket this one. What about my sapphire? Poison resistance. Okay, I can get rid of that one. Or maybe I... Iron poison. I definitely want to have like a ruby. But I guess for these ones, maybe a diamond would be okay for now. Yeah, I'm actually overstacked on armor. Maybe I should have actually gotten like... Well, even my helm has resistance to all elements. You know what? I know how to fix the problem. I actually need to roll off Golem Mastery until I get like resistance to all elements, and then I'll have like maxed resists. Flicker Step at last. Oh, but then I lose out on a Cult Minion by doing that, right? So I was going to play around with if I put it on my chest piece. There's a couple ways I can put this together. If I do this, then my armor stat goes like way too low. So Juggernaut's aspect is actually a pretty big deal here. So then I can put Occult Dominion in my gloves and I can move Frenzied Dead to here. That's another option. I think that might be okay. Because I actually really like this damage reduction. I'm tempted to roll it off. Like, that's the other option that I have, right? Like, intuitively for me, yeah, I could just roll off Hardened Bones and then put on Occult Dominion here. But I actually really like having an extra 25% damage reduction off of it. So, whatever.
Brighter soul.
Service and Sacrifice. And I still don't have that that other aspect, the aspect of the Great Feast. But whatever. Alright, I'm gonna throw this on. I'm gonna imprint this. And then on my gloves, I'll put Aspect of Occult Dominion. I lose out on some damage when I activate my ult, but in exchange, I get my ult up all the time. So I think it's a pretty good trade-off. There's still the issue of the, I still haven't really had a chance to try the weapon. The Sangbivor Blade of Zir. It's like a 750 item power too, but that's something I'll need to sort out in a little bit. First, I need to see how much of an impact this has on my Pit 50 run. Well, I'm gonna actually try the Pit 45 run first and see just how good it is here. Then I'll switch it over to Pit 50 after, but I imagine it'll go much more easily than before. Because I can actually just keep doing this. Yeah, like before my ult is even up, I can just evade past everything multiple times. And this is like, every enemy that I dash through reduces the cooldown by 4 seconds. Up to 10 seconds, so like even if there's like a pack of like 3 monsters, I get like the maximum reduction on my ult because of the high roll on this. Okay. Yeah. As I expected, I'm just dog walking everything now. In Pit 45. Well, I guess it's not really a dog walk. I need to actually have my ult up, and then they all die, but...
It's a fight you wanted.
Gonna activate my ultimate. I should always just have my ultimate active. I gotta make that a habit now that I have Flicker Step. Like, to have it... Yeah, to not have my ultimate up at any time, where there's like a pack next to me, is essentially griefing. Yeah, I gotta keep spamming evade. I just kind of wish my evade cooldown weren't so high, but I mean, that's kind of to be expected. Alright. Go to the next area. Well, this isn't actually going as easily as I was expecting, although I guess maybe part of the issue is I haven't gotten any shrines yet up until now. That could have something to do with why I'm struggling so much. Yeah, there's like... I've been trying to dash through monsters, but there's not enough of them. They just keep dying. It's like, okay, now I should activate my ult. Ooh, DR. Well, in a way that helps me because now I can just evade past them. Gotta be careful with how I evade because sometimes I get like no reduction on my evade. I feel like my damage is well, I can feel that my damage is a bit lower too since I don't have my that aspect again that was like boosting my damage whenever I did activate my ult. Yeah, I have everything else though at least. Wow, 5,000 barrier still. Yes, please let me activate my ult. It's really hard to find groups of monsters that are clumped up right now. Okay, I found one shrine so far. Where's the other shrine? Cult Minion. Yeah, I have everything. I'm surprised this run's actually taking this long. If I'm being honest. Like, this run, like the last time I was here, I cleared Pit 45 with 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. I have no idea why, despite having Army of the Dead up way more often than before, that this run would take any less amount of time than before. Or any more time than before. Like, it should be faster. Like, okay. Well, it's gonna be roughly about the same on this run, but... Wow. So, like 9:30. Pit 45 clear with 9:30 remaining. Boots to Flicker Step. Well, that's really strange. Either way, this is going to be reaching level 45 soon, so at least there's that going for me. I am now gaining Artificer's Stone somehow. Maybe it was the world boss. I don't know. Three of my boards. Okay, I think it's about time that I got my last legendary node. Maybe Flesh Eater? But like, how often do I consume 5 corpses, actually? Is there something with a more general source of, like, overall damage? Golem, Flesh Eater. Do I need any of this? Deals increased damage. I actually do consume a lot of corpses, though. As I go along, I'm usually spamming Ray's skeleton, right? So, sure. Why don't we try this one? Corpse attack speed. Well, I don't use corpse skills. Ah, I should go this way in. I could get resistance to all elements this way. 137 Paragon points to refund. Yeah, sure. Paragon 125. Well, there we go. So minus 29. This is like roughly Paragon 130. But I still don't have the like a glyph, proper glyph to use here. Yeah, I feel like with all the glyphs alone, that would be such a... There's like a lot of ways to like amp up the damage on this guy. Sure. I need to find a way to fit in Essence, though, before the final run, I think. Yeah, it's just bothering me that this run took so long. I don't understand it. There's no way that this run should have gone any slower than the previous runs, aside from maybe the shrines, I guess, but yeah, like, these are my old boots. They don't even have int on them. They have movement speed and skeletal warrior mastery. At least with int, I could actually understand that maybe I lost out on some damage in my Ring of Mendelin because I don't have int, right? But in this case, that's not even the problem. Okay, maybe I can... Okay. Actually, this is perfect for my Flicker Step. 5, 6. Okay, so this gives me the bonus. Yeah, I get extra damage from consuming corpses, so there's a couple things I gotta juggle on this build. I have to spam evade to make sure that my ult is back up. I also have to keep eating corpses to gain more damage. There is a way to automate grabbing the corpses, and that's by replacing my ring with Ring of Sacrilegious Soul. But then, in order to do that, I'd also have to throw on a Cult of Minion on my helm. Like, I must have a Cult of Minion. Like, I have to have that aspect for sure. Because it boosts all my damage across the board. Or does it? I don't know if it works with Ring of Mendelin, though. That's the issue. Well, I mean, of course it does. Each of these minions is a conduit for Ring of Mendelin. That alone makes it, like, more worth than even some of these aspects. Okay. And this thing is like maxed, right? Yeah. 200% bonus damage on it. The 1 million. Alright. Activating my ult. Protection Shrine. Oh, that's pretty useless. I'm already pretty much immortal with this setup, at least so far. Gotta be a way to, like, consume these corpses in such a way that I don't have to actively participate. Movement speed from fighting alongside Variana. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be getting attack speed from Variana too. You know what? That's what I'm missing. I should actually just be running Rahir. If I run Rahir, then I can cap out my resistances that way, can't I? Although, yeah, I could probably come close to capping out my resistances if I used Rahere. Yeah, I should just activate my ult here. $38.3 million. I don't really see many orange damage numbers though. Yeah, the downtime on my ult is definitely a lot lower than it used to be. No question about that. The overall clear time is still about the same, which I don't like. Oh. Yeah, just don't have them lined up very nicely. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I mean, of course I'm gonna be keeping Flicker Step, but I am very curious as to why the overall run doesn't feel as fast as it used to be. Maybe I got lucky with the previous ones, or maybe it's just the shrines. Maybe it's a shrine difference. Like, if I got Blast Wave on my previous run, then whatever, right? But, whatever. I can start getting more Paragon points into my stuff, I guess. Start using up the rest of them. And also that masterworking too. Oh yeah, my weapon. I need to figure out that. Whoa, wow! Somebody got a 4GA, 4GA Shroud of False Death. That's kind of nuts. I'm gonna activate my ult here real quick. Just gotta make sure that I can dash through some of these before the boss shows up. Nice. It's perfect timing.
Hello. That was not bad, thanks. Farewell.
It's a fight you wanted.
Okay, 8:15 run. The run was 8:15.
Hardly broke a sweat.
8:15 remaining with the above. I need to start pumping up the. Ooh. I think it's about time to upgrade my existing ring. Except I don't know. I think this is. Oh, this is actually direct upgrade because it's still a resistance to all elements and poison. I might get rid of the Golem active cooldown reduction and replace it with ultimate cooldown reduction. Okay. I'm pretty close to maxing this out, so just gonna finish that one off. I'm gonna salvage everything, and then I'm gonna replace this aspect and the roll on it too. How far into the run are we? I feel like I'm like 6 hours into the run. Almost there.
What's still got some good in it?
All right. becomes 16 seconds, and this thing is not as good. Only Army of the Dead can now unleash the souls from Vampiric Curse, causing both Army of the Dead and the souls to deal 23.5% increased damage per soul unleashed. Stack up to 20 souls. Well, that sounds great, but yeah, just don't have enough crit strike damage to make it worth it to use this. Okay, Frenzy dead, right?
Sublime.
So we got Frenzy dead on this. I have to add a socket. And I have to hope that I don't brick it on the tempers. Rapid ossification, alright. No, please. Ultimate cooldown reduction, alright, well, they made that decision for me. 44 or 45 seconds down to 41, wow. My old one had golem damage, so skeleton mage damage. Yeah, it's looking good. And then I need to roll lucky hit off for something else. CSC is fine. Yeah, I mean, it's just a replacement for my old one.
Bright aura.
And I get a lot more max life. I went from like 5k to like 7k in a short amount of time.
The stars made manifest.
Yeah, I'll sort out the rest of the resistances later, but this is fine for now. I'm gonna throw these into my stash. Like, all these except for the weapon. Okay. I don't think that by itself will really do too much, though. To, like, amp up the speed at which I'm clearing everything. Essence. Whatever. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna throw this on. Essence. 16%. This is like... This board has, like, no decks. Which boards actually have decks? Okay, this one actually seems to have a lot more decks. Yeah, this board seems to have way more decks. I'm gonna try to see if I can max out my decks this way. Deal increased damage to enemies that are not healthy. 87% crit strike chance. Yeah, and then when I max this out, it'll probably include this dex node and this dex node too. I'll worry about that when it actually gets marked as legendary, but... Well... 25. Yeah, let me finish maxing out the glyph. I think that's the first thing I should do, because if I could, like, take this weapon off and then still have a bunch of crit strike damage, that would be ideal. But then again, I think that's actually impossible. This thing by itself gives 450% critical strike damage. I don't think I'm going to be topping that anytime soon. That's just the sad reality. Even if I want this one to be able to do a lot. I'm gonna try one more time with this sword. This master's training. Mage damage. There's gotta be a way for me to get like critical strike damage without messing up my army of the dead. Although it's gonna be a very difficult pitch to get 400% crit strike damage. I'll be able to clear Torment 4 with this guy. I really do think so. I could clear Torment 4 with this guy without using this blade. If I want to. But I also want to use this blade. So if there's some way I can make it work, then I'd prefer that. I'm gonna activate my army of the dead. Yeah, it's just not... I just don't think it's worth it. Like, this blade is kind of underwhelming. Like, maybe I'll just report that when I do my video. And then I kind of do, like, the whole build overview and talk about how well the build performs and everything. Because this is kind of, like, I can't justify it. Especially, I can't find, like, an ancestral. Like, this setup is just... Like, maybe there's something I'm missing here, but... Here, I'm gonna eat up as many bodies as I can, and I'll activate my ultimate, and they're still alive. And I actually, like, this is a weapon that is supposed to boost Army of the Dead, and, the damage from Army of the Dead, and, like, these souls, right? But, if I use this weapon, then I have no way to get crit strike damage to max this out. And I also lose damage from the fact that it's not an ancestral unique, it's only just a regular 750 item power unique. I think I saw 90 million there. I can get some like pretty big damage numbers off of this, but well, I don't know if it's enough. Activate my ult again. Yeah, this is an... Oh, where's all my attack speed coming from? Why am I moving and attacking so fast? It's strange. Yeah, there's too many things to keep track of. I have to curse, I have to eat corpses, I have to like... I think I need Ring of Sacrilegious Soul. If I have Ring of Sacrilegious Soul, then it would handle a lot of those things on my behalf. So that it would just keep my bonuses up. I may actually try using Ring of Sacrilegious Soul. You know what? I think I see the other problem. I also am missing a reanimation aspect. If I use that, yeah, if I use this unique weapon, I also don't have reanimation, or I have to like either get rid of reanimation, or Occult Minion, or Unyielding Commander, or Frenzied Dead. No, I just don't think it's worth it. Like, I have to concede that other people are right. I remember some people were saying that it wasn't... that this unique looks cool on paper, but in practice it's probably not going to perform very well, and I didn't really believe that. But yeah, like this is a very Army of the Dead centric weapon, and I just don't really think that that's. I just don't have a way to justify throwing this uh into my gear, especially considering that yeah, like this has chance for Army of the Dead to deal double damage, and it has Skeletal Warrior Mastery, Mage Mastery, and Golem Mastery. That's like so cool. But like those modifiers are just nowhere near as powerful as Beastmasters, which gives like 150% for all of them. Just 2 ranks of these would be like what, additional 50% at most in the case of Golem Mastery, but nah, that is not the way to go. Activate this. Unless I'm like playing the build wrong or something, but I don't think that's the case either. Playing the build wrong is in maybe there's look at that. That's Army of the Dead's. Like when I activate Army of the Dead, all those stored souls come out, and it doesn't even look like it just looks like it tickles them. It doesn't even look like it does any damage. Well. Shrine, sure. Yeah. I would have abandoned this run some time ago. Like, I would have just given up on this run, but I'm already like midway through. It's the only reason why I toughed it out. But yeah, I want my Ancestral back. I feel kind of ripped off. And this is like a pretty high roll on this unique too. It's not like a low roll or anything like that. It's not an Ancestral, but still. And I think that even if I were to get this as an Ancestral, I think the last affix here might be like +3, and then with the GA it might be like +4 or something. But right now, as it is, I just can't justify keeping it. Well, at least that's good to know. I can say for certain that this is just not my... It's not really up my alley. Yeah. I'll be able to clear this before the time is up, but... And I'll even be able to, like, get all my glyphs, or all my glyph upgrades, all 4 of them, but man, this felt like kind of like a waste of time.
Carving meat from bone is my specialty. Now there's a choice cut.
And I just unloaded all of those stored souls, but they do nothing because there's this guy, the damage resistance aura. Like, wouldn't I rather just have the biggest weapon to hit them as hard as I can with my golem? And I don't even think I've seen any damage numbers go beyond like 10 mil. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any 10 mils pop up with this weapon. I saw, oh, there we go, I saw 10 mil, but that's it. It was like a 9.9, 9,916k, which is 9.9 mil. Wait, what am I doing? I should be just flicker stepping into them. Hey, I saw 26.2 million. I saw 38 million. So those are nice at least. Okay, trying to find nice pack here. Yeah. There. Done.
Hello. Well done. Thanks. Farewell.
Mm-hmm. I don't even have any stored souls. Well, I can tank that. I can attack like almost everything so far. Yeah, maybe Ring of Sacrilegious Soul would be the way to go. Not sure. Okay, this run took... I'll give myself benefit of the doubt. No, I'm just gonna say 5 minutes. Like, let's be honest this time. Okay, I gotta write this all down. 1 second. So... 49... This is a pit 45 clear, and I had 5 minutes remaining. But then I was using the Zir blade. Blade of Zir. Sanguivore. Yeah, that run really just proves it. So, oh, the whole reason I was here. Gonna upgrade this. Failed. Hey, okay, I just need to do one more run and I can max this one out. And then maybe I can use the rest of the level ups on this. Right. I'm gonna take a short break here. I'm gonna leave the stream up for a little bit, but I think, yeah, for the recording, I'm just gonna pause it and I'll come back momentarily. So, yeah, I'll hopefully catch you all in a few minutes. Okay, so be right back. Okay, so it's time to keep going here. After I had a nice little breather, I also had a little bit of time to sort of think about what I want to do now. What I want to do to continue growing this character, specifically. So one of the things I remembered was, do I have minion augment? Wait, I still don't have minion augments? I don't even have the rare version of minion augments. That is hilarious. Because I was thinking about it, and minion augments, like, I can throw this on my weapon. It's 16 to 25% chance, right? Yeah, it's 16 to 25%. This one's 43%, so it's going to be higher than from the tempering recipe, but still, like, I have a way to help match the damage that Sanguivore is giving. In fact, this weapon that I have right now doesn't even have a weapon temper. That's how silly it is. Anyway. So normally I would actually do Infernal Horde's Compass. I actually have 2 of them. But I actually want to try the Tribute of Refinement. I mean, the fact that it's available means that they must have fixed it, right? Because I know last season, this tribute was bugged in such a way that you couldn't even get any... Well, you can't get any Obdicite out of it. But now, it should be working a little better now. Yeah, so I switched this back. Because I think that, well, it's just better for me to have the original weapon that I previously was using. This setup is alright for now. I do like my damage reduction. I really do. And I have a bunch of Paragon points. Um, sure. Modifier barrier. 4% as barrier. So originally this was 10%. When I max it out, it'll be like 30%. So whenever I gain Fortify, I gain 30% of the amount as barrier. That is nuts. Okay, I'm gonna try Pit 45 because I just need to do one run. I just need to do one run of Pit 45 now. Once I do one run of Pit 45, I'll basically be...
Excellent.
I'll have my glyph maxed out. That's kind of the main purpose of me being here. Oh, wow. Okay. This is the last of my elixirs and incense. Hopefully I won't have to go and farm more. Fingers crossed. Yeah, right. So this is with my old equipment. Part of me is tempted to just use the golem board instead of what I have here. I was also thinking about it. I could replace my other ring, Frenzied Dead, for a Ring of Sacrilegious. That's a possibility. And another thing I could do to help myself out is I could replace Variana with Rahir. Not even for the damage boost, but because yeah, like I actually need more resistances if I'm gonna try to run Torment 4. So there's a few adjustments that I can make still. Because I don't even really need Variana anymore. Originally I was using her for the attack speed. But at this point, I have plenty of attack speed on my Necro. Actually, I can actually use my curse rather than... I've been using Hemorrhage to try and activate my evade, but I feel like this is easier. And come to think of it, cast 5 skills and become exhausted for 3 seconds. What was the other one? Oh yeah, I gain crit strike chance if I keep CCing monsters. And, well, yeah, this CC is... the CC is doing plenty. Yeah, I feel like this time my run is going way quicker than the last time I was attempting it. Nah, I'll just activate my ult. Let's just get this part over with. Yeah, I do need that minion finesse recipe. If I had that minion finesse recipe, that'd be amazing. I think it would really help my Army of the Dead. Damage. I'm going the wrong way somehow. How did that even happen? I went down and then all the way back up around. Alright, I'm gonna go to the next area. $64.6 million. Oh, Blastwave Shrine. I see another shrine like 5 feet away too. Is it gonna be another Blastwave? No, Protection Shrine this time. Alright. I mean, they can't even really hit or can barely injure me. I should just activate my ult, sure. Yeah, there's too many skills to keep track of. I have to, like, curse them, and then I have to pop one of the corpses. Well, actually I had to pop 5 corpses to get the bonus from my other Paragon board. And then I have to evade through these monsters and also spam Army of the Dead. I'm really tempted to use Ring of Sacrilegious just so I could keep the Flesh Eater bonus up. Because I, like, double check, triple check, and there's only... It's either this or, like, I boost my Golem damage, and I don't actually like... I mean, I can boost my Golem damage. Nothing wrong with that, but I'd really rather have damage on all of my skills. And all of my summons, minions, whatever you want to call them. I'm not really evading through enough of these guys. Well, it's something. I still do not understand how I was ever able to do a sub 10 minute no, never mind. I never actually did do a sub 10 minute clear. What am I talking about? On pit 45. I thought I did, but that was for pit 40. Yeah, the run, like the average run time for the E's definitely has gone down. Like they're fast. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have activated that. It should still be fine though.
Greetings. Impressive. Thank you. Goodbye.
So far my record has been 930, which is like the previous run that I did of pit 45. I cleared it in about 9.5 minutes. This one is 9:15, so it basically lines up pretty nicely together. 9:15 remaining. Yeah. Scythe Ancestral. What do I have? Nope, I don't need that. Alright. So that's the end of that run. Oh. And spent glyph attempts? Ah, yeah, right. The whole reason I was here was to get this. Good. So I have that maxed out, and then... oh yeah, Dead Razor would be nice. That's one less thing I had to worry about. If I have Dead Razor as a glyph, it's like fire and forget. I don't need to look at it. It's just active all the time. Okay, resistances. My poison and shadow resists are not looking too amazing. So I'm gonna need to fix that a little later. My boss powers are looking kind of good.
It is done.
Greater collection of chest plates or materials. Okay, my chest plate is just fine. And in fact, I could probably replace Golem Mastery for resistances later, if I deem it necessary. Bone augments. Good. Ah, I finally got some angel breath out of that. I'm gonna go to the reputation board. That was another thing that I meant to do. And then, now that I have my glyph maxed out, I might actually try to run Opticite. Wait a second. I just remembered something. The whole reason why I leveled that glyph... There's too many things to keep track of. Okay, so Mystery Archetype. I pick these up. Legendary items, tempering manuals, and useful goods. Defined by a Necromancer who manipulated blood. Blood augments. Well, if only it were for minions. I'm still looking for the Herrera recipe. Like, what is this? Weapon augments. I still don't have the rare or the legendary augments for minions, which is again kind of nuts. But this is a cool looking armor. It's got armor and resistance to all elements, but of course it's not even 800, so I will never be using it. So I'll salvage all these, then... Oh, yeah, the glyph, right? So I wanted to really pump up my crit strike damage, but no matter how high I pump it up, at least right now, there's no way that I'll be able to match this amount of crit strike damage on my weapon. It's just pretty much impossible. Like, even if I were to grab these, 187% crit strike damage. Yeah. Well, that's too bad, really. I'll just leave it as this for now. 163 points, minus about 30. I'm at 133. I have all of the legendary nodes. Dead Razor. Okay. Is this int? Okay. Let's throw on Dead Razor. I did get a radius increase on this, so I should be able to get a bit more intelligence. Does it? Yeah, there. It actually does encompass Ren, but Paragon nodes within range get 48% bonus to their minion damage and damage reduction modifiers. I mean, if that's the case, then I actually have this backwards. I actually should have Dead Razor here. 45 int. I am a little over on int. Okay, whatever. I mean, just so happens that I have that much int in this region, I guess. So... yeah, 48% bonus to their damage modifiers. It's fine. I mean, the glyph hasn't been leveled up very much as part of the problem. And then here, with Essence, I can try to get... oh, there's like no dexterity here. Well, I could do this. And then... I already grabbed this dex. Grab dex here and here. There. Yeah. So I'm close to Paragon 150 with this setup. Or, well, yeah, like Paragon level 150. And yeah, critical strike damage and all this. So I've activated this bonus, or this additional bonus. I mean, it was already active before, but I got 8% crit strike damage for the legendary bonus. I now have a third glyph, so I'll write in that I'm getting Dead Razor. That's like 15% more damage. This is definitely not trivial. So, yeah, if I were to run the pit again, I think it might be... I might be able to clear it in... well, quicker than before, but I'm going to actually I'm going to do one other thing, and that's to go and get more Obdicite. Yeah, I'm going to do at least one tribute for Obdicite and see how well that works for me. So... 45 clear remaining. Dead Razor glyph. And rank 46. Essence glyph. I think that's the main adjustment I made. 173 Paragon points spent. Okay, there. Is there anything else I can pick up? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to... I was actually tempted to try to roll for a better set of Blood Moon Breaches. Which boss is supposed to handle this? Blood Moon Breaches. I would assume Zir, but... Oh, this is from Andariel? Andariel drops me these, but I don't have any Andariel mats. Maybe I could get it from Harbinger, but... Okay, I guess I don't need a better set of Blood Moon Breaches. It would be really nice. Get a lot of value out of more, like a better roll on crit strike damage, or Hellbent Commander or Golem Mastery, but I guess I don't need to do it. But this I should probably do. Harbinger of Hatred. I could run Harbinger of Hatred. Harbinger of Hatred is also supposed to drop Blood Moon Breaches. Wait, this is the wrong world here, or difficulty level. I said Torment 2. Wait a second. This is for Obdicite. No, I should do it on Torment 3. I think I should be able to pull it off. Alright. Yeah, feels so bizarre not doing this for lair boss keys. But, yeah, I think I do need these masterworking materials. Well, I don't need them, but they'll help. It's mainly it, really. 45 million. Oh. Portal Prankster. Oh, I keep forgetting that I'm supposed to evade past these guys. Go. Okay. Got what I set out to do. When my ult is up, pretty much everything just dies. I can't even, like, evade onto them because they die so fast. And the thing is, my damage is decent, but still not enough to clear everything, and that's... It's not even like they have DR. I just can't... Just don't do enough damage without my ult. Good. Yeah, I really do need to get, like, Army of the Dead chance to deal double damage and all that. That would help. Okay. I wonder if I can stack these. I'm guessing probably not, but... I'm gonna activate my ult again. Maybe with my ult I might be able to pull it off. $213 million. Yeah, really cutting it close on this. I have 63 seconds, alright. My Army of the Dead is still active. Or, not active, but it's not on cooldown. Okay, well this is pretty easy. I'm just running all the way to the top there. Alright, I'm gonna activate this. I have to pop my ult whenever I make it to a beacon. I think that's the trick. As long as I make it to a beacon, I can just keep resetting my ult. It's, really the name of the game here. activated it too late. So now it's actually on cooldown, but at least I have Flicker Step. I can use Flicker Step to... Oh. I hit everything here. Yeah, I mean, I have enough damage to handle the midway point between Torment 3 to Torment 4, so it shouldn't be too bad to run this, right? Especially when I have Ring of Mendelin. Okay. Yeah, I have more timer than I started with, so I don't think I really need to worry too much. Wow, this part of the run is taking quite a bit. Maybe it's because I mistimed my Army of the Dead. Oh, nice. Wait a second. How far do I need to go? Oh, okay. It's like right there. I just need to run. That's all I need to do. I can just skip everything. Bypass everything directly. I think I have max attunement rank, right? Yeah, it says 4 out of 4, so... I'm actually... Yeah, I just need to start running there. That's it. Right. Undercity Portal.
I do this for your sake, child.
And send the golem in.
So much good I would have done. So much good.
Okay. I silenced the whisper in the Undercity, and so... Send my golem to kill it. Malignant Heart. Nice. Tribute of Harmony and Refinement, and Judicator's Mask. I got Shadow Finesse recipe, getting all the legendaries before the ones that I need, but masterworking materials. Originally I had 600, I think, right? So how much do I have now? Oh, that was pretty good. 2 additional waves. Yeah, that went a lot better than I expected it to. That was like 1400 Obdicite for like 5 minutes worth of time. I will say though that if I had run Infernal Hordes, I would have gotten less Obdicite, but I would have been able to re-temper my weapon. But it's not like I really have a good recipe to slam onto it from the weapons category. Well, whatever. I mean, I have all the masterworking now, right? So, I am actually a bit curious, though. I will maybe waste a bit of time here just to do the Pit 45 again. Just because I want to know... Like, I made some adjustments, right? Like, I'm added, like, almost 50 Paragon points, and I put on rank 46 Essence Glyph and rank 15 Dead Razor Glyph. So this, like, there should have been a very noticeable amount of damage that came out of that. Is kind of what I'm going with here. Yeah, what's my cooldown on Army of the Dead? Well, it's going down, but I'm trying to think if there's any better way to reduce my ult cooldown. Can't really think of any easier ways. There's also the Ring of Sacrilegious that I could grab, and I could better my pants, but oh well. It says attacks reduce evade cooldown. I guess trying to summon my skeletons does not count as an attack. Yeah, it actually doesn't count as an attack for me to raise some corpses. Or to use raised skeletons on the corpses. So I'm gonna have to stick with Decrepify for this. But I don't know how I would consume 5 corpses constantly. Like, Ring of Sacrilegious Soul is the only way I can think of, but if I do that, then I have to get rid of another one of my aspects. $85 million. There. Artillery Shrine. Sure. Well, this actually helps me spam my curses faster. And that way I can activate my Decrepify more often too. Handling Shrine? Good. I just need to Decrepify one, or evade once or twice, and I'll be ready to keep going. Yep, this challenge shrine's doing me a solid, but I should have activated my Army of the Dead one more time before it timed out. Yeah, I definitely feel like it's a lot easier, or slightly easier, ever since I got this, upgraded my 2 glyphs. Alright. A couple corpses. Wait, where's it going? Oh, it loops around? Oh. Just gonna explode on me? This freezing issue is getting so annoying. It doesn't look like they have any intention to fix it either. Okay, I don't want to have to redo this whole run again. For simplicity's sake, I'll just say that there was 10:15 remaining. Because that's roughly... I'll just say 10 minutes remaining. Because, yeah, I would have killed this next pack, and then I would have had to run up to the boss, and I just activate my ult, or my curse, bone prison, and then my ult, and then golem, and then he would probably die, right? 5, 10 seconds to run, and then 5 seconds to kill him. Yeah, maybe even less than that. I'll just say 10, 15. And it's 15 seconds remaining. Okay. Well, that was unfortunate. Stream's still up, right? It didn't... Yeah, okay, stream's still good. Last time, Diablo 4 just took down my stream along with it, so... This time it's a bit better, at least. Well, luckily for me, my incense, I still... Like, they were about to wear off. I haven't just popped a new one, so it's like the silver lining, I guess.
Truth be told, I've never been a sort for towns.
Okay. I'm gonna attempt pit 45 oh, right. I'm gonna attempt pit 45 again. This, no. I should do pit 50 first. I'm gonna do pit 50. That way I can get a benchmark. I didn't even get to upgrade my glyphs, so that was kind of a wasted run. But then again, it's not like I really have any other glyphs to level at this point. I would just probably level Amplify. Okay, so let's pit 50 now. Well, the good news here is that at least I can activate Army of the Dead more often. Alright. I'm just gonna evade that and use my Army of the Dead. Whenever I have Army of the Dead up, they just die so fast. Again, I stand by the notion that if I had the legendary recipe for Army of the Dead, like, I'd be doing even more damage, but, well, what can you do? Okay. Moving down this way. I'm just spamming my Decrepify on everything and run up close. Activating Army of the Dead. I'm really glad I don't have to worry about survivability, at least, because then I can just focus on how to properly play my guy, rather than, like, staying in the back and, like, you know, being worried that they might actually kill me or something. Yeah, my resistances are, like, still maxed. It's only going to be in pit 55 that I need to worry about my resistances. maybe I shouldn't just go too deep in there. Oh, ouch. Yeah, this is why I was worried about going too deep. Okay. Ah, it's a problem. Ouch. Oh, I see the problem here. I don't have my ult up. Yeah. I kind of wish there was a way to extend the duration of this Army of the Dead, too. $20.8 million crit overpower. Not bad. Okay. I still have the same amount of Artificer's Stones as what I started with, more or less. That was what I was curious to check. Wait, did I hit the shrine? I don't even know. Oh, it's a protection shrine, no wonder. Okay, to the top left then. Sending my golem in. Maybe to the top right then. And then my ult is back up. It feels like there's maybe like a 10-second downtime or so, but that's still far better than having to wait 29 seconds for it to come all the way back, right? So, yeah, this is a pretty big boost to my overall damage output, having this flicker step. Oh, shoot. I keep heading to the top right, maybe? Alright. And just gonna hop another 2 or 3 times. Activate my ultimate. Alright, I think there's another pack of monsters north here. Yeah. 12k or 6.8k life plus like 6.8k fortify is already like more than 12k, and then plus the barrier, that's like almost 20k worth of like effective HP. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna mark this down as like a 7-minute run probably, although he's proving to be a bit tenacious. Yeah, I think 7-minute run, or 7 minutes left on the clock. Bubbles. And yeah, I could keep pumping this up if I want, but I would prefer to get this up. Just so that later when I do the build overview, I can talk about these being some of the glyphs that I would recommend. Yeah, it would have to be like picking 5 out of these 6. Definitely would want this one. And then it's just a toss-up between Corporeal and Exploit. Hey, Medivh. What's up, dude? Afternoon for you, huh? Give me a second. I'm just gonna write something down. 4 minutes. Pit 50 clear. And I had 7 minutes remaining with the with the setup from the previous run. You still around, Medivh? I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. I'm super tired. I mean, I've been at this for this. It looks like the stream's only been up for 4 hours, but that's because when my Diablo 4 crashed, like last time, it took down my stream with it somehow. It was kind of nuts. I've never seen Diablo 4 do that before. So it took down or my stream with it. So I've actually been streaming like the last 8 hours. Yeah, pretty sad. But it's been like it's almost been an 8-hour stream, and it's starting to get a bit late. But you know, we're still hitting it hard. I'm gonna give it my all the way to the end. How are you, man? 8 hour? Well, I mean it's not. Yeah, I mean other streamers are doing like 20 hours. 8 hours is nothing in comparison. But like the whole point of this play session is to get from Torment 1 to Torment 4. Now, sometimes I break it into like different, break it up into different days if I feel like it's taking too long. But to tell you the truth, like the Minion Necro has been kind of insane. Like, the Minion Necro is way stronger than I ever would have expected it to be. But the reason why I haven't, like, I should already be done by now, to tell you the truth. But yeah, like earlier today, there were other people who came in, and I was like chatting with them for a good amount of time, and I got distracted here and there, and I spent a lot of time playtesting different, like how strong this character is in the pit under different conditions. So if not for that, I'd already be done. Anyway, this is a good time to start masterworking. I mean, I ran all that Obdicite for a reason, right? Okay, plus life, why not? Boost my survivability. Spiked armor, there's more armor there, so pretty overcapped on armor. In fact, I might even be able to get away with removing... Well, if I remove Juggernaut, though, that's like base armor, so I don't think that would work for me. I'm gonna guess attack speed on this one. Oh, int? Why not? Oof. It's these, the 569 item power pants. Yeah. What's up with you, Medivh? What are you up to now? And how's your... I think last time we were talking, you mentioned that you were working on your sorcerer, right? Yeah, how's that going for you? I actually released a video earlier today, I don't know if you saw, where I covered the Ice Shard sorcerer build and like how I put it together and all that. So I don't know if you're aware. You're good? Okay, that's good. If you're good, I'm good. 3 to curse skills. This is okay. I would preferred Hellbent Commander, but whatever. Ultimate damage, damage reduction from close, and lightning resistance. Lightning resistance. A lot of lightning resistance. And then my amulet here. Yeah. Yeah, excellent. I mean, I'll be gaming a lot more on Sunday. Tomorrow I'll be more on the busy side, but I will be releasing my build overview for the Necro tomorrow. But I'm gonna probably do my next 1 to 60 and Torment 1 to 4 on Sunday. It's gonna be like a fun little marathon day where I'm gonna go T1 or level 1 to 60, and I'm gonna be speedrunning it. Like I've learned quite a bit about how uh, the game, I guess, works in terms of like when I was playing my sorcerer. When I was playing my sorcerer, I kind of like juggled like whispers and incursions, and I realized that yeah, whispers, like some of them just aren't worth it. So yeah, if you're gonna check now, let me know how that goes. Let me know what you think if you watch it to the end. And yeah, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. In max life, ultimate cooldown reduction is probably the best case scenario for me right now. So this one, gonna upgrade. I got max life. And then this. Ring of Mendelin. Ooh. Now, I still have like 1,000 Obdicite. Normally what I would do is I would pump up my weapon. But this is one of those times where, unfortunately for me, I don't really bring recipes. I still don't have minion augments after all this time.
Yeah, have a wee gamble.
A curiosity.
Bad pull, that.
Nope. Let's see if I can get it in one try, but yeah, no luck there. So I have pretty much all of my gear except for my weapon up to rank 4 masterworking. I am a little bummed out though that I cannot put my weapon temper onto my weapon. I mean, I could do the scroll of restoration. Like, I could go into Infernal Hordes and do that right now, but I think that's I feel like that's like a little bit much. Cold resistance. Lightning resistance. Wait a second.
Finest jewels in Sanct.
What if I unsocket these real quick and then try to reassess? Yeah, no, the best combination for me right now would be to do 3 flawless diamonds and distribute my resistances equally here. Yeah, and then if I use Rahir, they would be capped for good. But yeah, that's just the setup I have. Alright, so everything's masterwork like rank 4. I can attempt it again. And I'm also overcapped on armor. What if I took off Juggernaut's aspect now? Then what happens?
How may I help you?
Oldbringer's Cursed Aura. This thing. Yeah, it's as I thought. It's... I have a lot of total armor, but that total armor needs... Like, that plus percentage of total armor does need, like, a lot of base armor to be useful. And unfortunately... Well, there is one other option. I could use the incense that gives, like, a bunch of total armor instead of using Redamine Buzz. That's what I could do. Actually, I think that might be better in this case. I replace... Yeah, I could do that. Replace Redamine Buzz for that
Magic is neither
that
good
armor
nor evil.
incense.
How may I help you?
This is like, what, 300 armor instead of Juggernauts. Try this real quick. 300 armor instead of Juggernauts.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Aspect of Cult Dominion. You know what? I'll test that a little later. I'm gonna do it like this for now. If I really want to boost up my damage, I could replace Occult Dominion, or I could put a Cult Dominion on my chest plate and then put like an offensive aspect here or whatever other unique I need, right? Like I can shuffle my aspects around and then I could wear Song of the Mountain. And that Song of the Mountain with all my armor stats should probably still keep me good for Torment 4. In terms of the... Well, I am actually short resistances though. From being able to cap out for Torment 4. It's the one drawback. Well, there's one way to fix that. I just need to replace Golem Mastery, and then I'm pretty much set. So I can do that. And I'm curious about one other thing. Varyana has attack speed, doesn't she? Yeah, I can get up to 10%. Yeah, I can get like attack speed, but it's like conditional. Alright. So the last time I did Pit 50, I managed to pull it off with 7 minutes remaining. This time, if I go back into the pit, I'm doing it, but I have rank 4 masterworking on everything.
Beware what the shadows hide.
Alright. Yep, there goes my barrier. And yeah, my Spectral Ash I haven't gotten any more Spectral Ash, but that's kind of to be expected. Ooh, yeah. I can't see. Yeah, I keep having my ult up, but it all takes a while. Kill all of them, sadly. Okay. Alright. And since these monsters are actually able to stay alive, I can keep resetting my Army of the Dead this way. Or try to, at least. Usually this is easier to pull off since with a lot of the other builds that I use Flicker Step on, I have a way to pull them all together to the same spot too. Hey, that's what I'm missing, like Grasping Veins or something. Hmm. 105 million. Definitely seeing my damage go up compared to earlier. The video was awesome, brother. You actually watched it all the way through. I gotta give you props. Yeah, I'm glad you thought that way. I think that there's definitely a lot of room for improvement, though, for me. I didn't even show any gameplay on it. Now, in your case, you've already seen my ice shards clear, right? That's one of the ways you found the channel, but yeah. I'll try to... I'm guessing you still want that build planner, right? Because I can try to get a build planner up and going later on. I just haven't had the time to do it since my first priority is getting all of my 1 to 60s and Torment 1 to 4s in order. At least at the moment. But soon I'll have the time to put together like a build planner if you need it. I have one for Companion Druid, but Ice Shard Sorcerer and the other ones, like, I didn't know how it was gonna look by the end of it, but yeah, now I know, right? And if I do a build planner, I don't know if I want to do like a... Well, I guess it doesn't really much matter. I was gonna say, I don't know if I want to show the level of equipment I had when I cleared Torment 4, or if I should just do what you should work towards and for the build. And I think it just makes a lot more sense for me to do what the end game build should look like. Oh, there. Yeah, glad you enjoyed it though. I thought it was pretty well done in a way. Like that video actually took me like 2 hours to put together. Like it took me about like a half hour to write the notes for the video, and then another half hour to like talk in the video, and then like another hour to do the editing for the video, and then I released it. Your hard work paid off, brother. It was awesome. Yo, thanks. I really appreciate your words of encouragement, because yeah, like that video took some time to put together, let's just say. Or not took time to put together. Well, okay. It took time to put together in the sense that I actually had to go from like level 1 to 60, take all the, make all these notes, and then, like commentate and decide how I wanted to put it together. And then I'm going to be doing it for the Minion Necro. I don't know if you care about Minion Necro at all. But yeah, like I'm a very like mage-oriented kind of player. Mage and summoner, so, me personally, you've seen my companion druid stuff too, I imagine. And, companion druid is pretty fun. But originally, it was that and Minion Necro that I had an interest in. And I'm sure that other people still feel that way about Necro. Like, a lot of people are playing Bloodwave Necro, but I think when people think of Minion Necro, or when people think of Necro, I think they're usually thinking of Minion Necro, so yeah. Still think there's room for improvement here. Yeah, what are you up to now, by the way, Medivh? Are you playing? I'm guessing you are. Oh yeah, there you go. I see you. I see you. Is it alright if I take a look at your sorcerer and see how well you're doing now? Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of curious because it's been like a day since we've last talked, so I imagine you've made some pretty good. You logged in just now? Nice, nice. Okay. Have you made any changes since your last? Oh, you actually still. Okay, I remember now. Yeah, no, your build hasn't changed. You haven't actually made any adjustments to the build since last time, I guess. I remember looking at this, and yeah, it was like an ancestral legendary weapon, but it had like the wrong aspect. I'm mentioning that. You're doing all campaign quests? Campaign quest? You mean like the seasonal quest line? Or you're talking about like the campaign? Like Vessel of Hatred and
Now there's a choice cut.
Vessel of Hatred and like the original game storyline. Seasonal. Okay. No changes, didn't do any farming. Gotcha. Do you need anything, by the way? Would you like a Tal loop from me in a little bit? I'm just gonna finish my... Well, yeah, I can actually give you a Tal loop. I think I have some spares. You'd actually be doing me a favor because I can... Oh, there we go. I'll call it like a 7:30 run. Alright, there we go. Yeah, it took a bit of time to... I mean, it could have been faster. Yeah, I'll call it 7:15, sure. Yeah, it was like... It wasn't really that much faster than my last run, though. Okay. Let me hook you up. 1 second. How long into the run are we at? 4:20. And this was a pit 50 clear, and with 7:15 remaining, masterwork. Rank 4 on all gear except weapon. Alright. I'm gonna also take a moment. Try to upgrade something. Alright. What am I at here? So this is close to Paragon 150. Pretty close. But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put one more glyph in. It's gonna be Amplify. I'm not gonna do a fifth one, but I think this would be reasonable. There. So how much is this now? Minus 30. Yeah, this is still pretty close to Paragon 150, give or take. I could take out a few points here and there, but I don't really see the need. Like, I don't think I need like these armor nodes, for example. Yeah, sure. I'll just pretend I don't have those. That one I should keep. And if I really wanted to, I could actually take out these damage modifiers. Like one, anyway, yeah. So just to give an idea of like what points I could take out, in case I wanted to get the number of Paragon points I spent to be like under Paragon 150. But yeah, so far so good. Now I have one more glyph available, and yeah, I don't know. I have so much life though. I'm beginning to think that I should just roll off Golem Mastery and then replace it with replace Golem Mastery for armor and then switch out Juggernauts. That would just make the most sense to me. And I'm still missing that one aspect, right? I know that there's... I still don't have Aspect of the Great Feast. That's kind of nuts. Alright. Medivh, let me help you out here. So, are there any other things that you're looking for? Like, right now I can give you Tal Loop. If I can just find it. I have, like, so many. I'll try to give you a good roll. Do I really not have that? Oh no, I do have some. 13, 23.5. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll give you this one. I think this was my old one. I just never bothered to temper or masterwork it. Here. Yeah, let me just toss you something real quick. Yeah, and then after this I'll head right back, but yeah, at least this will help you out. So, Tal Loop. Oh, I have it favorited. I can give you a Tal Loop here. Is there anything else you're looking for? I'm so glad that I have somebody to toss equipment to, because yeah, I do all this hoarding if in the off chance that somebody might actually need some of this equipment. So nice to see that for once I can actually give this away. Ice Heart Bray. I think Raiment, right? I think I have a spare Raiment somewhere. Yeah, but I don't know if you want this at all. It's like a one glass cannon Raiment. Yeah. I'm gonna give you this. Anything else you need? Maybe. Tout, like for sorcerer, it's kind of funny because a lot of the uniques for sorcerers are like so generic. Like no matter what build you are making, like you can always use a Raiment, you can always use a Tal Loop, or maybe, right? I don't know what else you might be looking for, but yeah, you do let me know if like there's something that comes to mind. Gave you Raiment already and gave you all that. Okay. I think you're still farming Cindy gloves? Oh, Cindy gloves. You mean like this it's called Sid, right? Sid something. Never thought I would see the day that somebody would actually need one of these. Chance for familiars to hit twice. I don't know which one city, I guess. Yeah, yeah. Which one? You know what? I'll just give you whichever one. Chance for familiars to hit twice. Increased by 45%. I feel like this is the more useful of the two. Increased duration. Here it is good on Sorcerer. Okay, well, you try it and you let me know how you feel about it. Okay, nice. There you go. Okay, let me know if there's anything else, but I think that pretty much covers it. Hey, I got an upgrade on Vehement Brawler. Resistance to all elements. Ooh. I'll consider keeping this one, actually. That's kind of insane. But I do have... I might actually be overcapped on attack speed, though. Other thanks. It has almost made me next to be a proper build. It's my pleasure, dude. Don't mention it. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Alright. What if I replaced attack speed? Then what? I have... Okay, I want to actually get the calculation right here. So, I have Frenzied Dead at 37.5%. I have 13 summons, or 13 minions, times 3, that's 39. So 39 plus 37.5% makes 77.5%. Then plus 9% here. Oh, I'm going to actually leave the party here.
Once I get started, I can't.
77.5 plus 9%. That's 86%. 6, and then this makes 96%. I think I can afford to roll off the attack speed here. Like, and I'd still be like, I would be close to the cap, but I mean, Varyana also gives me some attack speed too. So I actually think that I'll be fine here. And then there's Golem Mastery and all that, so yeah, I don't know. Attack speed, and then what's my resistances at? Resource cost reduction, Skeletal Mage Mastery. See, that would be better than what I have on hand, but ooh, armor? If I ran armor...
My magic's awaiting
Here,
your
I'm actually
return,
curious
or
about
there's a
something.
sanctuary at your
I'm gonna...
fingertips. How
You know
many?
what, I really don't think I need +1 Golem Mastery in this case. I think I need to boost everything else. There we go. So, this should compensate for the lack of armor if I were to remove Juggernauts.
Your road be filled with
So I'll
heroes.
take Aspect of Occult Dominion, and then I'll slam that onto my chest armor here.
Masterful work.
There. And then for my gloves, that actually frees up a slot. So this is where I would throw in that aspect, right? The one that I'm missing, Great Feast. It's kind of silly that I still don't have Great Feast, but sure. In exchange for Great Feast, I could instead use Vehement Brawlers because I usually have Army of the Dead active. But again, it's I should salvage this first. It's an upgrade.
What's left, you ask?
Vehement Brawler. Yeah, I could do this for now. But yeah. Alright. I'm gonna try it again. Oh, I'm down to my last elixir and incense. Actually, no, I do have a bit more, probably because I did the... Oh. No, I am actually running out. What am I missing? Bundled herbs? If I did, like, whispers, I could probably... Yeah, I'll do one of these. Just need to turn in some whispers here, and then I think I'll have enough herbs to last me for the rest of the night. And I can also boost this boss power too. Maybe try and get it up to like 25% or something. Yeah.
Your efforts are for naught, mortals.
Alright.
This realm is mine, and I shape it as I wish.
Praying Eye. Yeah, I'm really tempted to go and get like Ring of Sacrilegious or something, but truthfully, I probably do enough damage that it doesn't matter anymore, now that I've made that adjustment just now. Oh yeah, no wonder my life is so low. It's because I lost my... my life is low because I didn't actually use my incense. Alright. Okay. I mean, there's plenty of things that I could hit. Let's see how well my minions do to bring him down. Yeah, I just need my Pit 50 clear to be like 10 minutes remaining, and then I think Pit 55 should be a joke. It's kind of what I'm aiming for. Like, I actually think I could do it right now. Oh, okay, he just blew up.
This stops nothing.
And yeah, I just kind of wish I had a Scroll of Restoration. Like, I can always get a Scroll of Restoration by doing Infernal Hordes, but yeah, I don't even have like a good recipe to go along with it. Use a good recipe. Yeah, I think that if I had the minion weapon augments, like, I'd be good at this point. It's kind of funny because every time, like every run that I've done, I'm always missing something. I'm either missing aspects, or I'm missing uniques, or I'm missing tempering recipes. My sorcerer was missing... Wait, no, it was my companion druid. My companion druid was missing his Storm's Companion unique and the Irida's ring for like the longest time. My sorcerer was missing some of the aspects that she needed. And then now I'm on my Necro and he's missing a bunch of tempering recipes. Well, it's not even a bunch of tempering recipes. That's the hilarious part. It's just the minion augments. And similar situation with the glyphs I had too. The glyphs I had, most of my glyphs, I got all of the glyphs I didn't need before I found all the ones that I actually need in like rapid succession.
That's a prime cut, eh?
Okay.
Now there's a choice cut.
And I'm gonna activate Army of the Dead. Yeah, they're definitely doing their job. These minions, I mean. But it is still taking some time to get through this whole event solo by myself. Oop. Calhoun. Okay. Activate my Army of the Dead here. Pretty close to the next one. There's like a bunch of Spectral Ash. I'm gonna go pick those up real quick while I wait for the guy to spawn. How much Spectral Ash do I have now? 212? Garun. Okay, I gotta make sure I don't activate my ultimate on this. Wait, that's not the boss. This is the boss. Alright. Just armor and pants. Nice. I also just realized, because I no longer have Juggernaut's aspect, not only did I free up an aspect slot, but now my evade is only on a 5-second cooldown, so that makes things so much less clunky than before.
Your insolence is at an end.
Oh! He disappeared before I could even look at him. Alright. Living Steel, Exquisite Blood. And... okay, I think I'm ready to give it a try. So I'm gonna go to Karagar. I'm gonna try to clear pit 50. And then after I clear pit 50, I'm gonna try to run pit 55. I feel like I just need this Elixir of Fortitude by itself for pit 50. I don't know if the other incense will help me clear it more quickly, since I'm already capped on resistances and I'm not really in any danger of dying, so I don't think any of that matters. Oh, nice. That feels a lot less clunky than before. Okay, so now I can evade through these guys a lot more easily than my last run. Yeah, just that slight adjustment was enough to... well, I mean, there were like 2 adjustments that were made. I'm gonna have to make note of both of them. Okay. Activate my ultimate here. 156 mil. Alright. Activating my ult again. it's still taking a while to clear these, but I mean, I guess it's something. Okay. Wow. I think I'm pretty close to the end. Are there any other things you wanted to chat about, Medivh, before... Like, I think after this run, I'm gonna attempt, hit 55, and I'm like gonna mute myself, and then at the end of the run I'll talk just for a little bit, and then that's gonna be that. So, if there's anything you wanted to say, then I just wanted to kind of get that kind of sorted out before I go. Before I kind of just do my own thing for like 5-10 minutes, you know? Well, it's gonna be a bit more than that, because it takes me like 3 minutes just to go over the gear and like all the other stuff about this character, just that by itself. So 185 million, yeah. Damage numbers are like going up and up. Oh, right, I just remembered. I never really bothered to upgrade this now, did I? Oh yeah, I can't upgrade these powers while I'm in the pit, I guess. It's not letting me press anything. Ooh. Yep. This is without any incense either. Yeah, I figured that... Like, I know that there's one incense that boosts my stats by like 60, but I mean, I don't think that's gonna have a massive impact. Ooh, channeling shrine? Okay. Oh, you're back. Oh, perfect timing. Yeah, I was just saying, Medivh, that if there's any last things that you wanted to chat about before... Like, because this run, the way it's shaping up, I think that I'm pretty much ready to take on... Pit 55... Pit 55... Torment 4, or like to unlock Torment 4, right? So, if you wanted to ask me anything or say anything before I start that, because once I start that, I'm gonna be like locked in. I'm gonna probably mute myself and then, just focus on playing, and then I'll reply after the run is done. So, yeah, I just wanted to inform you about that. I've already been at this for like 8 hours too. I feel bad because you just arrived, and you know I really enjoyed chatting with you, but I gotta actually finish this. Like, I've been at this for... You're gonna watch? Okay. I've actually been at this for like 8 hours now, almost. And I think I mentioned before that, yeah, like there's a number of things that made it take this long. It's not... It probably shouldn't have taken as long as it has, but yeah, just little things here and there. Got sidetracked also at certain points. I still don't have that aspect either. The aspect of the Great Feast. A little frustrating, but what can you do? No issue, brother. Lock in push pit. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I really appreciate your support, dude. It actually means a lot to me because, yeah, yeah, like I always feel bad, right? Like I know that some people, they're gonna like be expecting to like chat with the streamer and all that, and then I don't want to feel like, I don't want you to feel like I'm just gonna like ignore you. You just showed up like late night and we're hanging out, and then I just disappear. And then after I disappear, I end the stream not long after that, you know?
Hello. Impressive. I appreciate that. Goodbye.
Alright. Wow. That down 245 million. I don't know where those damage numbers are coming from. You don't mind? Okay. I'm glad to hear it. I'm excited for Sunday. On Sunday, when I do my stream then for Dance of Knives Rogue, I'll be on like all day. I'm gonna be starting like 10 o'clock and then going probably until... Usually those go like 6 hours, right? So... till like 4 o'clock, and then take a short break, and I'll come back and I'm gonna grind all the way until I reach Torment 4. Same as here, but all in one day. That'll be fun. He's affected by curse skills. No, I should max this out next. Yeah, whatever boosts my minion modifiers. Increase damage reduction and decrepify. Oh, oh, that's like an almost max roll on Unyielding Commander. Sans the ancestral rolls, but okay, this is quite the plot twist. He'll be free 3 days. We'll be there to support you to push pit. Aw. Here, hold on a second. Let me just... This is, I think, the least I can do for you, if that's the case. Say, allowing to push pits and farm more items in 3 days, all on the Sorcerer? Yeah, please let me know if there's any other things you're looking for Sorcerer. Like, I have plenty of boss mats. I am going to have one of every character at some point, so I can farm items for any class that people need. You included, right? Oh, so Unyielding Commander? I'm going to be replacing Unyielding Commander with a better Unyielding Commander. So previously it was 129, now it's 147. 170, or 147%. Hemant Brawler. Again, I do wish I had Aspect of the Great Feast. That would have been more ideal. Aspect of the Great Feast is always active. It just drains my essence slowly, but, well, no luck on that. Well, I think this is the end of the road for me. Wait. What? My resistance is so low all of a sudden. So I'm going to activate the incense. Hold on. Oh yeah, right. I gotta go Tree of Whispers. Oh, Underworld boss is available too. Gonna take a moment here. Just gotta also take a look at when I finished the pit run. Okay, it was an 8:30. I think that's just fine. Pit 50 clear and 8:30 remaining. Now, what did I change here? Oh, right. Replaced Juggernauts with Occult Dominion. And affixes for armor stat. Okay. I'm gonna turn in my rewards here, and that should give me some... Oh, two-handed weapons. Yeah, yeah. Ah, two-handed sword, ancestral. Might actually... Dreadful augments. Oh, that's so funny. I got dreadful augments. Hold on, let me just take a look at this real quick. Am I understanding this right? Tempering weapons. Okay, so... for dreadful augments, I haven't unlocked the rare or the legendary recipe. They just upgraded me directly to legendary. I didn't even know that was possible. And then for minion augments, they gave me I still haven't found the minion augments after all this time. It's actually really funny. Well. Alright, whatever. My gloves, I'll leave it as they are. Max life armor. What's my CSC? 27.7%. And then I get crit strike chance from CCing monsters up to 25%. And then, of course, I have the bonus from my boss power, 50%.
Don't be a stranger.
Salvage these three. And I think I'm pretty much set. Just wish that this were actually kind of useful, but I mean, yes, that's a bit much to ask for. Did I really not get that many? I got like no bundled herbs. I think that when it comes to those bundled herbs, I get the bundled herbs mostly from like the initial reputation cash rewards. All right. I'm actually also going to restart the game real quick before I attempt this, but actually, before I do any of that, 95 Artificer Stones. Okay, I can check this. I can actually see if I can even stand a chance of taking on Pit 55. I think I can. I'm pretty sure I can. But I think it doesn't really hurt to check, so. My armor stat and my resistances. Oh yeah, my resistances are a little on the lower side. Yeah, I could replace Variana for Rahir. I think I'll do that. That'll help cap me out on resistances. I'll let myself die here, whatever. I'm just trying to calculate how much resistances I have if I use Rahir. And Variana... attack speed... Yeah, I don't need Variana's attack speed. She's been fun, and she also had, like, a bunch of movement speed, but if I'm gonna pit push, then yeah, like, I don't think I really need that much movement speed anymore. Oh, this is gonna take a while. Yeah, no. I'm really gonna be pushing it. This is gonna be a very long run. If I had a chance for Army of the Dead to do double damage, then I think this would be much easier. I'm tempted to run one more set of Whispers. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Because it'll be much easier to do the run if I could get Army of the Dead, like, chance to deal double damage. But then again, I guess I don't really even have a weapon to throw that on anymore. And I burned all my tempers to roll for crit strike damage. Yeah, I'm also past the bar here, so I think I'm ready. I just gotta make sure that I don't die. Gotta make sure I don't screw up. The only way that I really die, though, is if I'm just not doing anything. Because like, I have so much DR, I have so much Fortify, and I have, like, so much Barrier. Oh, and speaking of Barrier, I'm gonna spend the last of my Spectral Ash on this. Okay. I'm gonna restart my game real quick. I'll be right back. And then, yeah, I'll be right back. Just so that I don't crash midway through the run. That would be the worst case scenario. Okay, this is it. It's time for me to begin my, well, hopefully one and only attempt of... oh, no, wait. I just realized, no, I'm supposed to get Rahir. That's what I'm forgetting to do. Best of luck, brother. Yo, thanks, dude. I really appreciate you. I am gonna need all the luck I can get here. I think it'll be okay, but I'm not as confident here as I was with the Ice Shard Sorcerer or with the Companion Druid.
Why?
I don't have very much to say.
Neither do I, and I talk all
I have not heard that dialogue before. Hire mercenary. And yeah, gonna get that resistance to all elements. And I can stick with Subo, but oh, I actually have 3 like pale marks available. But I rarely find any ancestrals here though. Here, I'm gonna restock real quick. Oh, okay, there you go. There's an ancestral. Eh, sure, why not? Nope, not very helpful, huh? Eh, it was worth a shot. Okay. Ah, here we go. Like I was saying, I'm gonna attempt this one more time. Or I'm gonna, like, hopefully get this right on the first try. It's gonna be a one only shot, Torment 4, or Pit 55 to unlock Torment 4. So, thanks again, Medivh, and anyone else who's watching. Hope you've enjoyed the journey, level 1 to level 60, and then Torment 1 to Torment 4, but this is where it all comes to an end. So, wish me the best of luck, everyone, and yeah, here we go.
I hope the inn has something to warm me up.
impressive. I appreciate that. Farewell.
Oh, and that brings us to the end of the run. Ah. I can finally hop off and get some rest in peace. I'm hoping the Dance of Knives Rogue will be markedly easier than this one, but I don't think the Dance of Knives Rogue's got any buffs, but like they actually fixed Ring of Meddling on Minion Necro, so now it's playable. So yeah, I don't really know if I have too many things to say here. Like where would I even begin? Okay, first thing, I should probably try and finish maxing out, like, this one. Yeah, okay. Great. Yeah, thanks, Medivh. Oh. Yeah, that was stressful. I will admit that was stressful. Like, I was never really at risk of dying. Like, this is one of the things I love about this build. It's deceptively tanky. It's got so much DR, it's got so much life, it's got so much fortify, it's got a lot of barrier. So the one thing it doesn't really have is some way to like break itself out of immunities aside, or like break itself out of CC aside from Golem. But yeah, still, I will usually have Golem on cooldown since I use it to attack. It's not like Druid where I have Earthen Bulwark for unstoppable. Anyway, I am going to be making a build overview for the Minion Necro probably tomorrow night. I'll have it released by, I don't know, either late tomorrow night or the following day, or early the following day. But, I mean, it's been a pretty fun ride. I don't... Like, I already talked about I already showed my gear, and I showed the rest of the character. I will probably talk more about kind of my thoughts on my equipment when I actually do the video, but yeah, Rahir came in pretty clutch for my fire and cold resistance. Yeah, glad that I switched over to him to get the resistances just to cap it out and not have to worry about it. And then of course for my weapon, right, I didn't even get to masterwork it at all because I have no tempers on it, or no tempering charges, and I still don't, even now, I still don't have that recipe for minion augments. They refuse to give it to me this whole time. Yeah, it's even at the point where rare recipes just no longer drop, I guess, because they skip me all the way to legendary dreadful augments. But minion augments is the only one I don't have for my minion necro. I'll talk about that tomorrow too. Yeah, I think that if I had minion augments though, like chance for Army of the Dead to deal double damage, I genuinely think that my runs would have been much, much faster. Or this, like I would have been doing a lot more damage in my pit runs. And, you know, I actually had a lot of fun here. I spent a lot of, like a great deal of time in the pit, and I don't really regret that. Like I was mostly just limit testing, but it also helped me level some of my glyphs, I guess. Not that I really had the right glyphs to level from the start, but whatever. It got the job done. For boss powers, I spent all that time trying to level up Lord Zir's blood pool all the way up to rank 18, only to find out that it was pretty much completely useless. So that's a very unfortunate discovery. Like, they nerfed these boss powers into the ground. It, like, first it was like too strong, then they made it like way too weak, aside from this power right here, which for some reason still does crazy damage. But I mean, at least they made it so Urivar's lob bombs grants cooldown reductions, so I've been taking advantage of that. And obviously Beastmaster's training, Blackmailer's sabotage, or Beastmaster's training and Hatred's embrace for damage and crit strike chance, and then of course Blackmailers to give myself an insane amount of barrier. Well, that's it though. Last thing I'm going to talk about is for Paragon and my journey, I guess. Yeah, in this run I'm running 183 Paragon points, which is kind of the equivalent of if somebody had just reached like around Paragon 155 or so. So, yeah, I did that on purpose just because, yeah, I mean, like 177 now, but if you're like a fresh, brand new character, like a brand new Minion Necro, that's like your first character of the season, then you're not going to have as many Paragon points as me potentially, but you should, I mean, you should still have some Paragon points, and the rest of your equipment too should look something similar to mine, especially Ring of Mendelin. Everything, like this entire build revolves around Ring of Mendelin. Like, it's actually pretty crazy. If you don't get a Ring of Mendelin, this build straight up just doesn't function nearly as well as it would with it on. It's like I remember testing in the training dummy. It's like the difference between doing like 50k damage versus like 1.6 million or something stupid like that. So that's like a 30x multiplier on my damage. So yeah, always gotta prioritize getting Ring of Mendelin. When you make it a Torment 2, well, you make it a Torment 1, you get some boss powers to boost up your own damage, and then when you make it a Torment 2, you just gotta like grind for Ring of Mendelin. Any means necessary. Every other item slot can be whatever you want it to be, but you must have Ring of Mendelin. Even Flicker Step was good because it fixed Army of the Dead's cooldown for me, but yeah, Ring of Mendelin is a must. And this was a really lucky find that I got this Blood Moon Breaches at like level 50. I didn't even know that this unique existed. It was really nice to have the increased crit strike damage to enemies affected by my curses, but too bad it was a low roll. If it was like a higher roll, that's another good source of damage too. Kurthal activates Frost Nova on monsters for freeze and vulnerable. That was really helpful. And then Knockgar allowed me to use Decrepify to maintain like 100% crit strike chance, because right now it's at 90.9. So as long as I use Decrepify on like a pack of monsters, I could get it maxed. Is that the best option? No, but it's probably the best among the ones that I had. There's plenty of better ones, I'm sure. Like if I had gotten an Omrune for Barbarian's Warcry, I would have gladly used that instead, but I didn't get that, so this is what I was stuck with. Anyway, finally, Torment 1 to Torment 4 and level 1 to level 60. Level 1 to level 60, I ran into some hitches along the way. Originally it was supposed to be Helltides, Incursions, Strongholds, and Renown, but the Helltides were kind of botched. The Incursions, I started them too early, so I lost the Whispers for them, and then I had to use Whispers to compensate. And then, well, Strongholds were fine aside from me being too tired to, well, do them optimally for the first bit. Yeah, Renown was kind of whatever. As for Torment 1 through 4, well, Torment 1. Yeah, Torment 1, I unlocked the boss power with that same level of power I had going into Pit 10, which unlocked Torment 1. I was able to get all the way to Torment 2. And then, well, yeah, with the boss power, I was like doing okay in Torment 2, but eventually I was like spamming Zir to try to grab the new sword, right? Oh yeah, this stupid sword. I have the sword still, but this sword, I hate to say it, but it feels so worthless in comparison to like a standard ancestral legendary. Maybe if the blade itself is ancestral, then great, but so far I'm unimpressed, and I'll talk about that more in the build overview video. But yeah, I got Blade of Zir from, well, running Lord Zir, but at the time, like when I was running him in Torment 2, I didn't end up getting Blade of Zir right away, but I actually got Ring of Mendelin first instead. So, yeah, I was expecting to get Ring of Mendelin from like Beast in the Ice or something, but instead Zir dropped it, so that was a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, I would have actually had to go through all of these boss mats and hope for the best that I actually got what I was looking for. Although I did run Urivar using the boss mats I got from World Boss and other sources to get Flicker Step so that I could actually keep resetting my Army of the Dead. It's a huge part of this build because Army of the Dead does insane damage by itself, but it also combos quite nicely with Unyielding Commander, which boosts the damage of my minions and boosts the damage of Army of the Dead. So, yeah. Uh, Torment 2. And then Torment 3. Torment 3 was just a whole slew of things. I was leveling my glyphs. I masterworked my gear to rank 4. Normally I do Infernal Hordes, and I would have even gotten Spell Restoration for this, but I didn't have the tempering recipe for double damage, or for more damage on Army of the Dead, at least not the legendary variant. So yeah, I ended up running that tribute instead to get more Obdicite, and well, this is, I guess you could say, the end outcome of all of that. Where is it anyway? Why can't I find it? Dungeon keys, yeah. So, this one, right? A tribute of refinement. That would have been very helpful. Or that was very helpful. I got like 1400 in like one try. And I still have a bunch of Obdicite left over that I could have gladly used on this two-handed sword if I had wanted to, but yeah. Yeah, so yeah, Torment 1 to Torment 2 was mostly like I was able to get there just with the power that I had at level 60. Torment 2 to Torment 3 was mostly a product of me getting the right uniques, particularly Ring of Mendelin. And then once I realized that this sword was not really going to help me for this run, then the emphasis was just on doing the masterworking up to rank 4 on all my gear, plus the glyphs, getting at least one of them to rank 46, and using like 3 rank 15 plus glyphs, and then of course getting 5 boards and activating all of the corresponding legendary nodes, right? So yeah, and also making sure that I trigger the conditions for them if relevant. Like let's say cursed. I'm gonna make sure that I always curse the monsters. Scent of death. Well, that one's always gonna take effect. Flesh eater, I always have to eat corpses, right? I could replace one of my rings for sacrilegious, but yeah, that would have been quite troublesome. Like I would have lost out on some damage, I think, for Ring of Sacrilegious Soul. Okay, I think that's it. I think I said everything I needed to. That's my little retrospective for this run. And lastly, I will say that my run could have been a lot quicker if I didn't get like sidetracked here and there, but I mean, we got it done eventually, so what can you do? And this Torment 4 was not the fastest, but it was incredibly smooth, and that stems from the massive amount of damage reduction I have, which unfortunately isn't written here anymore. Oh, all damage reduction. There you go, 43.8%. And then of course my golem shares damage too. So I have all this damage reduction, and I have max armor and resistance to all elements, and I have fortify, like max fortify, and then I have almost max barrier too. So all these things put together makes this build deceptively tanky, I want to stay pretty much immortal as long as I'm actively paying attention and not just, well, goofing off. All right. Medivh, it's been a pleasure. It's time for me to go. I've been streaming for more than 8 hours now, and I think it's time to go get some rest. So, off I go. As formality dictates, I'm gonna set it to Torment 4, and I'm gonna call it a night. So, good. Yo, thanks, Medivh. I'm glad you enjoyed the video from earlier with ice shards, and yeah, we'll talk again very shortly, hopefully on Sunday. But until then, hope that you all enjoyed watching. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Appreciate you all tuning in. Yeah, and venture out.